Welcome to the special City Commission meeting dated October 14, 2020. Pursuant to Executive Order Number 20246 issued by Office of Governor Ron DeSantis on September 30, 2020, municipalities may conduct meetings of their governing boards without having to form its members present physically but at any specific location, and utilizing communications media technology such as telephonic or video conferencing, as provided by Section 120.545B2 Florida statutes. Today, our special meeting has been called for the purpose of discussing and taking any and all action related to affordable housing, including but not limited to adopting a resolution of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending and supplementing resolution number R19-0111, adopted by the City of Miami Commission on March 14, 2019, which authorized the city manager, the city attorney, bond counsel to take any and all steps necessary to validate the approved and expected future expenditures not to exceed $100 million of the aggregate principal total amount of the affordable housing and economic development bonds portion of the Miami Forever bonds, in order to reflect the changes to the following four program type standard operating procedures for the affordable homeownership strategy, affordable new construction rental strategy, affordable workforce new rental strategy, and homeownership preservation strategy. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the city attorney shortly. The members of the City Commission appearing remotely for this special meeting are Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Nola Reyes, Kim Russell, the Vice Chair, and me, Keon Harvey, the Chair. Also appearing remotely are City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, and City Clerk Todd Hammond. Madam City Attorney, please state the procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with the related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. The person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, a formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at municode.com. Pursuant to Section 2-33, subsection F and subsection G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair and upon registering pursuant to the published notice for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Because this is a virtual special meeting as authorized by the Governor of the State of Florida, members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by visiting miamigov.com/virtual meeting to upload their 2-minute video comments to be played during the virtual commission meeting, or to submit their written comments via the online comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been distributed to the elected officials and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials up until the time the chairperson closes the public comment period. Members of the public may also call 305-250-5353 to provide comments via the dedicated City of Miami public comment voicemail, where individuals will be able to leave a 2-minute message that will be played during the virtual commission meeting. Members of the public may also pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the meeting. You may pre-register by phone by calling 305-250-5350 or online at miamigov.com/government/live-public-comment. All comments submitted will be included as part of the public record for this virtual meeting and will be considered by the City Commission prior to taking any action. The city will accommodate any speakers desiring to appear in person, subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. The city has set up a terminal in the event members of the public travel to City Hall to provide public comment. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any persons exhibiting any symptoms of COVID-19 will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested parties are required to abide by all state, county, and local emergency orders and are urged to remain at home and practice social distancing. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such a later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item was spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. Section 286.014, subsection 4, subsection C of the Florida statutes authorizes the city to prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard, to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition. The city, through its multiple comment options, has provided 5 different methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at today's City Commission meeting. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the special meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. These public comment options established and provided for this special commission meeting comply with section 286.014 and section 120.54 of Florida statutes. The city has also created a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments with either option. Those instructions were provided in the notice to the public via the city's social media channels and published online at miamigov.com/virtual. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by the city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. The City of Miami is using Zoom to hold its October 14, 2020 special city commission meeting. Zoom is a cloud platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. In order to ensure that the public has the ability to view the meeting, the city's communications department will broadcast the meeting through all usual avenues that are provided when a city commission meeting is held fully in commission chambers. The special meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV at miamigov.com/TV, through the city's Facebook page, on the city's Periscope channel, on the city's YouTube channel, and on Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Additionally, the city has not selected a virtual platform that requires the public to purchase or download any additional software or equipment to watch this meeting. Aside from the Zoom platform that the participants will be appearing remotely, the public will have no discernible difference in their ability to watch the meeting. Commissioners, please confirm you are comfortable with all the notice provisions as set forth in these uniform rules of procedure we have established for this virtual meeting.
I am.
Yes. Okay. At this time, what I'd like to do is move to public comment. Because I know we don't have any mayoral vetoes or anything of that nature. So let's go to our public comment. Is there anyone present at City Hall that needs to speak?
Yes, we have one live call take.
Okay. So for the benefit of the public, you have 2 minutes to address this body. State your first name, your last name. You may state your address, and then just let us know what item it is that you're speaking about. Floor is open for public comment.
Olive, you may speak now.
Thank you. Good morning, City Commissioners and Mr. Chairman. This is Truly Burton. I represent the Builders Association of South Florida with offices at 111 Northwest 183rd Street in Miami Gardens, Florida. We really appreciate the Commission's time and willingness to listen to the latest information about how to more productively and more, reasonably priced produce affordable housing. It is a real trick, I will tell you. But you're going to be hearing today from the 3 top BASF members who are either past president and Mr. Milo, or both of whom sit on the executive committee. That's Alex Baena and Nelson Stabile. These folks are doing current projects as of today in the mid-rise, low to mid-rise buildings today. That's the most important thing. They're giving you current information. It is an unfortunately simple issue. It's really a math problem. Building affordably priced housing is, we'll probably all have to deal with, because it's just how much it costs to build per square foot, which you will hear from Mr. Baena and Mr. Stabile. Land cost, labor, and how much it costs to lend, or lending costs or financing costs. And in addition, to make it even a bit more confounding, the smaller the size of the unit, the more expensive it is to build. But I assure you, between Mr. Milo, Mr. Stabile, and Mr. Baena, they'll be happy to help clarify these issues and help you all understand more in a bit more depth how the challenges are to all builders and developers, and how we'd love to keep building, but build more, but these issues are impediments, and we are happy to help continue working with you all to set better policy so that we can move forward. Finally, if at the end of your special meeting you think it appropriate to put together a working group or a task group in a collaborative forum to work on how to improve these policies that you hear about today, BASF stands ready to do that with you all. And thank you very much.
Moving on now to our recorded comment.
Hello, my name is Nina Azuela. I live at 495 Brickell Avenue, and I would like to comment on the Dade Heritage Trust. Please allow Dade Heritage Trust to extend its lease. It is a beautiful historic property that reminds the public of Miami's history. To quote Winston Churchill, a nation that forgets its past has no future. Please let Miami and Dade Heritage Trust to have a future and let it extend its lease. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dina Mara Ferronato. 11, my address is 1155 Brickell Bay Drive, apartment 801, Miami, Florida, 33131. I'm calling regarding the historic building located on Brickell Bay Drive. And my comment is that it's incredible. This city is just about apartments, and buildings and buildings. You don't see the historic building. It's no longer, someone no longer wants it to be there. And this is going to look terrible. We have to have historic places that we can go back and discuss and admire. It's incredible that, Miami is becoming a city like that. Especially this building is there. It's beautiful. We have some tourists coming over here and seeing it. Please, I vote for not destroying this building. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Arnold Sinclair. I reside at 1181 Northwest 8th Street Road, apartment 18. My phone number is 910-600-4462. Wondering if you received this message, can you please give me a call? Thank you.
You may continue.
All right, so with that being said, I'll close the public comment regarding this meeting. Because it appears that we do not have any other persons that want to speak in public comment, I'm going to recognize the senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to address the issue of the public comments were not related to anything we're discussing today. We had this conversation, Mr. Chair, at the last meeting. And Mr. Manager, if you could, at my request, can we have your staff, check the public comments before they put them in a meeting, because they're just wasting our time. We're not discussing the matter today. And I think the chair would agree that this is not what we need to do. We need to be professional, listen to, accept all public comment, but when it's related to the matters that we're dealing with in a particular commission meeting. And I think that if we're going to talk about affordable housing, I'm shocked, Chair and members, that no one.
Not a single comment.
Probably the biggest issue that faces our city right now is affordable and attainable housing, and no one took the time out to make public comment and give us any input into what we're talking about today. And to me, that's shocking. Maybe perhaps we notice it better next time. Maybe it's just I'm really surprised. I was expecting real input from the community today instead of just
Well, it could be because
side comment. I'll leave it at that.
Yes, I agree with you, and I mean it really is perplexing that we don't. I was expecting, since there is such a dire need for affordable housing, that we will be bombarded with different comments and people that have given us different suggestions. I don't know if it is because the people that need affordable housing at this time they're working, or that they were not properly informed, or they don't know how to leave a tape or a comment. But it is perplexing that we didn't receive anyone. I mean, any, not even from the people that needs it, people that are concerned about it. You see, even people from the industry.
And Mr. Chair, I think it's a great argument for us to get back to live meetings.
Yes.
So I don't want you to go to the county commission without having at least one more live meeting with us. That's number one. And number two, I think we get back to live meetings. I think people are more used to participating with their local government in a public setting. They haven't gotten used to the Zoom platform and these virtual meetings that we're having. So I think the manager was talking maybe about his thinking that we would do public meetings in November or November 19th, but you won't be here. I don't know, maybe if that's the day that you're setting, Mr. Manager, to get back to our public hearings.
Well, we have a
special meeting when we select your replacement.
I think we'd have to have a meeting in November. Whatever meetings in November would have to be in-person meetings. We have a special meeting called before that November 19th meeting.
We have two, right? Or we have a regular meeting and we have a special meeting.
Special meeting, two meetings.
Special meeting called, correct.
I think we have 3 meetings called.
We might have three.
We have one to name, unfortunately have to name a replacement for our chair. We have one call for the Rickenbacker Marina issue, and we have our regular November 19th meeting. So we have 3 meetings. Are those 3 going to be live meetings?
Yep.
Okay.
As of right now, they are.
Good.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is I have a proposed order of how this thing should go. And what I like to do is get some of the participants to say what they need to say first. And so just we can hear from them and then possibly go into, for instance, what our bond strategies are today. And then any proposed amendments to those bond strategies. Like, we got the exhibits, those different strategies. I know that there are components of those strategies that we want to make amendments to. We discussed that at our last meeting, and we'll probably make some amendments to today. But there's a number of different people that are here to speak. And so what I like to do is to look at a number of different things first. So do we have with us Dr. Ed Murray? Dr. Neil Murray, is he present? Oh yeah, see he's raised his hand. Is there anyone that could elevate him to a speaker?
He's being promoted now.
Okay. So gentlemen, he's going to speak on the effect of the pandemic on housing affordability in Miami. He's an associate director of the FIU George Perez Metropolitan Center. And I'm sure he can give us a bit more of his credentials. And so basically the way I'm going to do this is that I'm going to allow him to speak. And then next we're going to talk about the trends in housing construction costs. So we'll hear from someone from Integra Investments, Mr. Nelson, and Mr. Alex he's Director of Asset Management, AHS Residential. We'll also hear about the effect of the pandemic on general housing development costs from Mr. Albert Milo Jr., the President of Related Urban Development Group. We'll have some discussion from the commissioners about everything that's been presented before us. Maybe then we'll get into our bond strategies, and then we'll have some discussion about the bond strategies, and then zoning incentives and income limits, et cetera. So I'm going to kind of put it in that kind of perspective so that we have some information that's out there, and then we can get into the discussion about how we go about making changes for this meeting. Mr. Murray, welcome back. I know you've been before the City Commission before at our last discussion on public housing and housing affordability, economic development. And so the floor is yours, sir.
City manager, staff. Everybody hear me okay?
Now, yes.
Okay. I thought as the leadoff speaker, I could provide the economic landscape that we're dealing with post-COVID, and also how those economic impacts are relating to the affordable housing issue that was just mentioned previously. First off, let me say this. When we last all came together to discuss the City of Miami's Affordable Housing Master Plan, we now know how important that discussion was, because with your foresight and your support, the city has laid the foundation for addressing its affordable housing issues in terms of a master plan, but also, as you know, it had all the components of a strategic plan, because it had the policy and management recommendations that could take place short term, that could take place right away over the first 2 to 3 years. So even though it was a 10-year master plan, it had all the components, and it still does, of a strategic plan. Is what we need right now, of course, given the impacts of COVID on the community. I should also mention that the affordable housing issue, because of COVID, we now all recognize is not a standalone issue. Affordable housing ties very closely to health, to jobs, to safety, all the issues that need to come together. And I don't think we'll ever look at affordable housing again through that singular prism, because we now know how it's all related. It's hit us all in the face, and certainly there are many families and households in Miami and of course elsewhere who are struggling right now, starting with the job loss, certainly if they've been impacted by the health of the COVID pandemic, and certainly other issues. So that's an important understanding, and I think we made that case pretty strongly, and you did as well when we talked about the Affordable Housing Master Plan, that it had to be more than just housing. It had to be about jobs, it had to be about the economy, and it has to be about living conditions in our neighborhoods. So it's a great opportunity to take that discussion to another level. The third point I'd like to make is relative to the economic impacts, which are so critical to the understanding of how we move forward from an affordable housing perspective. Obviously, we had a very difficult situation you were trying to deal with previous to COVID. That issue now obviously has been exacerbated. It certainly has been magnified, and I think we're all aware of it. And I think that the thing to understand here is, number one, we see employment numbers every week, every month coming out of the state or the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The most important one from our perspective are the job claimants, the unemployment claimants. And I know you all have been tracking this. Right now, Miami-Dade County has 420,000 initial job claimants since March. That's by far and away the most of any county in the state of Florida. Obviously, we have a little larger employment base than other counties, Broward being the closest. But Broward's at 290,000 claimants. We're at 420. We calculated that of that 420, the city of Miami is between 75 and 80,000. And this is really an important thing, because as we dig down a little bit deeper, we want to know why does Miami have such a disproportionate amount of claimants, and also job loss, as you get into the actual job loss figures itself. Well, we all know that Miami-Dade has a disproportionate number of self-employed, and the self-employed were really, really hurt by the pandemic. We know what happened, obviously, in leisure and hospitality and retail, not some of these other industries, but that sector, and I guess we can't even really call it a sector in some ways, because it is, the self-employed are made up of contract workers, temp workers, the so-called gig economy. So many of our workers are involved with that, and a lot of them didn't benefit from the unemployment claims that they submitted, and if they did, by the time they did get them processed, the programs were over. So that's a difficult situation, and I think that number has been severely undercounted. And that's an important number to think about, an important consideration to have as we begin to think about how has the affordability issue become more exacerbated since March. Well, we've done some calculations, not only for Miami, Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, but we've also looked at districts and neighborhoods to get a better understanding of what your renters, what occupations your renters are in. Are they part of the gig economy? Are they temp workers? And once we get a better sense of that, and we know that they're renters, and we have a fairly good sense of what their incomes are, we know we can have a better handle on the level of distress. So let me just run this number by you because this is really important going forward. When we came to see you and we all talked about the Affordable Housing Master Plan before the pandemic hit, the city of Miami had 73,000 cost burden renters, 73,000 cost burden renters, of which 40,600 were severely cost burdened, meaning that they're paying in excess of 50% of their income on housing costs. And we know once you get to that level of distress, it creates all types of other problems in terms of food security, obviously other financial issues, health, paying prescriptions, things like that. Well, based upon the COVID impact, we have some new numbers that are really quite daunting. That 40,000 figure of distressed renters, severely distressed renters, has added another 22,000. 22,000, so now you have 62,000 renters who are severely distressed, paying in excess of 50% of their income. And think about that in terms of making that, trying to make that rent payment the first of the month, and what else is left to cover food and medicine and things like that. Now, the question then is obviously, what if we added 22,000 to the 40,000 that were already in place? What about those 40,000? Well, you can imagine if you were already severely distressed in that 40,000 group, you are in a really vulnerable situation in terms of whether it be homelessness or whatever you have to do to survive. And that's another really important aspect of the 420,000 figure that I gave you in terms of claimants and the actual job loss numbers by industry sector, and of course the self-employed. We all know that in Miami, if you live in Little Havana or Little Haiti or some of the neighborhoods, you probably have family in Hialeah, West Miami, North of Miami. So those numbers, the economy, as we all know, is more regional, certainly countywide. So whatever impacts Miami is having is also being felt by families in neighboring communities and vice versa. Not only the families and the workers, but the businesses, because we know that if you're living in a West Miami or Hialeah or North Miami, good chance you're coming in to take jobs in the city of Miami. So obviously that's hurting businesses as well. So this is a very complex issue, but the numbers are quite staggering when you think about almost 500,000 workers have filed for unemployment in just the first 6 months of this pandemic, and how it's impacting a workforce that's very specific to Miami relative to the self-employed, and of course the major sectors, whether it be leisure and hospitality and retail and social assistance, education. These are all the industry sectors that have been hit the hardest. So we're still seeing the job shedding continue. We had 17,000 claimants, first-time claimants, just this past month. We know with the loss of PPP and the CARES Act, these numbers are just going to get worse. So we have to brace ourselves, but fortunately, we do have the mechanism in place. We have the tool now that because of your foresight is to have a plan that's much more strategic in nature and will allow us to at least have some rational discourse in terms of how we move forward on the short term as well as the longer term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for him right now? Any of the commissioners, or should we move on?
Go. I do.
You do? You recognize him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. He closed off, thank you, Mr. Murray, for being here today.
My pleasure.
You closed off with saying we have the tools in place. Can you walk me through those tools that we have in place?
Well, I meant the plan. The plan, as I stated earlier, has, even though it was structured or called a master plan, everything that we had discussed in terms of its components, its management components, and the policy components, the program components, were much more geared in terms of strategic planning to be able to move quickly.
Among those tools, if I remember correctly, when you came before us, was a philanthropic contribution component. Can you walk me through that one?
Well, that would be one of the capital layers to the investment fund that we talked about. We still think that's very viable for Miami. Obviously, we'd have to be very aggressive about that in this day and age, and I think even more so because of COVID. We know what's going to happen with the state coffers, right? We know Washington's going to have to deal with this in a much larger sense. So, from a housing standpoint, if we can't capitalize, we can't create an investment fund locally, we're going to have difficulty attracting money from more traditional sources. But we think because of who Miami is, we can attract philanthropic dollars into that capital fund. Now, obviously, there would have to be money coming from other sources, traditional sources.
So can you tell me, remind me, refresh my memory, what that amount was?
The total amount of the philanthropic contribution?
Yes.
I think I think the goal was somewhere between, I want to say 300 to 500,000 towards the
million.
That'd be
Million.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes, million.
That's right. Okay.
So in your plan, pre-COVID, you think it's realistic for Miami to attract between $300 and $500 million in philanthropic contribution to this plan that you have in mind?
Well, I think we have to go for it, and I think there's only a few cities in the country that could do it. San Francisco's been fairly successful. You know, New York has done similar thing. I think Miami has.
Well, how much has San Francisco done?
In terms of housing units?
And philanthropic contributions to a housing plan. How much has San Francisco done?
I don't have those numbers.
Well, you mentioned San Francisco, so I figured you knew the numbers.
Yeah.
New York, you mentioned New York.
Yeah.
So what were those?
All I'm saying is they've used this capital layer approach that we're talking about.
But you don't know the number. You're coming before us today, and you did a study that cost $110,000, and you don't have those numbers.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're coming before us today. You're talking about a significant philanthropic contribution to your housing plan that we paid for you to do. And you don't have the numbers of other cities, the actual dollars that other cities received in philanthropic contributions to a housing plan. And you throw out a very large number, a $300 to $500 million number, and you think that's realistic. And what do you base that realism, that assessment on? Where has it happened before? Wait, let me finish the question, please. Where has it happened before? And how do you think we're going to make that happen here?
I don't think we have a choice, Commissioner.
It's not about a choice. No, it's not about a choice. It's a very specific question. It's about you made an assessment and you drew a conclusion. It's got to be based. You didn't pull it from the air, right? You based, I hope, right? You based it on something. On what did you base it?
Well, first of all, the plan is your plan. We did this for you. This is your plan. It's not FIU's We worked with the community, we worked with the commissioners, we worked with the staff. This plan needs to be your plan. Now that's an aggressive goal. I will say that that's an aggressive goal, but it's absolutely critical.
This is not my, this is,
aggressive about this.
Mr. Murray, I'm sorry. This is not our plan. We contracted you and your metropolitan center to do it for us, to give us a plan. Otherwise, we wouldn't have paid you $110,000, right? Or whatever the amount was. So we contracted you to come up with a plan. We expected, I wasn't around at the time, but the commission and the body, the city did it. I probably would have done the same thing. I mean, I would expect a good plan. We need to have a plan. You're a respected institute, and I'm not saying I wouldn't have done the same thing, but I don't like the result that I'm getting. Because if you're telling me that you have a $300 to $500 million component, a philanthropic component, and I'm not going to talk about the rest of the plan, which I think is fatally flawed. That's why we're not going to have that debate today, because this is not FIU Metropolitan bashing day. But I do want to talk about this part of it, because that's the part that sticks out like a sore thumb. It's kind of like so unrealistic from this a common sense perspective. And if it's not, and I'm wrong, I could be wrong, tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me what other city has done it. Tell me where you came up with that, how and where you came up with that number, and how you plan, it's your plan that you sold to us, how that plan is feasible and realistic, as you said. Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you did do the research and you went to other cities and you found that San Francisco did this, and you don't have the numbers, but maybe you can look them up. Somehow you came up with this number. Where did that number come from? Do you think that's a fair question?
Well, it's a fair question, but we have to understand that it was understood, certainly in our discussion, in our knowledge of how we approach affordable housing these days with the lack of state and federal money, that we have to figure out innovative ways to create affordable housing fund. And philanthropic capital into affordable housing and other social issues has been increasing exponentially over the last decade or so.
Tell me where, but tell me where.
About it.
Tell me where.
It's an aggressive goal. It's an aggressive.
No, Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray, tell me where. Give me a number and give me the city or the county or the state, and tell me where and how much, so we know we're talking about realistic numbers.
I can certainly provide that. But what I'm saying is, and I think it was always the intent of the plan, was we had a sense of the level of capital that we would need, and we set a goal like any other fund that gets set up. You set a goal and you go after it, but that's at that point it's up to the city to try to market it. And I think you can be successful.
I believe that, but so basically you said we need $1 billion. This is what we could really get. And then the other $500 million, well, it's going to fall from the sky. Because if you can't give me a realistic plan of how other municipalities or counties or parishes have done throughout the country to reach that goal, what methodologies they've used, what institutions, what nonprofits, what foundations they've reached out to. Because it's not only we need to get to $500 million, it's how do we get to the $500 million? And that's what the plan should provide to the city. Hey, by the way, the Rockefeller Foundation does this. This guy does that, that company does that, and that's what Microsoft does that, Bill Gates Foundation does that, and we get there. But I haven't seen, I went through your plan when it was initially proposed, I haven't seen, except mentioning of some names, I haven't seen specific numbers of what they've done in other places. Because if I know, if our city manager knows, if our commissioners know, if our mayor knows that, hey, the Rockefeller Foundation did this in Detroit and Gates Foundation did this in Seattle, we know that at least we can reach out to them and have a realistic expectation. But to say it costs $1 billion, I'm just throwing out a number. It costs $1 billion to get there. These are the realistic mechanisms to get to 400 million or 500 million, and the other 500 million is going to come from the sky. That's not a plan. That's a fairy tale.
Look at the plan.
It's a fairy tale.
The plan in Haiti. The plan that the Clinton Foundation had in Haiti.
So to answer the question,
Commissioner.
I want to hear an answer to the question. Where did you come up with that number, and is there a plan to reach out to these organizations to get there?
Well, the plan starts with this plan starts with what any plan would do. You first determine your capital need, right? And then you come up with a capital layer plan, which has been used in multiple cities. Capital layers have been around for decades.
Where?
All we're saying is that the philanthropic contribution to this investment fund could be considerable because of where philanthropic capital is going these days. Now, actually, if I had gone and said the Ford Foundation or the Rockefeller Foundation, then I would be, I think, where'd you come up with those numbers? No, the point is you have the most unaffordable city in the United States. The numbers that we're talking about are, there's no other numbers like that in the country in terms of unaffordability.
We know
we
the
have
problem.
to be aggressive. We have to be aggressive. We have to set goals that are very aggressive. We have to have a vision. The whole idea of this plan was to create a vision for the city and then to aggressively market the plan.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to close with this. I'm not going to belabor the point, if you allow me. We know the problem. We went to you for the solution. So have to have a keen eye for the obvious. We know what the problem is. We know the problem. I've asked you 3 different ways.
Well, if you know the problem, if you know the problem,
I'm not finished.
If you
Mr. Murray, you have to allow him to finish his statement, okay? Mr. Murray, you're muted, so no one can hear you. We're going to have the senator finish the statement, and then I'm going to unmute you.
It's a statement, it's a statement with the question asked the 4th time.
Okay.
On what did you base? What city? What foundation did you base the conclusion that we can get to $300 to $500 million in philanthropic contributions to help our housing crisis in Miami? You have to have gotten it from somewhere. I hope you got it from somewhere. Where did you get it from? I've asked you the question 4 times. In 4 different ways.
Well, I didn't know that we were debating the plan.
It's not a debate. It's a question.
Well, it sounds like you are debating it, Commissioner. With all due respect, you're debating the plan, a plan that
I'm not debating the plan. I'm asking you a question. What's the answer? I'll be quiet and let you answer. What did you base it on?
If you would like some hard data on the philanthropic contribution, we can provide that.
Anytime soon? Because we've been talking about this for 8 months. I thought you were going to provide that today in your presentation.
No, we were never asked to provide that.
All right, well, I'm asking you now. Can you give me a timeline when you can provide that data for us?
We can get that for you in the next week. Sure, in the next week.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Through the chair.
Recognize.
If I don't remember wrong, Mr. Murray, I think that plan that you were, and which rightfully so, Commissioner Diaz-de la Portilla is asking, what you suggested is that we use the $100 million and then create an investment fund, right? Housing investment fund. And from using that as a base, that we could go and request more funds from other areas. But Mr. Diaz de la Portilla, it is right. We don't have a roadmap. We don't have a plan that says, okay, you do this, and that's what I would like to see, just like him. I would like to see it, and I would say the roadmap said, look, this is the steps that you have to take. Use this amount of money and this amount of money, and then you will build on it by asking from a philanthropic institution such and blah, 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 as it was done in other areas. But we don't know any other areas that have been done, and that's what Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla has been asking, and we haven't gotten any answer. I mean, how can we copy and follow the actions taken by some other cities and raise money for affordable housing? It is very simple. You see, if that has been done before, you see, we need to know how to do it, because I don't know how to do it because I haven't researched it. I mean, I probably I should have, but I haven't researched it. And but we don't know, neither any one of the commissioners, and that's a very valid question. How do we get there? I mean, which door do we have to knock, and what is the requirement for those doors to open? I mean, it is a very valid question, and we haven't, and with all due respect, we haven't gotten the answer. And that's what I would like to hear. Just, I think that every single commission, we want to get some directions or some suggestions of what to do if we need to raise $500 million. Well, how do we do it? I mean, who has done it before, and what was the initial step to it? Maybe we will agree on following that methodology. That's fine. If or not, we will say no. We won't be able to do it, or we will be, I don't know. Because right now, if we Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla, Carollo, Hardeman, and the mayor, we pick up the phone and we call the Gate Foundation and we tell them, listen, we need $500 million. I mean, what do you have in place? I mean, it is not as easy as that. You see, in its methodology, we have to create the institution that those funds are going to come, and how do we create those institutions? That is basically, I don't know if I'm wrong, Mr. Diaz-La Portilla, but basically I think that's what you're asking. You see, that is, and it is a very valid question.
Yeah, I think we start with and thank you, Commissioner. I think we start with the understanding of establishing an investment fund to begin with. And investment funds have been around for a long, long time. Some are more successful than others. So I think we start with that concept. Do we need an investment fund? Can we leverage that with what we have, and whether the sources of capital to layer that, to capitalize that fund? Those are the questions that we had as we were doing the plan. And obviously there was, I think, real consensus that we needed an investment fund because we don't have enough money. Even with the $100 million bond issue, that would never be enough. So your questions are fine. I think it's just an understanding of how you capitalize that fund. You got to remember, the plan also called for a management component to this, because someone's going to have to actually manage the fund and market it, and that's going to take some work. And we talked about that. That's not going to be FIU, certainly. That's going to be the city or some quasi-city agency. But as far as the specifics of other investment funds that have capital layers, yes, we can provide that data.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman.
And
Recognize Commissioner Carollo and then Vice Chairman Wilson.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, I'm up to here with all these workshops. I was going to say something, but I want to be politically nice and correct. I haven't heard anything in the first workshop, in the one before that, and so far in this one, that I could not have told you guys and not have charged you a penny. If you really want to see what we could do and the magic we could create, give me an hour. I'll give you a workshop that's going to lay it out to you exactly where we need to go without all the BS of all these bureaucrats and failed plans that we're taking from San Francisco or, wherever we're getting them from. The one thing that we have to learn is that we cannot keep creating and building ghettos. And for the most part, rental units, with the amount of buildings that we need to, apartments that we need to create, is what it does. And people, it's been proven time and time again, will not take care of a rental unit like they would if they owned it. What happens with $500 million if you're going to create rental units? Well, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen with it. If we go at it the right way, you could build at the very least 5,000 units with it. If you go at it the way that has been traditionally done here, you might get 300 units that are going to be built. Excuse me, 3,000 units that are going to be built. The problem that we have in Miami is one of greed. Developers have created all these cheap units. Just look at most of the units that have been built in downtown Miami. They're cheap units. All you have to do is step into Coral Gables and you see a difference in the architect and everything else. And that's right next door to us. These units don't cost much more than the units that we could build. They cost more because they're much higher. So the higher you go, the minute you go over 8, 10 stories, it increases the cost tremendously more. And, you know, they have the marble, they have the fancy wood and everything else. But the actual shells, you know, it's the same cost for sheetrock, for plain doors, for plain kitchen cabinets. It's the same cost. Now, my estimates are that we can build, without a doubt, for $125 a square foot, and probably less. I'm throwing another $25 a square foot if we have to buy land, which in some of our district, it'll be cheaper than that. In some, it'll be about right. But frankly, in all of our districts, with the exception of maybe District 2, 25 would be more than enough for a square foot for land that we could buy. So I'm looking at the highest amount of $150 a square foot land and to build. The difference is if you go so that people could be the owners of their own condos, their own apartments. Every couple of years, once you put those mortgages out, we get our money back and we start again. If you build to rent, outside of all the problems and more that the rental philosophy has created, we're going to be sitting and waiting for a long, long time to get additional money back. Creating a fund, it could be a fund in many different ways. In fact, right now we could go to different hedge funds that could raise money for us. That's one route that we could go. It's not hard. In today's market, with a lot of the types of people that have money and the mentality that some of them have to do good, you give them a 3%, 3.5%, which is good money in today's market interest rate. We'll have them line up to invest in our fund. And then if we do some additional events, you know, we would have all the money that we need, much more than $500 million. My biggest problem right now is that I've had a previous manager that didn't do crap during the time that he was here, except come in late and leave very early. So I wasted 2 years since he was here, and we didn't accomplish anything in housing. And I'm sorry again, Commissioner Reyes, when you wanted to wring his head in one meeting, that I intervened trying to give the man an opportunity to come up with a real plan. Nothing ever came, just workshops and workshops. Now, I understand the present manager, the minute that he came on board, he faced a tremendous crisis. But I've given him locations that we own the land already, that we could begin, that we could have shovels in the ground before the end of this year. And I really would like this manager to move and get the things done that we need to. If I'm given the opportunity, I will deliver on the 12,000 units that the mayor promised, the I don't know how many thousands that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla promised, and the original 10 that I talked about when I ran. But this bureaucratic system that we have in this city, nobody gives a crap about the residents and truly finding housing for them. The bureaucrats that we have, all they care about is getting their paycheck and going home. And waiting for the next commissioner that gets elected or gets turned out. But they're still going to be here collecting that paycheck and still going to be talking about the housing crisis that we have. And please, Mr. Clerk, put this for history, because these kind of workshops are the same ones we're going to be getting time and time again, people telling us about the problem that everybody knows that we have. So what I want to do is move forward. I know what needs to be done. I don't need anybody else telling me what the big plan is. I know what the plan is. But none of you that sit in this wonderful executive office have any idea what it's like, because none of you live in the middle 0.0 like I do, like some of us do, and see how people are suffering day to day and the needs that they have. In order for a portion of our population to get mortgages, they really don't need much of our help, because they could go through conventional loans. They could go to different programs for first-time home buyers. We could even bring in, for a percentage of that, HUD. But there's a big chunk of our population that will not qualify for a traditional loan. And those are the ones that we need to help through investors coming in and putting money into our fund for the mortgages. Because then we create whatever criteria we want for them to qualify. And basically, as long as we know that someone has a sufficient income, we could give the opportunity for 90+% of our population to be able to own their own home at rates that are going to be more or less the same, maybe even less than what they're paying in rent, in living in rat-infested, roach-infested, broken-down apartments today. So, gentlemen, if any of you see fit anytime soon to give me an hour and a half, I'll run you through the plan. I'll run you with numbers. I'll show you where in my district we could begin. Maybe some of you would identify lands that we have already in each of your districts, and we can spread it out in the city. And I guarantee you it will work. But I need the administration, through the manager, to help me begin with the first 500 at least units, first 1,000 units that we have identified land that we own already. I don't want to be here and my first term expired and we're still talking about all these wonderful ideas and the needs that we have. Well, this is why I ran, because I knew the needs that we had and I had a plan on how to fix it. And I didn't need $110,000 to create it. If not, gentlemen, frankly, I'm better off going to Shangri-La. I guarantee you, I can build a lot more houses there real quick for people that need it. And the difference there is that while I'm helping them, I'll also make money for myself. Here, I only will be doing it for the people of Miami. But it's very frustrating to see that the administration, no matter who comes in, who goes out, the revolving door, it's the same thing. It's always the bureaucratic red tape, the big plans, the needs. And the only way that we put money out is to developers that want 50% more units to be built. And they're going to promise us workforce housing. BS are going to promise us workforce housing. What they're going to be doing is gentrifying all of our neighborhoods. The people that live in the city of Miami are going to get another kick in the butt. So they have no place to live, or they're going to die in the crap hole that they've been living in and nobody cares about. Like I just recently had one person with his wife that I was told that died in the last year. And we're still going to be talking about all this and doing nothing about it. So, Chair, if you would see fit to ask the manager maybe to give me an hour sometime before my first term expires so that I can give you guys a real plan. I'd be happy to resolve this quickly, and it won't cost you a penny.
Can I respond to something real quick, if I may, Mr. Chair? So I know it may seem like this is more bureaucracy, Commissioner, and I don't want you to look at it through that prism, but when I've talked to each of the commissioners specifically about how to address affordable housing and the philosophical perspectives, there are a lot of differences amongst the elected officials. From AMI allocations to home ownership versus rental, everybody sees it a little different. So unless we get everybody on the same page or with a somewhat of a common thread, it puts our ability to move a plan in place forward. So the purpose of this wasn't to have a workshop and to identify, to have more conversation. It was actually to get some direction, right? So the absolute truth to this is that we allocated $100 million as per a bond issue. We spent a portion of it already. There's a remaining portion of it, and there needs to be a plan in terms of how we're going to spend it. And whether it's true affordable, whether it's workforce housing, whatever the priorities are, the ones that dictate that are the 5 elected officials that are in this meeting, not me, right? And so I need some direction from this group. But right now, there are a lot of different perspectives on how to address that. And unless we get some consensus, right, we're going to be stuck in neutral for the foreseeable future. So that was the purpose of having this meeting in particular, was to actually get some guidance from the elected body, because absent that, and if there's 5 different perspectives on how to handle this, we're not going to make any progress.
Mr. Chair, after Commissioner Rosso, I'd like to say a few things additional. I don't want to belabor the point, but I know Commissioner Rosso has his hand.
Commissioner Rosso, you recognize, and then remember, gentlemen, we have have more speakers that
I'll keep it short, I promise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Murray, you can hear the frustration within all the commissioners' voices. This crisis is it's palpable to us because we've been put in place. We've been elected to help solve this crisis, and we're just not seeing the forward motion that we need to. The bond was passed years ago already. We fought to get that bond passed. I have a couple questions, and that may help us here, because I think, and I can't speak for the other commissioners, but it felt like this concept of a fund was on a track, and then at some point we got off that track. And I think these commissioners are worried that if we create this fund, one, we cede control on decision making. We take ourselves out of the equation to where we can help influence our district in the way we know best. And it's not just about development philosophy for affordable housing, it's how we know our neighborhoods as well and what they need. And so I'd like to know if there's a way to create that fund where the commission can still retain and say so on the project list. And the reason I want to say this is because it would be a shame to only deal with $100 million divided amongst the commissioners, and we could get a couple projects done each and it'll be gone. It'll be gone tomorrow. It would be so much better if we could leverage that money and stack it. But I think if we are given the binary choice of a long-term plan with no control that stacks to a greater number that we don't see the fruits of for a while, versus taking what we can now, bird in the hand, and implementing it, we're going to go with the latter. So I'd love to hear if there's a way that we can create this fund that has the flexibility to keep the commission in the driver's seat of the decision-making process. At the end of the day, they can make recommendations, they can manage the money, they can attract the investors and the banks. But at the end of the day, that project list has to come back to this commission. Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, I think you raise a very good point, Commissioner. We really have 2 time periods here. We have a pre-COVID housing crisis. Now we have a post-COVID one that's even more so. If we were having this discussion that we had some months ago, post-COVID, we'd be talking about the investment fund in a different way. I mean, you're on to something there. We thought we had some flexibility even back then to create the fund and capitalize it over a 10-year period. And we thought there's some leveraging could take place fairly quickly. Not saying 300 to 500 billion from philanthropy right away, but over time, as well as corporations, all the other layers that we would be aggressively going after to help capitalize it. And we're very confident in that. I think post-COVID, given the numbers that we're looking at, I think we absolutely have to have flexibility. Creating the investment fund is one thing, and that's why I brought that up again. I think I don't think we have a choice not to do that, because we know that, as we've said many times, the money's just not going to be there from the federal government or the state. And if we don't create our own investment fund with whatever financial resources we can bring to the table, then that's great. But we have an emergency situation right now. We have an emergency situation going on in all your districts. So we have to be able to address that. And I think we can. I think we need, based upon the data that you have for your districts, based on more information that we've been able to put together since we last talked, relative to which neighborhoods have the highest concentrations of job loss in certain occupations, also renters. We can begin to really think about, a more flexible and rapid response to the situation that's out there right now. We don't have time to wait. I totally agree with that. But that's not to say we don't create the fund. Maybe it's a lot lesser amount, or maybe we put off that city contribution for a while, but just creating the fund, capitalizing it, getting it going, because this is a long-term deal. This is a 10-year deal. I hope that answers your question.
So your answer is we can create a fund where the commission still has decision-making control over projects.
That's right.
If that's the case, then I would still be in favor of creating this fund and just not letting it slow down our ability to move forward, but hopefully to track something that we leverage. It won't be maybe the 5 times over that we were hoping for, but it's better than nothing, and it's better than seeing our money, get spent too quickly and not getting the end result we really need. Thank you. That does answer my question.
You're very welcome.
Senator, you're recognized.
It's just a very quick point, because I looked it up when the other commissioner was speaking. So the San Francisco Housing Accelerator Fund is a $200 million endeavor that promises to build 1,500 units over a 5-year period. $200 million, 1,500 units, 5 years. The San Francisco Housing Accelerator Fund, build or rehab. That's $133,000 per unit. That's the kind of numbers we're talking about. $100 million is the tip of the iceberg where we need to solve our problems, which is what Commissioner Carollo spoke about during his campaign and what he promises to do. And it's a good goal. It's a realistic goal, but we have to figure out how we get to 10,000 units over a period of time. We talked about it during our campaign also. Mayor Suarez spoke about it during his campaign. Every commissioner here has spoken about this issue because it's the #1 issue in the city of Miami. But to see the magnitude of the problem, you cited San Francisco. That's why I'm using that example of San Francisco, Mr. Murray. A $200 million fund, an investment fund. I don't want to go to the details of how they're funding it. It's a different conversation. To build 1,500 units. And we're talking in Miami about building 12,000 to 15,000 units, 10 times as many units, almost. And so that's the magnitude. The fact that this 2 points to Commissioner Rosso's point, yes, an investment fund makes sense to me as long as the commission controls it, so that we can do what he hates that I say this, but the redistribution of wealth throughout the city of Miami that we need to do to build it in the right places for the people that really need it, so they can be close to the services they need. The challenge, and I agree with the Commissioner Carollo, the workshops are important because we have conversations. I agree with him that there's a time to stop the workshops and to take action. So what we expect from these workshops, what I expect from these workshops is that the manager comes to us and says, this is what I propose. This is the way we're going to get there. This is what we think, how I think we should do it. After consulting with all the experts, our FIU Metropolitan Center that we contracted to give us their opinion, our our journal experts and you come to us, Mr. Manager, you tell us, this is what I think we should do. So we can have a real debate. And we can then you're right, every commissioner has a different perspective. We're right in some cases, we're wrong in other cases. But we can put all that together. We can only put that together when we have a plan. And then we can say, let's amend the plan, let's have this, let's take this away from it. What's the total, actual numbers, realistic numbers. There's no realism whatsoever in 300 million to 500 million of philanthropic contributions to this effort. That's not going to happen. 100 million is probably not going to happen either, right? So we have to figure out if it's going to happen, if we want to strive for that, and you make that part of your plan, Mr. Manager, then you tell us, and they did it this way in Detroit, they did it this way in Seattle, they did it this way in New York, they did it this way in Austin, Texas. And that's how I propose that we do it here. So a realistic step-by-step process, how we get from A to B to C, all the way to the end, right? How we do it, not what all the ideas are. We all have great ideas. Everyone I think agrees that home ownership is better than rental. Everyone agrees to the number of units we need to build. Everyone agrees that it's the number one crisis facing our city. So we know what the problem is. We're all very clear on the problem, but no one's come before us like what happened when I was in the Senate. This is what we're proposing. Either the governor had a proposal or the Senate president had a proposal, and then we will go back and forth on that specific proposal. We have a piece of paper that has everything, and this is what we agree on and we don't agree on. We amend, we don't amend, and we move forward. But the workshops don't lead to that. The last workshop, this workshop, will this one lead to a proposal, another meeting that says the manager comes before us and what he says, this is what I have before you. Take it or leave it or amend it. That's the way to do it. And that's
can I ask a question? Can I ask a question just because
but I mean, you have, Mr. Manager, you had individual meetings with every single commissioner on this issue. I've spoken to you about it. I know you've told me the other commissioners have spoken to you about it. Everyone has an idea how to do this, their own idea, right? It's your job to bring those ideas together in consultation with our mayor and say, all right, these are all the ideas. This I can mesh them and present them to you as one comprehensive, well thought out plan. That's what I'm striving to get to. If I don't get there, then we don't get there. But we can solve it with everybody having a different idea. And I agree with Commissioner Carollo. If he has ideas, I'll give him the hour and a half today for him to give us his ideas or next meeting. And Commissioner Reyes, I know, has ideas. During my campaign, we spoke about many of them. And you know, I haven't had many conversations with you, Commissioner Russell, but you know, I've heard you make public statements about what your ideas are. And so if we can put all that together into one plan and the manager comes before us, then we have something to really vote on and move forward and really move the needle instead of just talking about how we move the needle and talking about the fact that we need to move the needle.
Mr. Manager.
So you made a statement which was everybody would prefer home ownership to rental. That's never been communicated to me, not once. So that's the point I'm trying to make. You just made a statement, right? Aside from one specific commissioner, Commissioner Carollo, that has never been discussed at a public forum like this and agreed to by the body.
That's not true. That's not true, Commissioner. That's not true. Commissioner Carollo, maybe you don't remember, or maybe you hadn't gotten here yet, but I think it was the second meeting. Maybe it was my second or maybe third meeting. Commissioner Carollo has spoken about home ownership at least twice that I remember. And I heard him in a commission meeting.
But I'm not saying he hasn't spoken about it. It's been his priority from the very beginning. What I said is that as a group, as the elected body, there has never been a directive to say that is the priority, develop a plan around.
Excuse me.
That was the purpose of having this discussion today, is to create a prioritization for where you want that focus to be. And then let us come up and then let us execute that plan, put that plan together. But I need direction. I need a consensus amongst the elected body.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
If I can address the manager.
Please.
And what Commissioner Diaz-Portilla stated. There was a meeting before this manager came, as the commissioner stated, where in essence, we took a vote of what we wanted. And that vote was for $250 million that the city of Miami And I'm talking 250, if I remember.
Yep.
Was the amount. For construction loans to build for housing. And we spoke about housing that would get mortgages and we would get our money back. So in essence, when that vote was taken, it was an approval to move forward on home ownership once we brought what plans we had to the commission and they would approve that. And how was it supposed to work? Once we identified where we were going to build and we brought the plan back to the commission would approve the amount for that particular project. That was $250 million, so that we could borrow the construction funds from the institution that would give us the best rates. Once it would be built, we brought in the tenants from within the city of Miami, because that's one of the things we talked about. Miami for Miamians. Then we would get our money back. And whatever interest rates during the construction time, the city would have paid, that would be incorporated into the final price of the unit. So that's there. And we have $250 million for construction loans that the commission approved.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I also want to state that the homeownership and rentals, they are not mutually exclusive. See, we need rentals and we need to provide homeownership. And we have talked about homeownership since day one and rentals since day one. And I've been hearing all of this and all the discussion that we are going through. And I have here a document from the local institute for local government, in which very clearly describes what a home trust fund, a housing trust fund, really how can it be implemented and what it does. You see, I know, and I am one that believes that if we divide the whatever millions of dollars that we have, it might be. It won't be as useful as we do a trust fund and use those funds as gap financing of certain developers that we can loan it. Or we can grant it according to whatever, what we consider better. And also, maybe we can attract some of that philanthropic contributions. I've been reading the Amazon, for example, contributed $300 million someplace. And also other Bill Gates have contributed also. And maybe we can go that route. I think what it is important in this workshop is define what are we going to do. You see, it doesn't matter how much we ask and how much we discuss about the need, and we all know the need. We all know what it is needed. Now, how are we going to best use that $100 million or whatever is left in the city of Miami? Are we going to? I heard yesterday when I was being briefed by the housing department that it was stated before the question was placed in the ballot that there's a disposition that we have to divide this according to by district, according to the allocation of community development funds. I don't know if that's true. or that's the way that it is. But I think that the most important thing here is we have to determine how are we going to best use those funds. Are we going to, everybody is going to get their piece of the pie and use them according to how they see fit? Or are we going to keep it together, form a housing trust fund, start leveraging that fund, and also we have to dictate, we have to analyze and identify the uses that it can be, those funds are going to be, how are we going to allocate this to developers, or if we are going to build it ourselves, which I think it would be totally inefficient. But that is what I think it is, the purpose of this. And the only fruitful, I would say, outcome will be getting out of here with a directive to the administration on what do we want to do. You see, what do we want to do? I know that we're going to hear about everybody, a lot of experts, and the cost of land. How are we going to, and the cost of construction and all that. I know, Mr. Carollo, that you had stated since day one, that you have knowledge of building at a rate, at a cost which is substantially lower what some people are charging here. And I believe you. But what are we going to do? Are we going to create a housing trust fund? Are we going to, and also, I will suggest, if we create a housing trust fund, we need a revenue source, that will, keep funds coming. And that is our challenge. Are we going to build our trust fund, and at the same time, we are going to identify certain, what type of revenues, source of revenues, they're going to be earmarked for that fund, that fund is going to be used in affordable housing development by, gap financing the gap of certain people with the restrictions that we can place on it. Maybe we can build it ourselves if we have it. We have the land on all of that. There's a lot of things that we can do, but we can go and ask for philanthropists that to come and donate money. And more important, it is determine a source of funds that will nourish this trust fund. And I think that will be better than us dividing the pie and me getting, let's say, $18 million and taking it to District 5. You see, I might be able to do one or two projects if I do it myself. You see, if I do it myself. And the same goes for the other commissioners. But if we create a trust fund, and that's my honest opinion, if we create a trust fund, maybe we can do it. And this is what we have to decide. We have, in my opinion, what we have to do is give directive to the manager to see how do we best use this and come with different alternatives. And that's it.
I'll say this, right? That day that we made that I made the motion, well, Ken Russell actually might have made the motion. I might have requested it because I probably was chairing at the time. And so there's two of us that are here today that voted for it. That's Commissioner Russell and then myself. Commissioner Carollo, your brother at that time, he voted against it. Our mayor, Francis Suarez, he voted against it. And then we had your predecessor, senator that voted for it, which was Commissioner Willie Gordon. And at the time, when I increased the bond from $20 million to $100 million in affordable housing, part of in the minutes reflected, part of the deal in doing this was that each of the commissioners will have the ability to decide how they want to spend the affordable housing dollars according to their district. what made best for them. That was part of the sale. That was part of the reason why we understood that we want to go together. And I'm telling you that to say this. Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Godoyo, Commissioner Russell, and even Commissioner Diaz-Portilla. If you all want to, for instance, put all your money together and create a housing trust fund, you can do that. You can do that. And then you can find ways to put housing within all of your districts as one plan. I mean, you're all free to do that. As the commissioner represents District 5, I had other plans. And that was part of the reason why we wanted to, that's why we made the allocations according to the CDBG guidelines. So that one, we knew that where there was need, that need was filled accordingly. And then two, so that each commissioner could have the ability to fill their need as they saw fit. So if Commissioner Carollo would have been on the dais at that time, he would have most definitely spoke about homeownership and creating a housing trust fund to provide ownership for families, and then get the money back as we sold each property so that we can continue to build more things. I mean, that makes a lot of good sense. All of your ideas make a lot of good sense. What I want to steer away from, at least for now, and then I want to get into the rest of the meeting too, because remember, we have people that are waiting on us in the private sector to give us some of their words. But I want to remind everyone, rather, that if there is agreement between 2 districts, 3 districts, or 4 districts about how they want to combine their funds to create
a trust fund,
to create something to create a product for their communities, then I mean they're all well in their right to do that. What I would hate to see is for someone to create a policy for a district necessarily that they don't represent, where their need may be a little different. And I think that kind of steps on the toes of each of us. And that's all that I'm saying. So I understand where everyone is going. I think we can all get what we want out of this if we just be fair to each other. I want to recognize Commissioner Russell. You had to say the person, and Commissioner Reyes, you're next.
Sure. No, I just wanted to answer, sir. I want to answer because I think you misunderstood me. What I'm saying is that what we have to decide in this meeting is how are we going to move forward? How are we going to move forward? If we are going to follow the intent, the intent of this, a bond issue as it was placed on the ballot, that every commissioner is going to get a share of it, or if we are going to leave it together in a trust fund. I think that is logically what we have to. I mean, we have to decide. And the amount that everybody is going to receive. Because it doesn't matter how much we hear about the cost of construction and all of that. And the end of the matter is that what are we going to do with those money? You see? And then, according to what I'm hearing, it's going to give you the ability or the power for you to use the funds in District 5 at creating the housing that you think they are needed and using it as you see fit. And the same thing could happen in District 4 and District 3 or District 2 or District 1. And that is basically what I'm seeing, that we are going into that direction. And as you said if commissioners are free to put their allocation together and create a trust fund, that is up to us. But what I'm saying is that we are just going around, and basically what we have to decide is that, you see, and we have a lot of people. We are discussing something that we don't have no control of it. You see, I mean, let's just get. I'm not trying to set a rule that we create this trust fund, because that's my opinion, but my opinion has no bearing on the decision that we are going to make, because that decision was made before. You see,
yes, sir.
That it was made before. So this is it. I mean, what I think that Commissioner Carollo, Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, and myself, what we want to see is action. How are we going to use it? When are we going to receive it? And what are the conditions for us to be able to either bring developers into our district and tell them, "Hey, listen, how much money you need, and we can gap finance. I have $2 million here that we are going to finance your gap in exchange for whatever it is." You see, and that's. I mean, excuse me, my fellow commissioners, but I think that is the main reason that we're here.
Commissioner Russell? You're muted, sir.
You're muted.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're in your last couple meetings here now, and you bringing up that moment reminds me of one of my favorite memories of working with you was that moment when we made that vote, because we had failed to put the bond forward on the ballot the year before. And in that very meeting, I had thought Commissioner Gort was going to be the swing vote. But when you actually made your vote conditional to basically quintupling the allocated amount for affordable housing, I just smiled because I knew you could do it because we had the bonding capacity, and I was absolutely with you. And here we are. So I really believe this is going to be your legacy. This bond and it's being administered and spent properly is in great part because of your actions that day. I believe there is a hybrid possibility here for this fund and the allocation of the monies. And I think we can make a decision on that today because we're thinking in this binary either or. We can set these rules. And just like we can make that fund come and answer to us with regard to project allocation, we can also create a fund without saying that we're ceding our ability to focus a specific amount on our district. I do believe we can still divide the fund by the CDBG amount, and those percentages are available to all of you. As you know, I'm the smallest percentage of that. But my district has the highest right now demolition, eviction, and gentrification displacement pressures because it's in surrounded by market rate wealth. So I have a big task to try to preserve neighborhoods in my district as well. We're not thinking about philosophies here. Any one of the five of us are thinking about specific neighborhoods, specific streets, specific churches, CDCs, affordable housing developers, landowners who have prospective plans and projects. So I don't think that creating a fund that just spends all the money in one lump in one place or another on a couple projects is the right way to go. But I don't believe we should not create the fund. I would like to create the fund. And that's going to be my recommendation today, that we create the fund, retain decision-making ability as commissioners, put all the money into that fund. Well, it stays in the general fund, and it's simply a seed to attract investment from banks and their CRA funds and things like that. Create the stack, whatever's possible. But as each of us has a project to move forward on, there's a running tally what's taken out of that fund and goes to a project. And once we hit that limit of whatever that CDBG amount is, we're going to have to come back to this commission if we think we've got an idea that we want more, because most likely the other commissioners have ideas for theirs too. So that would be my recommendation, that we create the fund, we retain decision-making control, we keep a running tally of the division of funds by district, and we move forward giving direction for action on projects, RFPs, whatever's necessary as quickly as possible. I'd love to hear what the others think about that.
Let's hear from Commissioner Carollo, and then I'll refer to you, Mr. Manager.
Look, whether we divide up the dollars into each of our districts, or we put it into a pot, one thing doesn't have to go with the other, or it could. You could create a fund without having to put all the money in there. Or you could create a fund with putting all the money in there. My biggest, how can I put it politely? I do want to be very polite today. What amazes me is that we keep hearing about this fund that we're going to bring all this money. But all I'm hearing is about the motor. The motor of a vehicle is what I consider the cash to build homes. But you can't do anything with a motor unless you have the chassis of the car, the seats, the brakes, the steering wheel, the tires, and you can't begin in trying to create any kind of fund, whether you call it a trust fund in many of its versions, or you call it a housing authority in many of its versions, or any other type of organization that you might want to create. And there are many others that you can use as samples out there. You can't do it without creating what structure you're going to have ahead of time. That's the first thing that would have to be done before you try to go out there and get money. Now, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. If the manager would be so kind, and, you know, even if he wants to keep me, egging me on and not do anything, you know, humor me. I'll do it on my own. I'm going to bring before you a plan, and if the city can't do it for me, I'll get people in the private sector to calculate for me how many units I could build in some of the properties we have. I'm going to give you drawings of what it might look like. And if no meetings want to be made with others that we're supposed to have, I'll try to create it myself. If not, I'll bring it before you. And then I'm going to ask you for dollars, not from the bond money. And I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to ask you for dollars in the bond money. Because no matter what we do here today, or next day, or the following day, by the time we get those bonds out and we have them in hand, it might be at least a year or more. So I can't do anything today with it. And I don't want to wait until the end of next year so we can put the shovels in the ground. I want to do it this year. So I'm going to bring you a plan so that you guys can vote it up and down. And based on the resolution that this commission approved for up to $250 million, that we could go out and borrow from lending institutions for construction loans.
That's good. Mr. Chairman.
And in all due respect, I will be following the charter because I'll be bringing you something that I, as the commissioner, someone elected, can do. If the manager wants to jump on board and be helpful, he can do it. If he doesn't want to jump on board and be helpful, then he could get out of the heck out of the way and let me bring it to you. And then if all of you or part of you don't want to approve anything like this, that's fine. I did all that I could to get real housing here in a way that's going to be meaningful, and that we could have a revolving door with that money to our community. I did all that I could, but I can't do more.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to make a little history here. When we first got here, we got Commissioner Carollo and myself, we proposed housing authority. You see, remember housing fund? And one of the suggestions that I made at the time was that we have this inclusionary type of this program that we, in exchange for additional density of or additional height or more additional building, that we were going to receive an X percentage of units, and which the majority are 140% of AMI. And I said, in lieu of that, we should receive a cash contribution to the housing authority that Commissioner Carrillo and I would propose. As a matter of fact, I think we voted on it, the Commissioner Carrillo, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. And that will be a stream of income to any trust or you can call it the trust fund, you can call it whatever, but that housing authority is the one that is, I mean, the coffers are going to be replenished by that stream of income, and we can find all the type of revenues, I mean, that are related to construction, that it will come to that housing authority, and from there, any one of us, if we have a project that it is, I mean, we can use those funds to, as you said, Commissioner Carollo, you can go in a partnership with the private sector, and we be able to also to demand the type of housing and to serve which percentage of, I mean, what part of the population, those that are 30% below AMI, of 80% or 100% or 110, you see, and we can use those funds, you see. And that was proposed by us. I remember that, and I still think that's a good idea. I don't know about the rest of you, but we need, and I mean, this $100 million, it is going to be. I mean, I don't think that we're going to be doing much unless we keep on refurbishing the coffers. You see, and one thing that I'm going to propose, maybe I am. That the city manager and Mr. George Mensa and everybody, I mean, all of us provide our input and how can we create it as a revolving fund, you see, that we don't only have this $100 million, but we can keep on drawing from it. I mean, getting funds into it and keep on drawing, and not only for us, as commissioners that we're going to be here for a few years, but this can remain with the city of Miami. Those that come behind us, they can draw on it and keep this. I mean, the construction of affordable housing.
Once again,
after all,
Commissioner, I just want to make it, plain that we can do it all. We can do all the things that everyone wants to do.
That's what I want to do.
Except I just don't want you to spend the money that I promised people.
No, I'm not saying that. Now, I'm not saying. I'm saying that. I mean, in addition.
Right.
In addition, we have to start creating that source fund.
The cities, they have these. You have in your composite exhibit A. They have about 7 different strategies that came about from all of our discussions regarding the bond. One is the affordable workforce new rental strategy. Another is the home ownership preservation strategy, which was a big thing in my district. And that's how I went out and I sold that bond. Okay. The people who've owned homes in their community for a very long time, that still have jalousie windows, that are not storm resistant, aging properties with aging homeowners who don't have the ability to make those improvements and make their investments safe. And so we have that for them. City acquisition of land. We have affordable homeownership strategy, which encompasses what Commissioner Carollo is speaking of right now. Affordable rental housing preservation strategy, affordable new construction rental strategy. So, and affordable housing long-term lease. So a build manage strategy. So we have the tools that are there. And today, especially, there were amendments to these strategies that we want to make in order to make these products more available to the people who need them. And for instance, if there's a $50,000 limit per house on a home ownership renovation strategy, we can increase it to 75.
Absolutely.
So that have the ability. So that's I want to get through the meeting, but also remind you that besides the things that you're talking about, we have to make these changes so that these programs can work for us the way that we see best fit for us. And so
absolutely,
I just want to kind of put that out there, and then I'm going to recognize the manager, and then after the manager speaks, I really want to get to the next section that we have, which is the trend for housing costs, because we have 1, 2, 3 speakers that are waiting for us right now.
I already spoke my mind.
Okay. Andrew, you got something you want to add?
Yeah. So I want to go back to that resolution that was passed in December, which Commissioner Carollo referenced, and say that if it is absolutely still the intent of the commission to move forward with that, since we've made 0 progress on it to date, and it's already October. So it's been almost a year, and we haven't moved on any of the aspects of that reso. If it's still the interest of everybody to move that forward, I will immediately take action and get that affordable housing loan program and the task force behind it in place in the next couple of weeks, so that we can actually come forward with an actual plan and a set of criteria and guidelines for how to raise that money and then distribute it. I just need some affirmation of that, because I think it's 10 months overdue, clearly.
Mr. Manager, I hope you don't think that we were trying to hoodwink the public when we voted for that resolution. I think this commission was very serious when we approved that. Now, what has to be done is what you stated. You have to come back with a real proposal to the commission. This is what we want in this location, these units. We estimate that we could build them at this amount, and that's very important, the amount. Then you would have shopped already so the commission could see what interest rates we could get from different lending institutions that can offer the city, I would hope, their lowest and best rates. And then it's up to this commission then to give you the green light to go forward or not. But I don't see what else we need to do. I haven't heard anyone come up with a resolution now that wants to undo what we did 10 months ago, or whatever the time it was that we did it in.
So what I need from you then, Commissioner Carollo, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, and Commissioner Hardiman, is I need appointees to the task force. Because those are three open seats that we don't have appointments for. So if you get those,
look, I could give you appointments, I could give you whatever you need, but that has nothing to do with what we're discussing right now. I have, locations that we own, that in part of it, we could start right tomorrow. The other part, we just have to have a conversation with certain people that have our city-owned land and work it out with them with a pretty face or a sad face. But we're going to work it out with them. And then just figuring out how many units we could build, how many would be 2-bedroom versus 1-bedroom, and so on. Bring it to the commission.
It's in the reso, Commissioner. I'm trying to move forward something. You brought it up. I'm trying to move something that was approved in December. So there's a task force that is to be appointed, right? There's specific targets in terms of the number of units to be built. It was 1,900 1-bedrooms and another 600 2-bedrooms. It's in the reso. So if you want me to move forward with the reso, what I'm saying is I'm gonna take immediate action on it, right? I wasn't aware that this reso was in place. So I'm going to take immediate action on it, right? I just need you to give me task force names so that I can move forward with it.
The only thing that I would say is that maybe that's what you got to look at. Why did no one in your staff ever inform you that their resolution was in place?
Oh, but I'll deal with that. That's not the purpose of the conversation now. I'll deal with that.
But it is important. You should have been made aware of that. You weren't here then. I understand that. But many of your staff were.
Yeah.
And they have an obligation to keep you abreast on what we have.
What's the name of the
This
task
is,
force?
Mr. Chair,
What's the name of the task force that you need to appoint?
The affordable home ownership loan program task force.
okay, that's a task force. Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah,
you're right. Commissioner Carollo is correct, Mr. Manager. Everybody that was here then is here now. They're all around you. They work in the same office space that you do. This is a resolution passed by a previous commission, and the biggest crisis that we have in our city is a housing crisis. The first thing you should have told me, we can manage, hey, look, this was passed, that's what it says, and give it to you so you can read it. The fact that leading up to this particular meeting, a meeting called specifically to address a housing crisis. The first document they should have given you is, hey, this is what passed, this is what commission directed back then, the first document, before anything else. All kinds of documents that I have in front of me. This Housing and Commercial Loan Committee has 2 vacancies. Who named these people? I think it was a previous manager. There's 2 vacancies right now. Are you going to name new people to that? Because they vet these applications. So before it even gets to us, it goes through them. So we don't get the whole picture. We get what they think is the picture they want to present us, right? Who are these members? I went through some, I'm not going to mention names, but you know who they are. You should have it in front of you. If you don't have it, ask your staff to give it to you, because you should. The parameters of what the resolution said, who recommends and who vets come before us, the conversations that were had, the actual video of that meeting that took place, especially to talk about housing, when FIU, the Metropolitan George Parrish Center, came before us and presented their study, we want to call it that. Every conversation that's taken place since then about this issue, privately with you, and publicly in that meeting and other meetings that they've brought back and forth. The Commissioner Carollo has mentioned things as ownership. Everybody's spoken about this issue. It is, without a doubt, other than COVID-19, obviously, which is not our doing, the #1 issue facing this government. Without a doubt, the affordability, housing affordability in our community. Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Carollo, Chairman Hardiman, and I all agree that this is the #1 issue. How we divvy up the money, the formula, all that. That's what you have to come to us prepared. Your staff has to come before us prepared and say, these are all the different components. I'm not saying that you're not prepared. I'm saying that they maybe didn't give you all the information that they should have given you because this meeting was taking place. It's not a meeting about 20 different things. I understand if you have a meeting, like we have a regular agenda, you talk about 20 different things, that maybe you don't have a particular document in front of you, whatever. But that's not the case here. That's the only issue we're talking about today. You should have had that information before you. What that commission, which I wasn't a member of, what that commission voted for, the conversations I've been having before I was a member of that, when the resolution itself, let me clarify the statement, but the conversations I had before I got here, the crisis has been going on for 4 years now. So all these components are in detail, should be presented before us. What Commissioner Russell is talking about, he's partially right. There should be an investment fund, I think. I don't agree with the CDBG formula. We can have that conversation, so I won't accept the existing formula. We can talk about that, but it's a longer conversation later on today. Why I don't agree with it. I know where the poverty areas are in the city, as he does. But I'm also not completely committed to the idea that we have to build attainable housing in particular districts. I think it's a citywide issue. So I understand that also. I understand it doesn't have to be built in Alpata or in Little Havana or in off Douglas Park. They could be built in different parts where the real need is and where people are willing to live and where it can enhance the community in certain parts and they have some kind of mixed use in that area, we have to spread it around. I get that. But the CDBG allocation is not fair for the poor districts in this community. And we had that discussion yesterday in particular with our staff. I had it. So where are we going to get today? I don't think that we can make any sort of decision at the end of the day without having a real plan before us. We can talk about everything, and at the end of the day, maybe we can direct you, Mr. Manager, every commissioner, say, I want this, I want that, I want that, and then you write it down, and you go through all that, and you come before with a plan that encompasses all that, and then we can vote it up or down and take things out and amend it. But to do it piecemeal is a major mistake, and Commissioner Russell's 100% correct. To divvy up the $100 million will not address our issue. That's not even the tip of the iceberg to solve our housing crisis.
Commissioner, you got to remember this as well, is that the $20 million that we initially had was for affordable housing. When it was increased by $80 million to $100 million, it became affordable housing and economic development. So when we split it, even if you agree or you disagree with the CDBG guidelines, it was with the idea that there were housing initiatives that we needed to tackle, but then also economic development initiatives that we needed to tackle. And those are specific to certain areas. Those are specific to districts. And that's why to get the bond passed, you got to remember at the time that we passed this, we didn't present the people an actual plan that said, okay, on this address, at this folio number, etc. So it was a matter of ensuring that the communities understood that they were going to get a portion of these dollars to service their community. And that's why the split occurred. Now, how we go and leverage those dollars and we can agree to all these different things, yes. But I just want to make sure that, you know, the promises that I made to the community that I represent gets delivered. So I cannot have MLK, for instance, Boulevard. And right now, I think the city of Miami, part of the funds that were available for the district that I represent have already been allocated to some projects that are in the ground right now on MLK Boulevard. I want to ensure that not only do you have the housing that's coming in, but also economic development that's supposed to be going to these commercial corridors. And so I just don't want to get away from that this is not just about housing, this is also about economic development, which means
yes, sir. I agree with you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not talking about the dollars that were already allocated. I know I got a list of those projects yesterday, and I fully intend to respect that and not touch them. And I also agree with you, the economic development is a big key component, what comes up around the peripheral development around those areas. That's also important. I get all that. I'm talking moving forward, what we do, what kind of formula we put in place to address, because we are going to leverage this money. I think Commissioner Russell's correct. We need to leverage the money. We can't get away with this. It's not enough. So how do we figure out, how do we get there? And then the formula for moving forward, not what's been approved already, and not even what you're thinking before you leave to do, because I think your area and your district is the one that has the most need. I think I'm second, but I think your district is first. And so I fight. I've always, from day one, I fought for the poor areas of this community. That's what I care about. Not only because it's my district, because I care about they cannot fend for themselves. They need to have a stronger voice in this commission. Some people, Commissioner Russell's district, they don't need that voice. They have their own voice. We see them every time we have public comments. They dominate the public comments on issues that, frankly, are not as important as the dire poverty we have in our districts. Frankly, to be honest with you, because a Carlton school is not as important as people living with rats, as Commissioner Carter talked about. But people have priorities. So they come and they testify. They dominate the majority of the debate before this commission in the public comment section of it. And so I fight for the poor people in this community, in this city, in any district, in Carollo's district, in your district, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Reyes' district, and even in Russell's district, he has poor areas also, right? But that's what my priority is. So to me, the district boundaries are artificial boundaries, which we're going to change now anyway. It doesn't matter if it's 16th Street or 19th Street or 37th Avenue and 27th Avenue. The poverty is where the poverty is where it is. We draw lines, but it doesn't mean that poor people are not everywhere. I get that too. So I'm sensitive to all the different commissions advocating for their communities, but we're all, I think, collectively advocating for the people that really need to have a voice, that don't have the ability.
I'll tell you, like I don't have an issue with CDBG or API. I mean, both of them reflect that I have great need in my community. So, I'm there. I want to call on the Vice Chairman and then Commissioner Reyes, and then if we could please get to those who are waiting to speak. Because I know they're in the private sector, and time is money.
Sorry.
I'll bring my section to a head then. I'd just like to give direction to the manager to come back to this commission with a resolution to create the fund. And I'd say between now and the November meeting, you should have the time to create what that framework of that fund would be. What would be the rules of that fund based on the direction or based on our discussion today about the controls and divisions we'd like within that fund. But as I can't remember which commissioner mentioned it, there's other parameters of that fund that need to be decided. So rather than an actual resolution creating the fund today, I'd like to direct the manager to come back to this commission in about a month's time with the resolution to create the fund so that we can really study all those parameters and vote and either make it happen or not. How's that sound, guys?
It doesn't sound well. Let me tell you why. Because the manager is not going to be able to do an adequate job in a month's time. Remember what I said. It's more than the motor. You're talking about the motor. I'm talking about the whole chassis, tires, horn, wheel, and the motor.
Sports package. Don't forget sports package.
You have to create. First of all, you have to find the adequate. The adequate vehicle is the best one to use here. Is it a housing authority? Is it a trust? Is it another form? Do we want even the create a separate unit within the housing department that we're on top of that are going to handle this? I mean, there's different ways we could go at it so that once that's established, and that's the first thing that really the manager needs to bring to us, that he needs to have discussions with us, that he needs to do adequate research on so that we can establish. Then we can start talking about how we're going to raise the bucks. Secondly of all the conversations we're having here and how to do it and which way to go with whatever money we got left. And this is going to be my next question to the manager. How much do we actually have left? It's not $100 million.
It is not.
85.
You know, I'm by the time that we put the bonds out and actually get any money, it's going to be at least a year or more. So, you know, that's why I think the resolution, Commissioner, needs to be expanded into everything that I included and give the manager enough time to come back to us. Because if we're going to do this, we have to do this the right way. Otherwise, we're going to, you know, be stepping into quicksand the first step we take.
Mr. Manager, Mr. Sheriff, let me add to what was said by Commissioner Rosso about Alex Diaz-Lapurtilla. We all know that, and I said it from the get-go, the $100 million is just a drop in the bucket. You see, we have to leverage and get as much as we can. However, if we have a fund, a trust fund, and for what I understand, what Commissioner Russell is saying, let's put it all together and everybody be drawing in it until what your allotment is. It is the pledge. I mean, if you get $118 million, would you only will be able to draw $18 million out of this? But I want to go beyond that. I want the manager to be able to discussing it with us, prepare the methodology for us to, maximize the use of these funds, and also I want to include that the manager identify additional funds that could be earmarked for affordable housing, and that this fund that is going to be created, if it is created, and I think that it's important to create that fund, that it will be replenished, and we will have always we will have a housing fund that we can use to promote and develop affordable housing. And that was my intention when I first got in, that I said, why don't we, in lieu of offering so many apartments, so much density, and changing it for 2 or 3 apartments, that most of them are out of reach from the people that really needs it, the one that Commissioner Diaz-Lapurtilla was referring to, which, by the way, we all fight for them. That what we will receive from them is a contribution in cash in lieu of the additional units that they will have to proffer to us. And that, in my opinion, would create and also will keep a fund, a housing fund that could be extremely beneficial. And it is a pot of money that when any one of us or anybody that comes to the city of Miami and has the need to, because it has a gap in its financing, that we can go and work with them only in affordable housing, you see, and then try to make it more, I would say, profitable. No, I would say more feasible for any developer to develop the units that we need. And that, I think that our city manager, and I'm asking that please try to develop a program and identify a potential sources of fund of revenues that could be directed, be it fees or licenses or whatever, could be directed to this fund in order to have a perpetual fund that it will be used for affordable housing.
If this is a question that has nothing to do with housing. For some of us, commissioners are old and feeble that do need to have our lunch. What time are you looking at that we could break for lunch?
You're muted, Mr. Chair.
That mean now?
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I said I didn't have a plan for breaking for lunch. I thought that we could push through as much as we could. But if we could get through at least the speakers, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, how many speakers do we have?
So we have next we have Nelson, Alex, and Albert. And with zoning incentives, we have Isaac Simon and Natalie Duran. So we have
Okay, it's it's 2 minutes per speaker, right?
I'm sure they won't be long-winded.
Okay, well, if we only got 5, if you want to give them even 3,
Let's get
it's fine.
those.
But, you know, if we could, you know, even if it's only 30, 45-minute break, you know, my stomach and body is telling me that I need to put something in it, especially since I haven't had breakfast. And
Okay, so let me.
I'm not as polite or nice if I don't have food in my stomach.
I've been there. Let me do
Some
that.
of you know
You've been there.
So I'm gonna call. Let's elevate.
We've been noticing it.
Let's elevate Nelson from Integrated Investments, so we can have him speak.
Hello, good afternoon.
How you doing?
Afternoon.
Hi. Hi, Nelson Stabil from Integra Investments. We are a developer builder here in the city of Miami, Miami-Dade County, and the South Florida market. Mr. Chair, is my understanding that you would like for me to proceed with the presentation that I have today prior to taking a break?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'll do my best to be brief as we went through a lot of discussions around the affordability crisis that we are experiencing here in our city. It's evident that I feel as though the next steps for this process would be for there to be sort of a city management staff level discussion as to ideas that then can be brought to the table and presented for the commission to vote on, approve on, give their feedback. So basically the scope of my presentation today is really limited to sharing with you some of the experiences that we are having as far as construction cost is concerned in some of the developments that we are in the progress of either building or delivering to the market currently. Today, the figures that I'm pulling are from real case scenario projects that we have 2 projects, one in Miami-Dade County and one in the city of Miami, which both total 400 affordable housing units. So I'm using some of that as the data sets to be shared here with the commission today, as well as a 3-story garden product that we're in the process of delivering in Broward County. But I also feel it's pretty relevant because whether we're building in Broward or in Miami-Dade or city of Miami, to the extent that it's a 3-story garden style product, I feel that we are, there's not a huge degree of cost variation, because we're so close as far as the region is concerned. So I think as we move forward with the discussion of how to solve the affordability crisis we have in our city, I believe that's probably a point that we're all in agreement with, right? And I think from a developer's perspective or from any stakeholder analyzing, right, the development process, it's probably breaking down so that we can dissect the cost components of real estate development is probably a relevant step for us to have a good understanding of the variables we're dealing with, so that in turn we can then try to articulate ideas, strategies to be deployed to hopefully solve or mitigate the crisis or issue that we have at hand. So in essence, taking a look at, I'm going to give you numbers that come from averages of historical projects. We have here today also, after my presentation, Alex Baena from AHS, which does a lot of work in the workforce housing space, as well as Mr. Albert Milo, who heads the Related Urban, and they also do a ton of affordable housing projects. So I'd also like for them to give their perspective on these figures that we're going to share here. But basically, if we were to dissect, we typically look at construction cost in 4 buckets. Land cost, of course, is one of those components. Construction cost, which, as we all know, is the largest of those components. Soft costs is a combination of a bunch of different items, such as architecture fees, engineering fees, permit fees, impact fees, all of those things that are associated with the development of a real estate project. And then last but not least, financing, which is interest rates and the cost of structuring financing for the capitalization of a development. So basically, on average, again, this could vary, right? But I think it's relevant for the moving forward with the discussion. We are experiencing here in this market an average between 10 to 15% of expenditure in land cost. Again, this could vary if you are in Edgewater, Omni area, some of those markets, Midtown as an example, and you're trying to build multifamily, those numbers are probably going to exceed those percentages. But as a whole, we have seen 10 to 15% of the cost structure of a development be basically spent in land, right? So again, component to that's important because as some of the members today of the commission have shared, to the extent that there's public land that could be contributed to the development of affordable housing, whether that be for ownership or for rent, then that's about as much as you can shave off of your overall development program, right? Next, which is the largest category, comes construction costs. Construction costs, we have seen, depending on the efficiency of the building and the building type, anywhere between 55 to 65% of the overall development program. I think 60 is probably a good average. So again, in order to tackle the problem, that would be the biggest, the biggest piece of the pie. However, to a great extent, a lot of these things are, a lot of the factors that drive construction cost, unfortunately, are uncontrollable, right? We're dealing with material costs. We are dealing with labor costs in our markets. Depending on the product type, there's also a lot of requirements that actually force you to build a certain construction type, and that could impact overall construction costs. As we all know, the lower, from a vertical perspective, the lower the product, and if we can surface park as an example, right, the lower our overall construction cost will be. Now, in order to surface park, one needs a large tract of land usually, and that's pretty challenging to find nowadays in our city. But just to keep things in perspective, so you have 10 to 15% in land costs, 55 to 65. I use 60 as the average for construction costs. Soft costs are ranging between 20 to 25% on any one particular project. What we have seen in the past is affordable housing projects have a tendency to have a higher, even though, for example, right, you have the waiver of impact fees, which is a large component of soft costs. Affordable housing usually ends up with a larger soft cost component of its overall development program, just because by the nature of financing, we don't end up being able to build typically the same number of units in any one particular project. So you lose a lot in economies of scale. So while an architect may charge X to design 300 units, he charges just a small portion below that X to do a 100-unit project, right? So we lose a lot in economies of scale when you're going from the typical size of a multifamily project being between 300 to 400 units to the affordable housing units, which usually, because of the financing mechanisms that exists, we end up being capped at around, anywhere between 100 to 140 units. So, but soft costs will range between 20 to 25%. And last but not least, financing costs, which are also to some extent uncontrollable. because of market reasons. And I feel like right now we're in a great environment with interest rates being lower than usual. But that usually will range about 5% of your entire development cost goes to financing. So from a big picture perspective, I just wanted to give you all that insight and breakdown from what we are experiencing, because I feel it's probably relevant as we get deeper into the discussions of programs, strategies of how to mitigate costs and be able to deliver more attainable, affordable housing units to our market. Those figures could come into play. So in essence, what the big picture summary here is that the economies of scale on market rate usually will allow us to deliver a more cost competitive product than affordable housing, unfortunately. That's why a lot of the affordable housing developers have actually moved to decrease the unit sizes so that we can cut on some of the construction costs and still be able to be competitive, right, and deliver cost-effective product. But in essence, economies of scale is a big driver. So to the extent that ultimately we can work on policies and programs and also the location of land parcels that allow for a larger volume or more units being developed at any given project, I feel as though we'll be able to deliver cheaper product. In our experience, on average, if we're comparing 3-story garden apartments, which are the most cost-effective way to build these days, given the fact that you're parking on surface and you don't usually have to have elevators and some of the other characteristics of buildings that drive up construction costs, we're seeing overall development costs for the 3-story product range around between $200,000 to $225,000, $230,000 per unit. The overall development program. If you take that same sort of analysis into the world of affordable housing, we are experiencing anywhere between $275,000 to $300,000 per unit of affordable housing being built. Again, for those reasons, economies of scale primarily being one of them, and some of the other requirements that end up driving the costs. A lot to do with the financing mechanisms that are in place for affordable housing. They end up driving up the cost of construction. Some of those costs or requirements, for example, are the features and amenities that you have to have, in some of these projects, such as libraries, social rooms, gyms, etc. And then you also have UFAS requirements, which are for the Accessibility Act compliance. Also, very often in projects, in order for them to get financing on the affordable housing side, you have Davis-Bacon wages, which drives up your labor cost, and ultimately, the overall product ends up costing more as you compare to market rate. Before I get into the specifics of per building type, what sort of averages we are seeing for the construction cost, I just wanted to, piggyback on a discussion that Commissioner Carollo was having as to the differences between building a product for ownership versus rental, and if there is a cost disparity between such product. I guess from our perspective, and Mr. Albert Milo and I had the chance of actually debating on this a little bit yesterday, just to make sure that we're looking at it from the proper lens. And to the extent that you're comparing similar product types, so if you were to take 3-story garden against 3-story garden, or a mid-rise product against a mid-rise product, I think we're of the opinion that there's not a huge discrepancy unless you're also changing amenities and marketing the project as a higher end product. We feel like there's probably not, a very good reason as to where there would be a big price discrepancy between the market rate rental product and a ownership type product in our market. So just wanted to bring that up. Now, apologies if I'm moving fast. I just want to be respectful to everyone's time and also the other speakers that come after me. So now diving into a little bit deeper, as far as what sort of construction costs alone are we experiencing in our markets for the different product types. In essence, as we all know, the most competitive product type to be built today is 3-story garden style products. Those are typically with the open corridors and the stairways that lead you up to those open corridor settings. And again, normally they will benefit from surface parking. And we are seeing, depending on the amount of amenities or civil infrastructure that's required to service the site in being developed, we're seeing ranges between $125 a foot to $150 of net rentable square feet for the market rate product. Again, it varies a little bit depending if you have to bring utilities right to the site, or if the site is in a very urban setting, which again, it's also very challenging for you to find sites which have the size that allow you to build 3-story garden style here in the city of Miami that have the utilities up to it already, right? So we have to take that into account. But were you to find yourself in a position to develop 3-story product, we figured, based on our historical track record, that $125 to $150 a foot for market rate is adequate. We're just delivering now. We're in the last phases of TCO in a project in Broward County with 315 3-story garden apartment units, and we're delivering that for $128 a foot. Right now, it had a lot of the infrastructure already brought to the site and limited amenities. So, just for context, on the affordable side, because you typically have some of the additional requirements, both from a programming perspective as well as Davis-Bacon and some other accessibility characteristics that you have to implement into the project, we're seeing that number be a little bit higher by about $25, in some occasions $50, and really because you lose a lot in efficiency, right? Typically, affordable housing projects are of smaller quantity of units, so you lose a lot. And basically, we're seeing somewhere anywhere between $150 to $175 a net, rentable square foot for the hard cost of affordable housing units in the 3-story product. Moving up now, any product between 4 stories underneath 75 feet, which there is a very clean break on the construction building codes, where once you exceed that, then there's life safety requirements that really take your cost to another level. Anything between 4 stories and 75 feet, which you can usually fit in 8 stories, for a market rate product. Again, typically those sites will require you to have a podium parking or a parking garage associated to the development program. And we're experiencing anywhere between $185 to $200, $225 a foot, depending again on the amenities, etc. So I'm giving you all ranges because it's very site specific and project specific, unfortunately. But on the low range, you're dealing with $185, to $200 a foot for that market rate type product where you have structured parking as a component of your development program. Now, if you move from that to the affordable housing side, you're basically taking a jump to probably $250 to $275. We're building a project right now in Brownsville with 120 units, where we literally 3 months ago closed on a GMP budget for about $269 a foot in range. So again, losses due to economies of scale, as well as the verticality or vertical component and the parking structure of being part of the project. And then last but not least, once you jump above the 75 foot, then you're dealing with a different nature of building code requirements, a much enhanced fire suppression system, like safety systems, etc. Usually more elevators, etc. And there we are seeing for market rate product about $225 to $250 a square foot, all the way up to, call it 12 to 15 stories, right? Once you keep going, then you're really at high rise cost ranges, and the numbers shoot sky high. And on the affordable side, we are basically looking at, again, a $25 to $50 delta for all of the reasons previously stated, where we're noticing projects coming in at $275 to $300 a foot. So again, on average, we're seeing a 3-story product be built all in for $200,000 to $225,000 per door. per unit, and on the affordable housing side, that number is much higher at $275,000 to $300,000 per unit. So basically, that is the overall some of the information and background that I wanted to share with you today. And my colleagues have more to talk about, so that you know, and as truly in her opening remarks has mentioned, us members of the BASF are always with our doors open, willing and able to join forces with the public sector, the city of Miami especially, which is dear to our hearts, in coming up with collaborative ways and into how to attack this problem. I mean, we all really, you know, we share the pains that we go through with the house affordability, even for all of our residents, all of our employees, right? And it's a challenge that I think if the private sector and the public sector don't work together on, it's going to be very challenging for us to resolve. So with that, if anybody has any questions, I'm open to it, but we can also pass the words on to Mr. Alex Baena from AHS.
If there aren't any questions from any commissioners, I'll recognize Alex from AHS. You're recognized, sir.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners, and thank you for taking the time out of your day to have us here. Alex Baena with AHS Residential, 12895 Southwest 132nd Street, Miami, Florida, 33186. So I'm here, I guess, the middle act between Nelson, who obviously gave you very detailed information, and waiting for the main act here of Mr. Albert Milo, that he could give you a lot of more detailed information. We focus on a workforce housing product. We have 2,700 units that we've developed. We develop, build, and manage within Miami-Dade County. We have another 1,000 that we're delivering within the next 6 months here in unincorporated Miami-Dade and in the South Florida market up to Palm Beach. Aside from everything that we've discussed, and making apartments more affordable starts with understanding what it costs to build them, right? And part of the cost to build them, which I think is very important, and I think why it's very relative, is that the city or municipalities or government also has to be a partner in this to get us there, right? Because there are a lot of costs that are associated with development that I think we need to challenge ourselves, right, as a community, because we are in a situation that our community needs us to build more affordable housing, especially for the next generation to reside here when they graduate and they want to build their families. And there's a lot of cost, as Nelson mentioned, right? We got the hard construction costs between the different types of properties, low rise, mid rise, and high rise. But we also have the X factor costs, right? Which are impact fees, which are taxes, which are the time that it takes for us to get into the development cycle of a product, right? Within the city of Miami, as we all know, aside from, you know, maybe larger parcels of land that are owned by the city or in agreement with somebody that's holding them, you're gonna have to go in there and you're gonna either have to rezone, right, to get to build what you want to build, and or you're gonna have to demolish what may be there, right? City of Miami has a very old housing stock, right, which costs additional monies for what we need to do. So there's a lot of challenges that we need to really focus on outside of, you know, the bricks and mortars of things that we have to think of, I think, creatively on how we could help not monetarily subsidize housing, but to make it more efficient, right? And that could start, you know, as I mentioned earlier, with the impact fees, reduction of property taxes, reduction of the time that it takes through the permitting phase. And I'll put something out there, and that it's nothing against the administration that's there right now, but we built something in Palm Beach, which was, you know, 240 units, which took us 14 months to build. It's taken us almost the same amount of time to build a fourplex within the city of Miami, from the bureaucracy that we've gotten stuck in within the internal building department and permitting phase and due to some older infrastructure was there. But those are some of the challenges that I want to make the commissioners and the administration aware of, right? So that we could focus on that, because in the development world, the time is money, right? And when you start, when something gets delayed for reasons outside of what you have control of, it really magnifies and increases the cost of what you're doing with the regulatory requirements that are needing that. You have to pass that cost on to somewhere, right? And unfortunately, that becomes our residents of the community. So I know that we've had a long morning, and I think everybody's in the same trajectory here for public policy of where we need to go to. But I think as we keep the discussions moving, that the commissioners or the bodies that be to make these decisions, you know, they start thinking a little bit outside of the box in terms of what we could control within the development cycle that add costs to us that, you know, are within those confines of what I aforementioned before. And with that being said, I think I want to obviously thank everybody for being very forward thinking and understanding and acknowledging, you know, that we have a crisis. I'm born and raised in Miami-Dade County. I would love my children to stay here, right? And I also want my families and my mom and those that be to be able to age in place, right, without being kicked out of where they need to be. So with that being said, I commend everybody what they're doing here. I want to be a part of it, part of the solution to the problem that we have. And I look forward to addressing any questions that you may have or any comments. And I look forward to it.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question, Mr. Ballina.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ballina, you spoke a little bit of the city properties that need to be rezoned or upzoned. I have asked our manager, I had discussion with our manager about CBRE as our real estate consulting firm that the city uses.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked them to identify how many properties the city owns. And they told me 130 properties. So that's a process that you're talking about, the permitting process, but also the rezoning process is a process that has to start sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
So you think that there's, based on your knowledge, do you think that there's an opportunity to use some of these city properties for development?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Our biggest scarcity that we have, and the only bad thing about living in paradise is that we don't have enough land, right? Yeah. We have the Atlantic Ocean to the east and the urban development boundary line to the west, right? So that is the biggest challenge, right? And that's what creates the scarcity of land, is what creates a high real estate cost for us, right? So yes, absolutely. Anything that can be transitioned, that, you know, once you're going in, it's shovel ready, because remember, an entitlement process can take from a year to 2 years, depending on where you are in the cycle and where you fall.
And to bring that cost down that Commissioner Carollo talked about, which I wholeheartedly agree with him, per unit cost down, the government, right, any government, city government in this case, needs to begin to work to rezone that and get that ready to go for you guys to come in and do it, right? Or whoever's going to do it, right? Not put you through that process of you having to go through the regular, tedious, you know, long-winded process of getting it rezoned or replatted in some cases, and, you know, and then the permitting and all that expedited process. I was fascinated by your comparison to, I think you said Fort Lauderdale, the comparison to what you were doing in Fort Lauderdale vis-a-vis what you did in Miami and how long it took to get it done in Miami.
West Palm Beach.
I'm sorry, West Palm Beach. I'm sorry, that's correct. West Palm Beach. To me, you know, when I was campaigning, it's fascinating because the two things when I was campaigning, I knocked on doors and I raised money. Those were my days. I didn't go to Disney World. That's all I did. Raise money and knock on doors, right? And I would get the same kind of complaints from developers, big time developers, the biggest of the biggest, and low-level developers, right? People are doing, you know, 6 units and 8 units.
Yep.
The permitting process stinks. It's horrible. It's 16 months. It's 18 months. We're putting cash every month, and we can't live like this. It's impossible. We go anywhere else. We go to other cities inside our county, and it's easier to do it. We go to Coral Gables, it's easier. We go to Miami Beach, it's easier. But Miami's a disaster when it comes to that. One of the reasons why I think I really pushed for our city manager to be our city manager was because I wanted to reform that process. During the campaign, when I knocked on doors, the other part of my day, when I knocked on doors, I also ran into the average Joe would say, I want to put a window, but I can't because I can't go to downtown. And if I go, I have to wait 6 hours. And I want to change my window. I want to get an impact window. Or whatever it was. Or my door. I want to do an extension to my house. So from the average person to the developers who use expediters, it's the same problem in the city, right? So we're going to begin to address this issue. I think that we need to make it easier, not only the rezoning faster, so you guys can come in and do it, but the permitting process. There's got to be a way for people to buy into this affordable housing program that we're doing that have some kind of expedited system that's done through ordinance and put in place that's different than normal zoning process and the normal permitting process that we have in the city of Miami. I don't know how much we can do because of our city charter, but I do know that it can be better than what it is now. So I'd like to direct the manager to look into that process too. What zoning changing to the number of properties that we are to please consult with the company that we use as our real estate asset management company. Ask them what they think we can do, what can be developed, what's good to do the affordable housing, the attainable housing component that we want to address, and then the zoning in each of those properties and how we can begin to change that so that when we hit the ground, we hit the ground running. We already have some things in place. We already have some identified properties. We already have, so not completely shovel ready, but as shovel ready as it can be to get it built quicker. Because I don't want to be here. I mean, I have a lot of time ahead of me. I think Commissioner Reyes does too. But I think I have more than he does. But we're all term limited, so we're going to be gone, right? We're going to be gone. It's not. We're all going to live long, healthy lives, but we're not going to be here. And I like to see the fruits of some of the things that we do. I would like to see that in some of our poor neighborhoods in particular. I would like to see the fruits of what we do. And to begin a conversation today, a year later, right? 10 months after we had the first conversation, we're still nowhere near the beginning of the process. We need to expedite this. We really do. And whatever we can do to get there, and when you come back to us, Mr. Manager, you come back to us with something we're addressing the zoning issue, the permitting process, the funding mechanisms, all that. So it's a comprehensive package. It's not only part of it, and then we say, the problem is, and now we don't have. And the land issue, as Mr. Baina said, is correct. That's the most valuable asset we have in our city, but we lack the availability of land. That could really lower that per unit cost that you talked about, Commissioner Carollo, I think. And I think we need to be very, very broad in our thinking and how we approach every component that can lower the cost. Not only the micro units that we can build, the size of the units, but also the city land and how the amenities or all the things that you guys as developers do, but the city can also help lower some of your costs by making the limiting process more streamlined and by providing the land to make to make it cheaper per unit. And that's kind of my thinking. Maybe Mr. Amato could address some of these issues. I know he's going to be the big star.
The main event.
Everybody's really hyping him up today.
We are all waiting for mine.
It's like the Titanic. Everybody.
That's right.
Movie, that's right. This is like a blockbuster coming our way. Don't disappoint, Mr. Milo, please.
Commissioner, if I could add to what you were saying,
Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Zuccarello had his hand up first, and then I'll come to you.
Okay. And adding to what you were just saying, and you're absolutely right. If we are going to profit the land, we have to profit the land already soon. And I mean, we have the land and said, this is how much you can build. This is what you're going to build. And you don't have to go through the process. The permitting has to be expedited probably red target that it is going to be affordable housing. In other cities, they have that, you see, and it could be expedited. And I think that is a great idea. And using the same numbers, if we profit the land, we are reducing about 15% of the total project cost. You see, and we should start, and that is the starting point. Our land. Let's develop our land, because we have a lot of land that's been unused. See, and that's a great idea, excellent idea, and I think that if we offer our land already ready for development, it is fantastic.
And I would say, very conservatively thinking, right, that by doing that, I think you could lower your overall expenses anywhere from 20 to 25% by doing that part of it very easily.
More to our favor. Our favor.
Absolutely.
We could provide a better product, and maybe a product that is a real affordable to the people that they are in that 30%, 40%, 50 and 60% of AMI. That those are the people that are making $9,000, $20,000 a year. You see, I think that's an excellent idea, and we should start. That's our starting point, Commissioner Villalobos. That's our starting point. Okay. I'm going to ask a question. I don't know if, I asked this yesterday. I think that also we have to investigate and try to find out if all those projects that use as our bonds, they qualify to the 4% tax credit. You see, that the federal 4% federal tax credit. That if that is possible, we will further reduce the cost. Your cost, because it is for 15 years the tax credit, and we have to really find out which projects we can use it, and some projects that we cannot use. And I think that Milo could be. He's an expert in those tax credits, and I want him to address that position.
Yeah, and even by starting to have that mindset that, treating housing as an infrastructure, right? Because it's just as important as water and electricity, right? And by doing that, I think it opens up a lot of different avenues of your funding sources that you have within the city to use.
Okay.
Mr. Carollo?
Wonderful. Everything's taken care of. We got all the answers here with all these wonderful people.
You still hungry?
I'm very hungry. So
you can get
you're going at your own risk.
Want to take a 15-minute break here?
Number one.
You're gonna
this is
get
not going to be the kind of deals that go on in the county, where you had the distinguished former commissioner and chairman of the board, Brutico Barreiro, that would decide to give wonderful amounts without putting it up to bid to see who would give you the best low-income prices. And then you read that projects were built that cost twice as much as projects that at the same time were being built by the county in square footage. I don't know what that was all about. I wasn't around then, but this is what we can do if we're really going to give low-income housing. And I'm not talking about affordable. I'm not talking about workforce. I'm talking about real low-income housing that we're going to give it at 50% below the real market rate that these guys charge for the most part. What I want everybody to understand that in talking about some of the things that have been mentioned already, in my district, we don't have, for the most part, in the areas that we need the low-income housing, that major problem with land prices. We've been able to buy tracts of land in the heart of the district that are as large as 25,000 square foot for under $100 a square foot, well under 100, just above 90. Now, those prices have stayed the same. They haven't gone up. Maybe they even gone down a little bit. I see people in my district that bought a few years ago with different firms, parcels for $3+ million, and they sell them for a year ago or so, what I think foreign corporations for $2 million. I even see a laundromat that was bought for $1.7 million, and then it got sold to a wonderful individual for $700,000 5 months later. So I think prices are dropping at least in the areas in my district that I'm looking at, not going up. So I think all these gentlemen would have to be in agreement that if you could buy property at $100 or less a square foot, those are excellent prices. We've established that in the market already. Secondly, I want everyone to understand that what I'm looking at is for the city, when we put something out to bid, everything's going to be ready to go. All that you guys need to do is reply to the bid. If you're going to do it at the best price, then you get it and you start rushing through. You don't need any zoning. You don't need any of these other things that you're concerned about, because it's going to have everything. In my district, at least, I'm not looking for these huge skyscrapers that will bring the cost up more. At the most that I would look at would be 12 stories, but most would be in the 5 to 8 story range of what we would do. The city has the ability that we could establish that for certain types of housing, and I would say that that's one of the things we'll need to do in low-income housing that the city is going to be behind in building, that we give a special zoning for that nobody could get but us, so that we can build what we need to and keep the prices even lower than what I envision that would be the highest that they could be. There is a point that was made, however, that it's very key. And it's a point that affects not just them in their building, affects the owner of a single resident family. It will affect us when we go forward in this. But that's this whole bloated process that we have in building, in planning, that everything takes years for people to get anything done. And that's where prices go sky high, because if you have individuals like we would, and what I'm envisioning, that you get a mortgage and you're paying interest on it, and you plan that you're going to finish your project in X amount of time, and because of the building department, either incompetency or some other not nice reasons, keep you dragging along, then it's going to cost you a lot more money that wasn't in the budget, and the square foot price is going to go up. So that's a problem that we got to fix, not just for what we're trying to accomplish in building new low-income housing from the city side, but for everybody, little and big, that needs anything done in the city of Miami. Now, there are some that establish a business plan, and their business plan is that they become buddies with people in building, planning, other places, and they don't get permits for anything. And they'll put in $500,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars in each project, and they don't take out any permits. Maybe once in a while, they might, have the urge to get a little $5,000 permit, so that just in case someone that's new and they weren't with the program and fall upon what's going on with their permits, then they could claim, no, this is what I was doing. And hundreds of thousands of dollars are built without permits. But I think none of these gentlemen fall into that category, because what they're building are brand new buildings. So it's kind of hard to hide. They don't have permits for what they're doing. But we need to, for the sake of the city, from the individual homeowners to the big builders, mid-sized builder, reform the building department that we have, where people don't have to wait forever to get anything approved, or they have to go through living hell to finalize permits that they're doing. And I hope the manager is listening. That's a major, major problem that I don't care who you speak to across the board. You hear the complaints from everybody on the time that everything takes in the building department. And certainly, we're going to have to be on top of that in any future contract for low-income housing that we award. Because if our own building department is going to force people to spend undue amounts of times before they can finish a project, then the price is going to go up, and the ones that are going to have to pay it in the additional price on the mortgage are going to be the people that we're trying to help in the city. So, but from across the board, that's an area that we have to change, because you can't have a building department that sometimes the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. People don't answer phones. Comes 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5. You can't find a soul anywhere to help out anybody. And then only if you're a very gracious individual do things get accomplished for only a few. I see the manager's making notes. That's good. Now, gentlemen, the part that I think you would want to answer would be the part on the building department. Do you think that you get things done quickly in the city of Miami or not?
Commissioner, and this Albert Milo, offices at 444 Brickell Avenue, Suite 301. And again, first of all, thank you for convening this meeting. And what one thing it shows for sure is that we all, and you all on the dais and as the elected officials of the city of Miami, acknowledge that we have an issue and we have a real crisis on our hands. And those
everybody knows that. Right. That's the worst kept secret in Miami.
Exactly. But the good part is that even through this debate, it shows that you guys are, in tune with that. And we're trying to find solutions to a difficult problem. So I'll tackle, just the latest two things. And originally I was, going to focus on, the challenges of COVID, but I think you guys have brought up some very good points here, from Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla to yourself now, and Commissioner Reyes of some of the things you're articulating. As it relates to your specific point on the building department, it's no secret that it is a very arduous process to get from point A to point B, which is from the time that you are designing and trying to permit a project to the time that you obtain a permit in the city of Miami. That's also not a well, it's not a secret, now. What does that mean? What it means in effect is everybody knows the old adage of time is money, right? There's no that's true. So if you have a project and you were contemplating that project, doing it in 3 months or 6 months, to your point that you say, I want to identify a parcel of land and I want to start building quickly. And if your permits take a very, very long time to get, that's going to have a direct impact on cost, and it's not a downward impact on cost, it's an upward impact on cost. So you've already hurt the affordability of any project that you're doing. The simple math. Number two, one of the other most challenging aspects of any investment, that is, and what is the private sector and the investment community always looking for? They're looking for certainty. They're looking for certainty in what? Certainty in the process, certainty in the timelines, certainty in what they're investing in. And unfortunately, that's a very uncertain process. You know when you start, you don't know when you finish. So there's no doubt that we need to have but that will be a topic in and of itself, probably, Commissioner, that will take a meeting or a workshop like you talked about previously, or a task force, whatever you want to call it. That's almost a topic in and of itself, to tackle, because there are a lot of things that take a lot of time. And I was talking to Joe Milton earlier today too, because I know he wanted to attend, but he didn't get a chance to. He had some scheduling conflicts, and we all talk about this. It's not a secret. It's a very arduous process, on the permitting side and the closeout side. It just is, and to jumping now to Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla's point, is it beneficial to have land as an asset that the city would proffer to start, some of these affordable housing developments or workforce housing and have it zoned? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the city, number one, that's an integral part of the cost of the overall development, number one. Number two, it's what actually starts the development, right? You can't start a project or development without an identified piece of land. Commissioner Carollo says, look, I've identified some land in the district that I presume is city owned, and let's move forward on that. Now, again, if you have to get that land and you have to take it from T4 to T5, just as an example, and you have to go through the normal process that a private developer would have to go through, that's a lengthy process. Now, the city has things within their power that they can do to expedite that. And even when you have to, as an example, if you have to jump 2 zoning categories, for instance, maybe you want to go from 4 to 6, right? That is something that you can do that the private sector can't do. And if they did, they have to do it one cycle, I think wait 6 months, do it again. So you could be 18 months in just trying to do the zoning. So
Well, that's exactly what I wanted you all to understand. Just what you described now that we could do. And then we have something else. It's called eminent domain.
Yes.
That you guys don't have.
Correct.
That's an additional power.
That's another, So yes, look, there's no. You have a lot of tools in your toolbox that we don't have accessible to us.
But for me to be clear, this is the only thing that I want from you guys or anybody else. That if we ever get this up the ground and we want to bid, will be my requirements. One, the lowest price per square foot within the realms of what we're going to accept. It's got to be low. It can be with a lot of what you guys do today, the markups that you put. Two, you're going to bring it to us in a certain time, finish it in a certain time. I understand, though, what you've described, that it's going to be out of your hands if we got guys in building or some other department that they think they have better than banking hours here. They got a part-time job at full-time pay. So that falls on us to fix so that whoever wins the bid, based on price and timing, we keep you on the time schedule that you gave us.
Right.
But as I said before, I anticipated before we gave you anything, you would have the zoning for it. It's the last thing that I would want any of you to go through is the living hell of getting a rezoning on your own.
Yeah. And again, I mean, I have the benefit of having projects in all 5 of your districts, right? So I that also gives me the opportunity to have dialogue and understand that everyone in the district has different priorities. But when it comes to permitting, when it comes to zoning, when it comes to those issues of bureaucracy, those are universal.
That's correct. That is absolutely correct.
The process it's not a friendly process, and it's not the first time I have to chime in on that. And it hurts affordability because again, it's time, which translates to uncertainty, which translates into money, which
It brings the prices up if you got a mortgage and you're paying on it.
Yeah.
That's obvious.
yeah. And I mean, let's take it to a real life scenario now, commissioners. Like, let's talk about COVID. Okay. So if you were in the process of doing a development and you started this last October, last November, and you had your financing lined up, you got a little bit of money from the city on the bonds, you got a little bit of money from the county, you got your state money, you got your financing going. Now, we all know, obviously, you need your financing, but you need a permit too to do it, right? If you were in that process and you thought, hey, I'm going to close in February because I think I can get my permits and this part of stuff done, and you couldn't. And here comes March.
You're paralyzed.
And now it just didn't happen because you can't close without a permit and you can't close without your financing. What impact is that? Because now COVID comes around. Now your project it's probably halted and potentially halted with no time frame of how you can, reestablish to do that. Why? Because now other things affected, that project. And no one obviously knew about COVID. No one thought something like COVID could happen. But that's the danger of projects taking so long, because it could be anything that could derail this project. So now you've got all this time, money, and effort invested, and your project is going to get derailed by an outside thing. And those are the bad things about time. Is not your friend in development.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just a quick question of our manager, because I think what Mr. Milo said is, time is not your friend in development. It's really a very telling statement. Is there maybe it's a revolutionary idea, maybe pie in the sky thinking on my part? Is there a realistic possibility, Mr. Manager, that we can in fact have a permitting process, an expedited permitting process in place for this, at least for this part, what we're trying to do in the city of Miami? A zoning process in place that allows, because government, and Commissioner Carrera mentioned eminent domain, Commissioner Reyes said the powers of government. Government has a lot of powers to do a lot of good. It could do harm, but it could also do a lot of good. And these powers can be used to expedite these developments, whether it's rezoning or upzoning of the area, skip a zoning category like Mr. Milo referred to, that we can do, whether it's an expedited permitting process. Is this realistic? Am I just dreaming here, Mr. Noriega? Is it possible that this government, the culture of this government can change for this particular aspect of the bureaucracy can change here, say, for this affordable housing program that these commissioners, this government, this manager wants to put into place? Once we get going, that these things could be, maybe it's unique to us, and maybe we could take that as a model for the rest of city government and the rest of the permitting process, non-affordable housing world. But at least in the affordable housing world, could there be special people assigned to it, special, counters people go to, a deadline set to your staff, say, hey, this has to be done by 30 days, 15 days, whatever the heck it is. Is that possible? Can that plan be developed? Does anybody do that anywhere else in the country, the world? And do you see it as a realistic proposal? We can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody else. So
okay, good.
So as far as I'm gonna touch on a couple things. There's things that we do have control over. There's things that we don't. The issue of zoning and skipping a category, that's mandated by state statute, not something that we have direct control over. So you can't just skip a zoning process. And even for city-owned land, we fall into the same regulations because it's a state requirement.
Okay. So let me ask you to that, because we also have, hopefully we'll have a beefed up lobbying team up there, but forget that part. That'll take long too. So you upzone one category in one meeting, you go through that process. Can you quickly then upzone again, or do you have to wait a certain time?
To wait a certain period of time.
What's that time period?
I don't know off the top of my head. I want to say it's and I don't know, Francisco.
6 months. Mr. Ballina there saying 6 months with his fingers. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know the exact time frame in terms of the pause, but Francisco Bizon, he can jump in and speak to that. As far as the expedited permit process, we're already working. We've been working since COVID actually on creating more efficiencies to the actual process by which a permit is flows through the system. Instead of it being consecutive disciplines reviewing, they're being done on a parallel track. So that's expediting the process quite a bit. We also already have in place from an affordability standpoint, any city-sponsored or affordable project already moves to the front of the line as it relates to the permitting process in terms of the queue. But we could certainly devote a bigger, stronger effort towards, facilitating affordable in terms of the timeline, especially if we establish a fund of some sort that is actually directly contributing and financing projects. We could create a separate, segregated process just for those if we wanted.
Okay, a totally separate office, or without creating too much government, not hiring anybody else, obviously, just the people you have there now, just a separate office for this program, right? That understands the nature of what they're doing.
The logistics
like
of it, the mechanics of it, or I don't know that we'd set up a separate office. I think we'd probably.
A separate office, I mean, it's a separate division, not a separate building, just a separate concept of why it's more important than the regular.
Volume, right? Particularly based on the volume. It would all be volume specific in terms of the number of projects we'd be processing.
Okay, and Mr. Garcia, I think I saw him coming in. There he is. The 6-month statute requirement. So hypothetically, somebody would come in on January 2nd and get it upzoned one category, and then on June 1st do the same thing, right? And go to the second category, and then on December 31st go to the third category, like that. That's the way it would have to happen. You have to wait 6 months. Mr. Garcia?
Understood. I understand the question, sir. Thank you. Let me first correct. The separation in time is 18 months.
18 months.
However, that is a city regulation. That part of it, others are, but that part of it is not a state mandated component. That is simply in our zoning ordinance. However, what the commission has the ability to do is to waive that 18-month period of time and hear 2 rezoning proposals consecutively. There is precedent for that, and it has been done here in the city of Miami.
So there is no 6 months or 18 months. We have the ability by commission action to go 3 categories, 4 categories up, or only 2 categories?
In principle, yes, but the rezoning process is one that requires a series of findings, concurrency analysis, etc., and those are typically not available or would yield clearly a negative recommendation for a zoning change that skips too many transit zones, right? So the most that has been done and the most that would be advisable in certain circumstances is to take it up to transit zones. That has happened and can be recommended for safety.
Okay, but if you think outside the box a moment and not talk to me about what has happened, talk to me about what can happen, right? Because a lot of things that have happened have not been from my perspective, are good things for our city. So what can happen legally? What powers does this commission have to do? And I understand the whole process, but to expedite that process, of course, we're confined to the parameters set by state law or to the obligations, a different conversation. But what you're telling me now is that there is no really that we don't have to abide. There's no state law that says that. But we can actually go transact 2 different zones, right? Categories. Sorry.
In principle, yes.
And in principle, we could also do 4 if we wanted to, right? Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yes.
Legally, we could do it.
Legally depends on the case-by-case analysis, and that's the rub of it, right?
Right.
So it has to be supported by evidence.
Okay, who does the findings of evidence?
We do pursuant to state statutes.
Okay, so you give us the evidence, right? And we do what we need to do to provide housing for our residents, right? So this thinking outside the box concept is something that I would really like for us to try to embrace. I'm getting old, guys. I don't want to be here that long. I really want to try to move these things forward. So we think with the same we think within the same parameters that we're thinking about from the past, and none of this is going to happen. It's just pie in the sky for us here. So it's a waste of conversation.
One of the things that I'll add to the conversation is that remember that part of the reason that we have the timing between moving from one category to the next is about one, notice to the people who reside in the area, and also to really to have an understanding of not using zoning tools that could have a tremendous effect on adjacent property owners that is deleterious. So, for instance, I mean, there's some areas that we know of. For instance, in like the spring garden area, I know particularly where you look at a building that rises, I mean, north of 10 stories, and is next to a single family home.
Of course.
And those types of things. And so it gives all of us an opportunity. Although we can accelerate the process, we can jump more than one transit or more than one I forget the name of the things. I'm sorry.
Category.
Yeah, the categories. Yeah. And certainly, I mean, we've done it. We've probably done it this year. I'm sure we'll do it soon. I mean, it will happen, but they're always on a case by case scenario.
Yeah,
So,
well,
I know, for instance, sitting there, you're talking about on a case by case scenario.
Yes,
I just
sir.
don't give anyone the wrong impression. So that's why I'm just going to bring it up and elevate it to our conversation. That's all.
Yes, sir. Yeah, without a doubt, there's gentrification issues. There are neighborhood, protecting our neighborhoods. I get all that. I think that we hope, and I know that we have the wisdom collectively to not do that kind of stuff. But we also have a need to kind of balance those needs to provide attainable and affordable housing to our residents.
Absolutely.
So obviously, we would find those city properties that we can put the affordable housing in. We wouldn't change the character of a neighborhood. I agree with you 100%. So it was obviously always a case by case basis. I was only asking if we had the legal authority to do it. That's all. I wasn't asking. I wasn't thinking of a broad policy to do it, but rather on a case by case basis whether we could do it. And there was some clarification that Mr. Garcia gave me on whether it was in fact a state law or not. That's the only thing I was doing. I don't believe in whole scale rezoning of anything. I believe it's case by case basis to try to build affordable housing in a more cost effective way for the city and obviously for the people that live there as a result.
Commissioner Reyes, and then I'll see if Mr. Marlowe, if you're finished with their statements, then I can move on to the next speaker. But I recognize you first, Mr. Reyes.
Summary. I want to the city manager. You see, to provide us with not to provide us to make sure that we expedite every single application that comes before the building department, the zoning department, and that deals with affordable housing. And Mr. Garcia, I know the planning is one of the that really holds a lot of projects back. I'm going to ask from you that please try to expedite them and give them priority. And if Mr. City Manager, if you have to assign certain people in the building department or certain people in the planning department, in order to be the ones that are responsible for expediting those permits, I think that I request that you do it, that you do that, and it is very important. It's very important that we provide any developer that is going to come and partner with us and start building, that they do it as fast as we can. Because if also if there is a cost factor here, if we are providing the land and the developers are doing the construction, they do it through a construction loan, and the longer it takes, the more interest they have to pay on it. And what we have to do is to minimize the time that they are going to be paying interest by expediting all those permits and everything that it entails to erect a building. And there are other departments also that they are part of building a structure such as public works. You mean, and all of those components that are required to erect a building has to be expedited. That's what I would like for the city manager to make sure that it happens.
Okay. And then Mr. Milo, are you finished with your statement?
I have a couple of points because actually I wanted to make sure that I brought up, but just to finalize this specific topic as it relates to permits and approvals and stuff. I think the way to do it commissioners, is you've had a program in place for a long time as it relates to expediting permits. But that I think is more of a requirement because the state SHIP program required local municipalities that were going to receive funds from the state to adopt that as part of their local housing plan. What I think would be beneficial is no different than you guys have done, and you've codified some of your requests in your zoning code on how you can get some of these benefits for affordable and workforce housing. There are numerous municipalities around the state that have codified the permitting process for affordable housing. And unless that happens, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
Mr. Milo, walk me, continue your statement. Sorry to interrupt you, but as you continue, walk me through how we codify that in your opinion. Okay. So we can use a SHIP program, Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and all these entities that have different programs that they use. How do we codify it into our code? Because that's the easiest step we can take. And hey, let's get this into our books, right? To begin that process.
Yeah.
So how would you recommend, as you finish your comments or continue with your comments, walk me through that or walk us through that?
So I think you put a section in your 3.15 or 3.16 in your code that talks about affordable housing, and in there you codify the response times that you as an administrator, as the elected body of the city say, look, we must respond within this time frame, and we're doing projects throughout the state of Florida, so we can give you the parameters. And they're in the majority in certain of these these are large counties also and large cities. They have in their code that an affordable housing project must get a response from the multiple departments within the city that need to approve these projects within a 30-day timeline.
Give me an example. Is Duval County one of those counties?
City of Tampa's one that I can tell you that we're doing a very large one there. So
who else?
Orlando, Orange County has. I can give you a whole list.
Okay.
Like you want, I'll call you and go through that. But if it's codified, then it's law.
Absolutely,
sure, of course. You force them to do it.
So if it's codified, then you work towards that law, right? It's part of your elected officials say, look, this is the way we're going to operate, because again, time is not your friend. So it starts with that. Obviously, somebody identifies land, they got to get a permit, they got to get it financed, they got to get it closed, and then they start construction. So my suggestion is, yes, it should be codified, number one. Number two, eventually that would give the administration and the manager the ability to study how he implements that from a staffing perspective, whether that looks like, hey, you have an assigned planner, you have an assigned zoning person, you have an assigned plumbing inspector, you have an assigned building department guy, you have an assigned department within the broader department that focuses on affordable housing projects. So it's got to start with that. If not, I guarantee you, I've been on this. I didn't have gray hair when I started having these discussions. We will be having these same type of discussions for a lengthy, long time. So that is one way to really make a real dent in the time factor of it.
Mr. Molina?
Yeah, and he has gray hair. I just put a little gel on mine, but I'm going bald also. But so I think also a very good.
That's because you haven't made as much money as he had.
So
he had to worry more about counting it.
So one of my recommendations as well, as we're thinking here, even that zoning could help on. City of Miami has a lot of lots that are the same size, 10,000 square feet, 15,000 square feet, that you already have a plan in place. So, hey, if you build this type of single family home, you get expedited super quick. You already know what your easements are. You already know what your boundaries are. You already know where your connections are for your water and your electricity. The same for 15,000 square foot lots. And you can have something already in place. If you're going to build for this program and you're going to build a single family, or you're going to build a 2-story, and you meet these requirements, it's done. It's plug and play, right? And you're able just to get through the process a lot quicker without having to have 43 inspections on a water pipe, right? That a water pipe is a water pipe, and it just because you already have it in place. So something to think about, as what Milo said, as you put it into this code, that maybe you have a preset of zoning rules for this program. If you build this type of product, it'll help you get through there quicker. Just an idea.
It's a good idea.
Chairman,
Let's call on Nelson. Nelson want to.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, very quickly, just to add to Albert's point, I'll be brief, and I'll start by saying that if there has been a positive consequence of COVID, is that both at the city level and at the county level, at least for our organization, we did experience an improvement actually on service level when things went digital. Okay, again, I echo both Alex's and Albert's perspectives on the fact that we still have a whole lot of progress to make, right, to really operate more efficiently, and time is very critical. But there have been some improvements, which tells us that if we, once we're faced with real hard adversities, if we put our minds to it, we can improve the process and hopefully, cut off a lot of the time that it takes for us to get projects with the shovel in the ground and up and going. Two things that I think are very critical as we evaluate ideas on how to improve the entitlement process and the approval and permitting process. Number one, I think we have to work in very close collaboration with the county, because we are not, operating in a silo, in a vacuum, right? We depend on RER, and we depend on, WASA for water utility, for environmental approvals, for a lot of things that, we will have to have some sort of a collaborative task force to try to expedite the back and forth between the county and the city as well, to be able to truly effectively cut time. Point number one. Point number two, I also think that the city probably has a much better, I hope, relationship with the utility companies, FPNL. That is has a huge impact into our day-to-day. We're sitting on a property right now that we can't put our crane in place because we need utilities removed. And for 9 months, we're working on designing and getting those utilities removed, and FPNL doesn't show up, right? So if we have some sort of collaborative effort with the utility companies to also embrace this initiative of expediting the process for affordable development, I think then we're starting to close all of the potential loopholes that we'll have once we improve on the processes of the city in itself. Last but not least, what also we very much suffer from, and again, I say this very respectfully and carefully, but what happened oftentimes is in the review process, and Albert, if we implemented a deadline, right, of 30 days to get all of the reviews, that's amazing. But we also have to make sure that, the reviewers can only do maybe a second round of reviews and thoroughly review the entire set of plans, right? Because we're very often faced with 4 or 5 times of reviews where new comments keep coming back up and back up and back up, and it becomes, an endless cycle. So it may not take 30 days to address.
Can I add to that? One problem that I have witnessed, is that a reviewer, sends you some notes, you fix the notes, and then a different reviewer will get it. And one thing that I want to propose is that the same reviewer, it starts with the plans and ends with the plans, because it has been very, I would say, every person that is reviewing the plan has different ideas, you see, and any comments that was placed by the first reviewer, the second one might not even address that, and then place additional comments on the plans, and that what it does, it delays the process.
I think a couple of those things, again, if there's assigned reviewers, that solves it, because again, if there's a let's call it a mini department within the department to review, it should be the same reviewers to get it. And the city has made, again, I would agree with Nelson that one of the few positive things of COVID is the fact that, by force, everything online or the digital review had to, was forced upon us, and therefore it's better in the fact that, than the paper version. So I think that's a positive, a step in the right direction. But I also think that's something that could be solved easily. It's solved easily if it's codified and the first round of reviews come in within that 30-day window. And then round 2 of that review happens to be a joint review where we have the ability to sit with all of the disciplines in one meeting and go through all of the comments collectively. So when we walk out, we say, Mr. Reviewer, is this what you need? With our professionals, our architects and our engineers. And I think we can get through that. So there's simple ways to solve that. I don't think it's that difficult. You kick it out in the first time, and the second review is a joint review where everybody sits around the table. We've had that in certain instances, and it always works well because everybody is collaborating and they come out with all the comments at one time.
Well, could you all of those suggestions? Could you please pass that on to our city manager?
Yes, we'll combine them and share with you.
Here's the problem, and we kind of gotten away from the
I would have reminded
meeting.
Cody, I want to remind you that we have two of the
all that we're discussing on right now in the building department is really something that affects everything, every construction in the city, from the littlest, tiniest home to the biggest and tallest building. And it's a very important discussion, but I think that in itself requires a separate meeting, because this is something that has to be fixed for the whole city. The problem lies is that I don't believe that you could fix something that's broken with the same people that have been there and have seen that it's broken for so many years and haven't cared to fix it. I guess what I'm saying is that the problem is the people that are there that have broken the system, and it's fine with them the way that it is. Maybe they can't say that because then they feel that, boy, now instead of waiting 2 years to get something done, now it'll be 3 years. But we need to do what the manager promised us that he was going to be doing. I know he got sidetracked with COVID, but we need an analysis of all our top positions within the city, and beginning with building. Are the people that we have in some of the top areas there, can they handle this job or not? To fix this department, that the complaints are from the smallest, tiniest homeowner to the people that build the biggest buildings across the board. And we need the manager to do that. And if he's got to fire people, his hands can't shake, or he can't transfer them somewhere else with the same pay scale, like it's happened before with the previous manager. Maybe, I don't know if it's happened now or not again. I will tell you, as a former manager, what I ran into and what I did in Doral when I got hired there. We had a mess in the building department. People were complaining everywhere. The lines were huge. The wait period was tremendous. I went and sat with the HR director. I explained to her some observations because I physically went there and spent several days looking at the operation, talking to people afterwards and hearing the complaints that they had, from the regular citizens to, sizable developers. And as you all know, Doral, it's not Miami, but there was certainly, especially in that time that I was there, a lot of development that was going on. So I sat down with the HR director, that there were some problems already, to try to get some guidance. She wanted to increase the bureaucracy. And then with that and some other matters, I decided that, you know what, the first person that I got to fire is not in building, it's the HR director. So I got rid of the HR director. Then from there, I had a heart-to-heart with the building director. He decided that he wanted to resign. So I, wasn't going to let the man resign if he wanted to, and try to hold on to him. So he resigned. And then I brought in somebody new, and we started making changes. Some other people, had to go. New positions were created to be able to expedite the process that we had. But we made changes. If those changes hadn't been made, they still would have had the problems that they had when I first came on board. And I don't understand that no matter what managers come in, what managers go, we still have the same problem in the building department. And I've come to the conclusion that it's because we got the same people that we have there. Otherwise, why are we hearing from them what we heard today from 3 prominent developers in our city from different size projects, and what each and every one of us hears on a daily, if not a weekly basis from our residents with the craziness that they have to go through in the building department. It's not a place that you could get anything done quickly. And there was talk a little while ago about Commissioner Reyes was mentioning people opining, and I think one of you mentioned how an inspector will opine, and then you send it back to him with what he wanted, then they look it over and they want more stuff and they opine more. And well, I've heard that from so many people. And why are they doing that? Why can't they get it right the first time? I don't know if it's that you got too many hands in it. Maybe what Commissioner Reyes said might be the right way of going. I don't know, keeping just one person on it. I don't know if that's the right way or not. But I do know this, that the building department is one of the departments that generates the most money for us, if not the most money in the city of Miami. And it's broken. It's got to be fixed where things can move at a faster pace. That doesn't mean that we're not going to be conscientious and really look at plans and so on. We have to. We have a responsibility to the life and safety of our residents and visitors alike. But that doesn't mean that you have to be stuck in a project for months and months and months and months and months, and there's no ending. So I would hope that when the manager decides that he wants to start doing his evaluations, that's one department that he begins with first, because we need to get to the bottom line of what's broken there, and particularly how to fix it.
What I'd like to do is, Mr. Milo, are you finished with your statements?
Yeah, we got a little bit. Certainly, that wasn't part of the track that I was asked to discuss a little bit. But just in closing, I want to just touch 2 things, because again, that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about. But 2 things that I think are important, and this will probably require a subsequent conversation, which we're certainly willing to do. Another thing that I've always said is that in order to tackle some of your affordable housing issues, you're going to need to do some income averaging, right? That It's getting more and more difficult to do projects that are all at one spectrum of the income spectrum, regardless of what level you want to talk about an affordable. So income averaging is something that you're going to have to look at. And I've always also said that you want to tie the city program and whatever investments the city wants to make to other existing financing programs. And when some of these other zoning code changes were proffered, 3, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, there's been some new laws that have come into place, specifically at the federal level as part of of the tax cuts that were passed. There's another law, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2018, and that law, which is now in the books, allows a good diversity of income and projects. And again, with this discussion has gone on for a long time today. I think everybody is a little bit, maybe a little tired for this, but just as a whole, I will tell you that now because of this law at the federal level, you're allowed to do units up to 80% of area median income and still receive low-income housing tax credits. I can tell you that it is a very beneficial law. It helps you spread that income diversity in projects, and it will help you tackle a lot of people in need in the city of Miami. So it is, we've now availed ourselves to it in a couple of projects, including, one in your district, Commissioner Carollo, one in your district, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. So at a later date, I love to have this opportunity to go and we can get into more nuts and bolts. But I will tell you, it is a very good law. It's now a law on the books, and it's something that I think can have a big impact in producing income diversity for affordable housing development.
Albert, if I may, that's what I was referring when I said the tax credits that are allowed. I don't know if our housing department is aware of it. And I would like to incorporate that in all the projects that we have, because that will be also an additional incentive to the developers if we can qualify them for that tax. Granted, I know that in order to be, be able to obtain that, you must have it is a rule, that you have to average the income average has to be at certain 60%, I think it is.
Right.
That has to be the income average for the whole project. But and we can very well obtain that by a good mix of incomes from 30% to 80%, and mixing them in that way, we can reach that 60%, and that 60% will provide the tax credit, and that's an additional incentive for developers to come and develop in our area.
Yeah, and the beauty of it is that you can combine 30% of AMI units, which I think all of you want.
That's right.
Districts, but because of income averaging, now you can average an 80% of AMI unit, which you couldn't do before.
Absolutely.
And your average comes to below 60. So it's a very beneficial program that can have a big impact in trying to, produce housing affordability in the city of Miami.
I would love for our housing department to master that program, because it will be very beneficial for us.
Okay. Do we have, thank you very much, Mr. Milo.
You're welcome.
I'm going to move us to the zoning incentives and income limits. I think it's a nice segue into it. And so we have a home ownership development discussion that needs to be led by Mr. Isaac Simmons.
Chairman, you're breaking up where we can't listen to you well.
He hasn't had lunch yet.
One of you was kind enough to send me a nice sandwich.
You're welcome.
So that will keep me for another hour and a half or so.
You're welcome. And I was offering everybody that, but nobody was here. You see, only you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Reyes.
Well, I know.
He offered me a pan con lechon. That's what you had, Commissioner. I know what you had.
That's right.
No, he only eats lobster these days. He's in a diet.
Yeah. Who, Commissioner Reyes?
No, you.
No. I'm having some. I showed him a picture. I sent him a picture.
That's right.
I had sashimi. I had 4 pieces of sashimi.
Wow.
Salmon sashimi and an egg roll.
That's right. It doesn't taste so good.
By the way, Commissioner Carollo, I would recommend that you go to that diet too. It'll help you a little bit. And
Yeah, I do.
Some sashimi. The pan con lechon is not going to get you there.
Yeah, but every time you come here, you bring sushi. That's fine. Sashimi is what you should bring.
He is more Japanese now than Russell,
Let's not talk about that. I don't want to talk about that, please.
Okay.
Guys.
Oh, okay. I don't want to raise that.
But I got the good news this morning. We're going to live meetings in November.
In November, yes.
So we're going to have food. I know Commissioner Russell only came once by the office, but he never came back. But we're going to have food. We're going to have all kinds of food. We're going to expand the menu beyond sushi. We have to have some even food, some pan con lechon, stuff like that.
Please do.
Yeah, yes, because I know Commissioner Reyes hates sushi. I know you don't like sushi.
No, I don't eat sushi.
I know.
So, sushi is one. So what I was saying, we have our zoning and income limits discussion, so I thought that was a perfect segue. We want to have, I want to reverse it. I'm gonna have B go first instead of A, because A is the planning department. B are the question of what zoning incentive works, what zoning incentives work for or will work for. So let's have Isaac from the Housing Programs Inc. speak on homeownership development. I know that he signed on. And then after that, we'll have Natalie Duran of Upturn Group.
Before. Didn't we approve something for her not long ago?
Yeah.
CRA, Omni?
That was Alex.
Late night, Commissioner Carollo.
See, I remember, Natalie.
Right, Natalie's
Okay. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Isaac, are you available?
Yes, I am. I just don't understand why you cannot see me. Can you?
No, we cannot see you. It's your video is off. You have to. Let me help you. Did that help you?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, thank you very much for having me in that meeting. My name is Isaac Simon. I'm with Housing Program Inc., a not-for-profit organization providing for close to 20 years single-family home in the city of Miami. You don't hear me? I'll volume. Okay, I hope now it's better.
We can hear you fine.
Okay, so I was sitting listening patiently for everybody, and I just want to mention that I'm facing most of the problem that everybody else faced. And of course, regarding the permitting and the length of permitting, even though that I built the same house for the last close to 20 years with a cookie cutter, I was not able to cut the time of permitting. But I understand the commissioner want to handle that issue in another day, so I'll skip that. As a single family home, I'm providing home ownership with the infill program. The main problem that I'm facing today is inventory. I have a list of customer who's waiting for patiently to get into their house, but I don't have what to sell them. I tried to buy property in the city, but today what I was purchasing for $35,000 a lot, today it's over $100,000, and with a cost of 110 to 115 a square foot, there is no way that today I can provide affordable housing unless we can find a way to provide to the developer vacant land or any property so we can work and provide affordable housing. This is my main issue now because the inventory is very low. Until now, I was getting all my property from Dade County, and I choose all the property in the city because I love working with the city. I think the city have an excellent affordable home program. The city also improved the system, even though that it did not cut the timing of permitting, but at least it cut my time sitting hours and hours in the building department to see any plan reviewer or any issue that I have. Today it's much easier, it's all done online, and I'm getting a very good response from all the staff of the city. Of course, there are some issue in each and every department that I can suggest how to fix, but I don't know if this is the time. But if anybody have any question regarding a single family home or home ownership, I'm here for that.
Okay, does anyone have any questions for him? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Natalie, I'm going to raise you again.
Hi, everyone. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Okay. So I also wanted to, I guess, talk about the infill development costs that I face, because I was listening in since 11 o'clock on the costs that the larger developers have. So I was surprised to see that their costs were a bit higher than mine on a per square foot basis, as well as, land versus construction. So I'm averaging out all in about $175,000 a unit. So that's, I think, pretty good. It's making it feasible for me to keep my rents at around 80% to 100% AMI, which I know we have more flexibility with the workforce component in the attainable mixed income. But I did want to bring it to your attention. I actually was sitting with my general contractor yesterday, and the cost for construction due to COVID and the materials has gone up about 25%, which means that the lower AMIs that I was aiming for my workforce component is now going to have to go higher. It makes me a bit uncomfortable because I know that I want to keep the rents at the current, Little Havana rents for a 2-bedroom around $1,500 to $1,600, and the studios around $1,000. I'm going to have to start increasing those rents because now my construction costs has significantly raised. So I just wanted to bring that up because it is something that we all have to be aware of, and I don't get subsidies for the most part, except for that one project that Commissioner Carollo had mentioned with the CRA. So some incentives. Oh, sorry, I have to ask Vicky a question. Hi, Ms. Mendez, how are you?
No.
I wanted to know if it was okay if I can speak on this because I spoke to Mr. Eisenberg prior to this meeting, and he said I should discuss with you about the Miami 21 task force and if this is a conflict of interest.
How about we talk about that? I'm not sure right now with regard, are you on that task force?
I was, and then it was, dissolved. So I'm not sure how it's going to work in the future if I'm allowed to speak on zoning issues.
As in, you wanted to speak on a zoning issue right now?
No, nothing in specific. I just wanted to speak generally about some incentives with the city of Miami zoning.
Well, you can always make recommendations.
Okay.
If you want to make recommendations right now with regard to your position on the task force, maybe we talk offline.
No, I won't bring anything up. It's just
Who sent her name to us?
Okay, so okay. So some of the biggest issues that I think we can start working with is, if you guys know, most of my projects are in Little Havana, and about 80% of the lots in Little Havana are smaller than 7,500 square feet. Okay, so for us to build on these lots, anything, as you know, if we're in a transit corridor, we can get our parking waived, right? So we can go down to 0 parking. That typically works in a T4 zoning because you have a lower density, but the higher that the density gets, it's harder for me to cram quality units in 10,000 square foot plate, So I think that it would help us if we base the, the 0 parking ordinance based more on either the zoning and the size of the infill lot. Typically, a efficient lot needs 125 feet by 125 feet to have a proper parking lot. Otherwise, your cost is going to go extremely high because you're trying to maneuver around a very small area. Let me see. I can get into the details of like each lot if you want me to, like how many units per lot size per zoning, or we can just make it as quickly as possible. I don't know how hungry you guys are. So if you want me to get into detail,
I think we all ate already, Natalie. I think we all ate.
Oh, you ate? Okay. I had a bowl of cereal while you guys were talking. So
some ate more than others, but I think we all ate already.
Okay. So I'll give you some examples. I'll use a 5,000 square foot lot just because I have plenty of those that I'm working on. A 5,000 square foot lot using the attainable mixed income ordinance would allow me in a T4 to build 8 units. I can build that easily under 10,000 square feet with no issue. And with a T5, I have 14 units. These are now going to be a smaller size. Typically, they're going to be either studios, 1 bedrooms, and a couple of 2 bedrooms. And when you put me at a 5,000 square foot lot for a T6, that puts me at 34 units. So right here, I have an issue with the 5,000 square foot lots in higher density areas, because either you're going to lose your density or you're not going to build affordable housing in these areas. We also are forced to lose design flexibility. We are forced to do smaller units because we're trying to now pack it in. And I pushed the no parking because it raises the cost of construction significantly, about $20 to $30 a foot. Because these lots are so small, we have to do podium style construction. We're going to have to go to a 3rd or 4th story building, which, as you heard before, the cost goes up significantly. I had a couple of ideas for the affordable housing in these higher transit zones. One of them being a kind of like a TDD program where we can sell that density that we're not building to another site, or perhaps selling it back to the city of Miami at on a discounted rate, and then they can sell it at market rate. So I thought this would be a good idea where we can create money for the city, selling these units and creating a perhaps proceeds from this so that we can use it for either gap funding or from connection fees to water and sewer. So we would keep that money from those sales of those densities that are sold, put money in our pocket and put money back into the city's pocket. I'm flowing through this. Another thing is, I think the covenants on these smaller projects are too long. We have the 30 plus 10 plus 10 years. I know it sounds great in on paper, but in reality, we need flexibility. Once we have to do the 40-year recertification, we need more funds, and these buildings will naturally become affordable housing at a point. You know, after 20 years, this has become old stock. We're not going to be renting it at the higher rates that we once were when we first built it. So I do think that we need to reconsider the length of the covenants. Also, transportation plays a huge, I guess, impediment in creating these affordable housing, because we have pockets within our city where the transportation isn't there. So if we could either extend or create an additional buffer when creating affordable housing, or if we can, you know, increase the transportation in certain areas, I think that would create more affordable housing as well, because I've looked at properties that are in these pockets and I can't build there. I don't get any benefits. I don't get any incentives to build in these areas. So there is plenty of pockets in the city of Miami where they don't actually qualify. We have the zoning, but we don't get any of the breaks. Release of liens. Some of these release of liens are only, so I buy properties that are usually discounted because they come with a huge burden. I bought one that had close to $1 million in liens that I had to mitigate. Now, for me to get financing on this property, I had to release myself of that lien. That doesn't happen until the very end of getting my covenant and my permits. So I had to now mitigate this to get money out of this land. And I ended up having to pay money out of pocket when usually the city of Miami waives these liens when you're doing affordable housing, but it happens at the end. So I think this is something that we can move towards the beginning, you know, and tie it to the property actually creating. If not, it starts again. Something, because most of the properties we're purchasing are cash. So I'm buying these cash, but I need to refinance them. And when they have a unsafe structure lien, if they have vacant lot from like 10 years ago and I have to go pay X amount of money or go mitigate it, it's too much. Let me see. Non-conforming lots. This one I'm kind of it's an issue that I'm facing right now. So I'm losing, I think that we should at least maybe look at it in an affordable housing way, where if we had a higher density prior to let me see how to word this. I'll give you an example. I have a 3,500 square foot lot that I once could build X amount of units. When you demolish it, you lose that density, right? And you go to whatever that lot site calculation will give you. So I once had, I had a property now that had a duplex on it. It was demolished, and now I can only build a single family residence. So that already is raising the cost for my construction and the type of unit that I'm going to provide in these properties. So if we can maybe do a change where substandard lots can keep their once density, I think that that would help also keep costs for affordable housing low. And we can make this a conversation, or I can keep talking all day, guys. So I don't know if you have any comments or questions about some of the things that I mentioned.
Are you finished with your presentation?
Well, it's not really a presentation. I just wrote some notes and was hoping we can have a dialogue. Wasn't sure how we were going to do this.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? No? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Rand. What I'm going to do now is ask for the zoning department to come in. I know you had a section for current affordable housing zoning incentives. And then once that happens, we'll, commissioners, we can finish our discussion. The discussion should be, one was first on the zoning and income limits after this section, but then there's also continued discussion about bond strategies. And so I know the administration has a list of improvements to make to the current 7 strategies that we have that make housing more affordable and gives more incentives or more benefits to those who are either renting or homeowners or who are trying to have a big benefit of this bond issue that we have. So I want to at least get to the administration so they can make that presentation so we can move that and make that law. So right now, first I'll hear from the planning department regarding current affordable housing zoning incentives.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners. What I'd like to ask, I had prepared for this component of the workshop a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to share in a moment. I think you will find that many of the slides or much of the information that I was going to share has already been covered in one way or another. So I will be able to essentially speed through it. That said, if anyone wants to stop at any point in time to ask questions or discuss further, I'm certainly happy to do that. With that, and in an effort to move forward quickly, may I ask if the presentation can be seen?
Yes.
Very well. So again, the intent is to basically cover our present policy and regulatory landscape at a very high level, admittedly, and to invite your feedback and input as appropriate. I certainly won't dwell on the many negative indicators that support the dire situation that Miami is in, that has been spoken about. But to me, one of the key indicators happens to be the affordability challenge posed by the affordability gap in Miami, which has been measured recently at 6.1. The meaning of that figure, 6.1, is that it is estimated that the gap between the median income of the Miamian, which multiplied times 3 would give one a good measure of what kind of housing they would be able to afford. That price point is multiplied times 6 to get to the average median price of a unit available in the Miami market. So that disparity is certainly significant, and I think is a good indicator of where we stand. It is actually a little bit lower in Miami-Dade County as a whole, a little bit higher in Miami, as you might imagine, that disparity. I certainly don't have to dwell on the high land costs in the city of Miami, the inflationary pressures experienced by the Miami market, respond in large part to the fact that it is a global market. It responds not only to local residents seeking housing opportunities, but everyone in the world who has an opportunity to invest, seeking to have or find a second, third, 10th home in Miami, as the case may be. And it is certainly not helped at all by the short-term rental phenomenon that has blossomed or exploded, more accurately, in the last number of years. To this extent, and should you be interested in discussing it further, there are state preemptions that really prevent us from regulating it any further at this time. The other issue I want to bring to your attention that to me is of the highest order of magnitude is a zoning legacy, and others have spoken about this in the city of Miami, of fairly low density zoning. Not the case, of course, in the downtown area, the central business district, which you see at the top of the image, but elsewhere throughout the city, the densities allowed are comparatively low. I'd like to show you, to illustrate that issue, the zoning map of the city of Miami. Of course, in red, you see the Miami city boundaries. And every time you see a yellow area, that is indicative of a T3 zoning designation, which accounts for, depending on how you measure it, 65% or 70% of the developable area of the city of Miami. That 65 to 70% of the developable area of the city of Miami is limited to densities of 9 to 18 units per acre. These are suburban densities that clearly begin to have inflationary pressures on the price of land, as you might imagine. Derelict housing, I don't need to tell you any of this because you mention it frequently, is also a significant challenge. This is what we would otherwise treat as naturally occurring affordable housing, but the poor maintenance and management of these properties over the years have created code compliance issues and now really stand as a formidable obstacle for the refurbishment of these properties and reinsertion of many of these properties into the proper affordable housing markets. In terms of legislation that has been put forward, I'll shift now over to some of the comparative successes that we've had recently. We have in Miami one of the best legislations for ancillary dwelling units. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Density bonuses are available in the city of Miami, as I think you know. Those admittedly have to be calibrated to yield better results. We can speak about that further. Inclusionary zoning exists as a tool in the city of Miami zoning ordinance. That too, admittedly, has to be calibrated, and that is another topic that is ripe for conversation in the city of Miami. There are reduced parking requirements available for affordable housing development, and that is both something that is welcome, I think, by many in the development industry as something to reduce those costs of construction that we've heard about in some of the presentations earlier. But I also understand, and it has been communicated to me directly, that it can be a cause for concerns in terms of impact on surrounding residential areas. That, again, is a balance that has to be addressed and established for everyone's satisfaction. I'll speak very briefly about what we regard as a community density trust, which I think goes to some of the issues that we've discussed earlier in this workshop today. And as pertains to preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing, we also introduced, or actually are about to introduce, I should say, legislation soon that will begin to address some of that.
Francisco, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm having difficulty hearing you. Can you speak up a little bit or get closer to the microphone? I know it's me, but I've been hearing everybody fine. I can't hear you.
No, es que él habla enredado.
Sí, aparte de hablar enredado, porque no es cubano, pero...
No, just kidding. I'm messing up with him. I tell him.
He's speaking very slow. He's speaking very slow, very low.
Yeah, he is.
My apologies. I'll speak louder. Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, it's clear too.
I'll try to speak louder and clearer, sir. Thank you. Work in progress, and these are thorny issues: linkage fees, seasonal occupancy assessments, and short-term rentals. Short-term rental regulations are, of course, on hold pending active litigation. In terms of linkage fees, I'll share with you quickly that elsewhere in the United States, there are fees established whenever there is an upzoning, a change in zoning that will yield higher density or higher development capacity. There are statutory or regulatory fees attached to those changes that would inure to the city's affordable housing trust. And in addition, to try to combat to some extent the inflationary pressures created by the global market for units in Miami, seasonal occupancy assessments are also established elsewhere in the country. And what those are essentially is for properties that serve as second, third, fifth residences for people living elsewhere with their homestead elsewhere. Those units with themselves have to be assessed for a fee, and that fee too could be contributing to the affordable housing program of the city.
That's good.
Sir.
One thing that I wanted to add was, and your information about the poverty level in the city of Miami. I just want to add that according to the standard that measures income inequality, which is called the Gini, the Gini coefficient, Miami is only second to New York in the income inequality. It is equivalent to Colombia and Panama in income inequality. That is why I've been fighting so long since I got here on the income limits. See, when we use the formula that we use in order to provide apartments at different income levels and different monthly rates. And that is why, because it is proven that Miami is second in the nation in income inequality. The areas that Commissioner Alex de la Portilla, Commissioner Hardeman, Commissioner Carollo, and myself, that areas of our district, it is the income inequality. It is equal to any country in Latin America. You see, people are making from $9 an hour, $19,000 a year. And that is something that we have to address. And I've been trying to address this. If we build apartments most of the apartments that have been built in Brickell and Biscayne Boulevard, they have been sold to people that they are not even from Miami. You see, they are not even from, I mean, we are not building and providing housing for the people that live in Miami. And that has been my fight all along. I just wanted to interject this because for future discussion and so people realize that it is our duty to realize that we are serving a very, very poor population. That's all. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I agree, the indicators are very negative throughout, but that certainly is a poignant one as well. Again, to resume and to finish quickly and then certainly make myself available to answer questions, I wanted to highlight that the City of Miami has a public benefits program whereby developers seeking to develop their properties to the highest and best use, as it is said, need to get to the higher heights and the highest density, need to contribute to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and those monies are deposited into the trust fund.
Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, and I'm glad, and thank you for realizing that those the income limits and all of that has to be recalibrated in order to really serve the people that we are representing. And we had that conversation, and I really thank you.
No, of course, I agree, sir, and I'm going to get to that in a slightly greater level of detail in just a moment.
Sure.
That what Commissioner Reyes just stated pertains to the Attainable Mixed Income Program, which we will address in again, just a moment. It was mentioned earlier, micro units are available in the City of Miami, but only in transportation-oriented development areas, so that those who live in these units and have no car, perhaps, as a means of transportation can avail themselves of the public transportation infrastructure. And there, really what we've done is we've reduced the minimum square footage for these units from 400 to 275.
Yep. Un baño.
And then just to caption the other incentives, some of them have been addressed already. There are fee reductions for permitting for affordable housing projects. There are impact fee deferrals available, of course, parking reductions, some design flexibility in terms of setbacks, in terms of height allotments, etc., and also development bonuses available in terms of density and also intensity. Quickly to introduce the topic of the ADUs, or ancillary dwelling units. This is really a best practice nationwide. And what this allows is for, especially in those low density residential areas that are zoned T3, it allows for a comparatively smaller unit at a maximum of 450 square feet to be introduced into the backyard, right? And the requirement there, though, is that the property owner must live on site. It has to be a homestead property, and that additional unit then can be rented for income.
Is that the granny flat?
Yes, sir. It's called also a granny flat.
Casitas.
La casita de la abuela.
Sí.
Francisco, if I may, tell me, give me some national perspective on micro units. What's happening in other cities?
Yes, that's a good question.
The standard practice for those, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, is fairly straightforward. It's fairly commonplace. They are made available typically only in TODs, transportation-oriented development areas, and they are typically exempt from parking. In Miami, we allow for parking to be provided, but we don't require it. That really is the only difference. The reason why they are available only in TODs is because typically they are intended to serve a population that will avail itself of mass transit. Unfortunately, however, in the city of Miami, and this was mentioned earlier by another speaker, our mass transit network is not really outstanding, and so the opportunities for these is fairly limited.
But these TODs are also where bus lanes exist, right? It's not only, or is it only Metro and Metro Mover? Does it also include the adjacent bus lanes and bus connections to it? How are TODs defined? Educate me. How are TODs defined?
Thank you, sir. We have two standards. For TODs, transportation-oriented development, we really base those on the fixed infrastructure. So that would be Metro Rail and Metro Mover, right? And so they are basically within the pedestrian shed of those.
That's by county code, right?
Sorry, sir?
Is that by county code?
The county code sets that forth. Yes, we, the city, have the ability to regulate differently, but that is the most defensible standard. What we've done.
Okay, so hold on. So the city has. I just want to make sure because we've had some couple of issues with the city, with the county lately. I don't know if you noticed, but so I want to make sure that we can. Do we have the ability to define them differently?
We do, sir. And in fact, what we've done in the city is instead of simply making them what I call typically dumb circles, because it's basically just extending a radius outside of the Metro Rail station or the Metro Mover station.
It's 1,000 feet, right?
Correct. So instead of doing that and drawing that radius in that fashion, what we've done is we have done a careful analysis of every single transportation-oriented development site, Metro Rail station, Metro Mover station, and extended them so that they can reflect the accessibility on the ground. So if, for instance, the river happens to cross that shed that is 1,000 feet in radius, then clearly that's stopped because it shouldn't go to the other side of the river because one wouldn't be within 1,000 walkable feet of the Metro Rail station. However, if that 1,000 foot walkable area extends beyond the 1,000 foot straight radius, we've made those adjustments. As a result, in the city of Miami, we have not the dumb circles, but really well-informed sheds, as we call them, that make that TOD area available to development that goes, in some instances, further than 1,000 feet.
Okay.
So that's one setting, Commissioner, and the other setting is what we call the transportation corridors. And the transportation corridors begin to reflect the availability of mass transit other than the fixed guideways, Metro Rail, Metro Mover. And for those, we require only, it's a fairly low threshold, that there be 10-minute headways between transportation routes. If that's the case, then we term those areas transportation corridors, and there are some benefits attached to those as well. However, micro units, to answer your question directly, are only available presently in TODs, not in transportation corridors.
But the city has the ability to make them available in transportation corridors.
We do, sir, yes.
Okay. One more, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you. What's the definition of a micro unit? ADUs is 450 square feet. I'm looking at the screen here, but what's a micro unit? What's the most it could be?
275 square feet.
275. And what's the difference between a ADU and a micro unit? Except the square footage? That's it?
The ADU is a program available only presently in the city in T3L. And,
Okay.
And the reason that is the case, and this is a thing I think of interest, and I think it demonstrates how, in a sense, progressive, pioneering we've been in the city. What we were able to do, working with DEO in the state of Florida, in Tallahassee, of course, is to exempt the ADU, granny flat, so to speak, from density counts. So that helps in two ways. A, it doesn't require the property owner to change the zoning to allow for the additional unit. And B, it doesn't necessarily count against the appraised value of the property since it retains its own zoning designation.
Excuse me, what are, I mean, in order for a resident in a T3 resident and that wants to build an ADU, what requirements does it have in a backyard? I mean, how big it has to be, how many feet they have, what are the setbacks and all of that? How much land it is required for a property owner, a homeowner, to be able to build one of this?
Very well. There is no requirement of a minimum lot size or anything of the sort. The standard lot in the city of Miami, as we mentioned previously, is 5,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
So long as one complies with the 5,000 square feet, that is typically the minimum platting standard, that qualifies the property. The unit itself has a maximum, not a minimum, but a maximum of 450 square feet, right? And it has some flexibility in terms of setbacks. It only needs to be set back 5 feet from the abutting property, so as not to sort of peer over it, but at least allow for some flexibility and not be built right up to the property line.
In other words, if it fits, you can build it.
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Any special permits or anything to build this?
Well, yes, a building permit, of course.
Okay. Then, as that you know, then there been some of this that have been built already, or people are taking advantage of it, or this is something new.
It's not new. It's been around for I would say for about 10 years now. Not many instances of it, and the reason for that, Commissioner, is that these are only available presently in T3L. I have to share with you that when they were first introduced, again about 10 years ago, there were significant concerns expressed by single-family area residents that they may have a negative impact and cause overcrowding or a change in sort of the characters of the neighborhood. And as a result, only a few neighborhoods throughout the city, and really you can count them in the fingers of one hand, about 5 neighborhoods accepted the T3L zoning designation that would allow for them to take place. However, this is, I think, something that we could explore further because I think there are areas in the city that are very much ready to accept this kind of additional units.
Francisco,
this will be, I'm sorry, just to finish, this will be, have the same effect of those people that they have an efficiency at their home, and they're renting it.
Yes, sir. And in many cases, as I think you know, those efficiencies may not be up to code, which these
They're not, most of them are not, but okay.
What's the, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, what was the rationale behind only allowing it in T3L?
We wanted to make them available originally. It was introduced as a measure that would be available in every zoning, in every T3 zoning designation. So T3R, which is single family residential, and T3O, which is duplex residential. There was enough reluctance on the part of many neighborhoods in the city of Miami that we had to tie them to a specific zoning designation. And once again, Commissioner, only 5 neighborhoods in the city of Miami accepted for the change to take place to allow for these to come in.
Could you educate me on the difference between a T3L and a T3O? I mean, the T3?
The only
Just the designation?
The only difference between T3R and T3L is that the T3L allows for these ADUs,
Okay.
but they retain the same density. It's a 9 unit per acre density. The difference is
Okay.
that the 9 unit per acre, you can have the single family residence and on site, then have the additional unit.
Okay.
But if you allowed it, you allowed in certain neighborhoods, you said that there was opposition from neighborhoods not to do it in other parts. How was that opposition manifested? Were there, town meetings? Was it one neighbor that said, I don't want it? Because there's always a negative nanny out there that wants to, to say, I don't like something here. Or was it a real deliberative effort from your department's side to really get what the neighborhood felt about these units?
Absolutely, sir. This dates back to 10 years ago, so maybe worth doing again. But at the time, there were many neighborhood organizations and certainly many individual neighbors in the vast number of community meetings, because we thought it was a great idea, right? But they really expressed reservations, and the comments were typically, additional cars, intrusion into other neighbors' backyards, excessive crowding, things of that nature.
Okay.
So have you done any analysis, and this is the last question, have you done any analysis on how many illegal units we have that, because I'll tell you, in every neighborhood that we have, the cars there's 5, 6 cars parked in front of the house that has 3 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms or whatever. So they're renting rooms out.
And they are
There may be, yeah, exactly.
efficiency galore, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, when you walk through the door, and you see the border list. It says 7 people living. You find out there's 7 places back in the backyard, like 7 little shits in the backyard. And you have to knock on every door. So we know that happens, right? Let's not blind ourselves to that. And maybe down the line, maybe not. It's not for today's conversation, but I think we may need to talk about some sort of forgiveness policy.
We got to
citywide forgiveness policy for residential only, for people, clearly, they can be brought into compliance and not have to face some of these difficulties and
homesteaded
especially what's happening now. Obviously, very targeted. Some sort of amnesty for people that on residential properties that have done this, because you see it all over the city. It's a reality we keep on, turning our eyes to. It actually exists, but that's a different conversation. I think there are wholesale violators and breakers of the law, and there are people that just have a shed in the back of their house or an efficiency that they closed off a garage 10 years ago or 30 years ago, whatever, and they may be still suffering consequences as a result. But that's not my question. That's a different conversation, though.
Yes, I know, but I just want to add to that point that we've been talking about. That is that's the way that it's an avenue for people to legalize it and make it safe. You see, as long I think that's a different conversation. We should have that conversation, and we should play the parameters and the limits and who can. Who is who qualified for I would say pardon
or an amnesty. I hate to use the word amnesty, or an amnesty.
Within a period of time.
Yeah, within a period of time, and if we use amnesty, then maybe Commissioner Russell comes on board. We don't know. We'll have to go through that, but some sort of a forgiveness policy.
That's right.
For people, residential, efficiencies of that nature. We all have them in our districts. We know
that's right, and with certain requirements like right here, have to live on the side.
You have to live on site. The owner has to live on site.
Homesteaded property.
Right, like this requirement. These
it's a good idea.
These ADUs, the owner has to live on site, right? So the same thing, the owner would have to live on site, all those requirements. That's a different, I think it's an important conversation to have down the line.
Yes, we will have that. We should have that.
But for this purpose, my question for this is, and I don't know if you have or you haven't, but you said it was 10 years ago, right, Mr. Garcia? Do you think it's worthwhile exploring this again to see if maybe some other neighborhoods will allow this kind of these ADUs? Obviously, with community input and with obviously commissioner input from every respective district, the respective districts, would you think that's something that needs to be explored?
Most definitely, Commissioner. We really honestly thought at the very beginning when we introduced this legislation that it would begin to address many of the deficiencies that we have in Miami. And we were surprised when it didn't really catch on very well. Happy to try that again.
Yes, because as we address affordability, I'm almost done, Commissioner Corey, I'm sorry. As we address affordability, this may be a way to get there quickly, right?
Yep.
Much faster than building and doing the whole program that we're going to do anyway. But that's going to take some time to do. This may be a quicker way to get there, and we'll begin to address some of those affordability issues that this meeting was called for. So that's just a thought there.
The problem that I see with this is that you could only put one person basically in this, unless it's a couple. It's too small to really make the impact that we're looking at. You would need something in the neighborhood of 700 plus to 800 square feet for it to really make the impact that we're looking at. But let me ask Francisco this. These are very pretty pictures. Are any of those in the city of Miami?
No.
Likely
Francisco?
not.
Huh?
Likely not.
I didn't think so. Do you know how many were ever built?
Commissioner, I have no reason to believe that that number exceeds 5.
Okay.
Wait. You say you have no reason to believe that number exceeds 5?
Yeah.
That is correct. I'm aware
That's
only.
what he said.
Well, I know some illegal ones have been built because I live in a T3R, which is the most restrictive part of the Miami community that you can live in, where we fight to preserve existing properties the way that they are. And I've seen some of these things go up over the weekend. And then, of course, we have to go through our process to get them removed because obviously you're not supposed to have another living dwelling unit on your on single family T3R zone property. But Francisco, you said that there aren't a lot of spaces for T3L, but when I look at the properties that for instance that surround the T3Rs, I'm looking at duplex areas and T3Ls, and wouldn't duplex zone areas allow ADUs as well?
They would, Commissioner, but typically they opt to have 2 units instead of just one in the ADU, which is highest and best use for those.
Right. So what I'm saying though, there are duplex zone areas that have single family homes on them. They could also either build a ADU or they could build the entire property and have a duplex, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, Francisco, are these portable units? Are they permanent? Do they have to meet the hurricane standard?
Absolutely, sir. Ultimately, these are proper dwelling units. They have to be permitted. However, these days, with pre-constructed, prefabricated units, that bar has been lowered significantly. They would still have to obtain a building permit and have, of course, electricity, water, etc.
Yeah, but hold on, let's go back to that. You said the bar has been lowered significantly.
In terms of their cost, right? So
Well, I know in terms of their costs, but I'm not asking about that now. I'll get to that in a minute. In terms of the requirements to put these up, if these are not permanent units, do they have to meet every single bit of the South Florida Building Code as to wind, impact, everything else?
No, these are intended to be permanent units or permanent dwelling units.
So then they would have to meet the South Florida Building Code in full.
The building code, yes, sir.
I don't know how, maybe that's why only 5 or less have been built.
The cost.
How, they could have qualified for it. I'm not saying that they can't, but it's just the cost to get them to qualified brings the cost up significantly, unless you're building quite a few of them. To bring in a unit here of 450 square feet and then have to pay the cost to get it qualified here in South Florida, the cost It just doesn't make sense at all. And what are the prices that you have seen in these 5 or less units? Or do you have any idea what they've cost?
I don't, unfortunately, sir. But when I spoke about cost earlier, what I meant to say is that there are prefabricated units of this sort. They are very popular elsewhere in the country, and I'm sure they can be implemented with, a reasonable amount, especially vis-a-vis the income-generating possibilities that they bring, right? Because so long as the property owner lives on the property, there's nothing preventing them from renting these out.
You're right, they're very popular in other parts of the country. That's why I asked you. So if you know the size of the unit, I guess you just have to Google how much it will cost. They're prefabbed, right? So it's just how much would it cost?
Well,
I think Commissioner Carrera is talking about affordability. We want to know, what the cost is, so we can have, compare apples to apples, right?
That's correct. Because I know a way that we could open this up that people could afford it. It might be a game changer, but the problem is if you're so limited where you can put it at. Now, again, a T3L, what usually is the max you could build in a T3L? Walk me through that again.
Certainly. By right, a property owner of a T3L property can build a single-family residential unit as you would in any other single-family residential property, and in addition, an ADU, an ancillary dwelling unit, as you're seeing here.
Go over that again. I didn't quite hear you. Single-family residential unit, and what else?
Right, a single-family residence and one of these, an ADU.
A what? Or one of these? Okay, so you could have single-family and one of these.
Yes, sir.
How about in duplexes that would have enough room in the back for one of these? Would that make sense or not?
In duplex, you can have either 2 dwelling units or a duplex or a single family unit and one of these.
Okay, well, what size lots minimum would you think that these can fit in?
These are configured to fit in a 5,000 square foot lot, which is a typical lot size in the city of Miami.
Right. Well, so to build an 800 square foot one in a lot that's 50 by 125 foot long, that's an average size lot in the city. But let's even go with a 50 by 100, which you don't have too many that small. Most are, anywhere from 105 to 125, 130. You could build one that's 40 foot wide or 40 foot long by 20 foot. That will make it 800 square feet. And still have plenty of room for your single family residence and green area for barbecuing, kids running around, a little playground. For those who want to reproduce, for those that don't, they can do the dog park. How can we expand this into more areas that would make sense in?
I think the suggestion is we'll begin to engage different neighborhoods to possibly consider them. And again, all it takes is a rezoning from T3R to T3L. If a given neighborhood were interested in having this program put in place, then it would be a wholesale rezoning either for the neighborhood or for part of the neighborhood as appropriate.
Well, give you an example. Little Havana, the single family residence areas that are left. Most are investor-owned properties now. At best, you'll find a neighborhood that maybe 50%, maybe, might be owner occupied. And they, in many of these places, like was mentioned here before, you got all kinds of people living. I don't know where they're living, you know. I don't want to get any more people mad at me or upset with me. So I, you know, don't ask, don't tell is what I'm trying to do now. But areas like this, this would make sense in. Maybe some other areas in Alapata, in Plagami. But there has to be some criteria, so they just can't throw any old container down. And my only concern is with something this small is you're basically attracting the single person or two single guys in the construction field that, you know, have been living here for a while and they're just looking for an inexpensive place to live, and then that might not be so hot for the neighborhood that's residential. But if you got a young married couple starting, or a young couple is starting out, you know, if you got something a little larger now, they can move in. It's a little different. And you're creating space that's going to help bring the rental cost down. Because the reason we have such a high rental cost too is that we have so many people and only so many units. So they ask what they want. Once we start constructing and create more units, those prices are automatically going to go down because there's not going to be that high demand. We're creating more units for people. But this is it's a novel concept. I'm sorry that I didn't know about that we had anything like this before.
I think it's fascinating. I think, in fact, you can actually buy some of these houses on Amazon. You know that, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
You know you can buy them on Amazon?
Yes, I was
You
just,
can buy them all over the place. You can buy them all over.
You can buy them on Amazon.
I was just checking, and to answer your previous question, they go for about 10,000.
12,000 on Amazon. I just checked it.
Right.
So,
well, gentlemen, let me be honest with you.
Let's double the size and say it's 25,000 or 29,000 or 30,000, right? If we talk about what Commissioner Carol is talking about, 900, 800 square feet.
How about test sheds?
That's a single family unit.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. You can't buy these just anywhere because who's going to qualify them for the wind?
No, but the state of Florida, the state of Florida, the South Florida Building Code, they're certified as compliant with the South Florida Building Code.
No, you need more. You need more than that just to get those qualified. It's not like that. But believe me,
There are companies that sell this in Florida, outside Miami, that's outside Miami-Dade, and other parts of the state that I've seen that are abide by the building code.
They count the building code as strong.
But we need.
The South Florida Building Code is a minimum standard, but you know, Bellini has his Bellina has his hand up. I want to recognize really quick, and he has something most to offer. You recognize, sir?
But so you can understand, you might be right that they'll tell you that they comply with the building code, but we have a very unique code here that nobody else in the country has. It's the hurricane code on wind and impact. None of those, I guarantee you, qualify for that. And then you got another problem. The R factors on the roof, on the walls. Who knows what they'll tell you they qualified, and then when you get down here and they're asking you for the R factors and to prove it, you can't prove it, and you got a problem. So believe me, that $12,000 price might be good if you're going to go up in Georgia, Tennessee, and throw a cabin where no one's going to come over and check it out. But it's not all that practical for any urban area, because once you start checking them out, and then the cost that you're going to have to put it up yourself, that price changes drastically, and I mean drastically. This is an area that I know a little bit about because before I made the mistake of coming back thinking that I could make a major difference and seeing how much Miami had changed since I had left it. I was going to Shangri-La, and I was negotiating with three different major governmental entities in three different Shangri-Las on putting up about 20,000 units. And I think I might have mentioned that I invented something that could be put up like this and had so many other factors involved that nothing in the market had it. But so 12,000 for 450. They'll tell you that, but who knows what you get when you arrive at when it arrives rather. And you know, it's you could build it for that, but again, it's the same thing with the developers we have with the high rise. They could build for affordable, low income prices, but they want to sell it for twice as much at least. And these people aren't going to sell you any of these prefab homes at their cost or close to their cost. They want to make a lot of money on it. But regardless of that, this is a novel idea because even here, you could build for a fairly low price. You could probably get a 800 square foot built so that someone builds it for you, does everything, and you might be able to get it for $30,000 or something to that nature, which is a real game changer. By the way, something of that level, it should probably cost to build no more than $15,000. The changes are how fancy you want to get inside, all the other factors, like we all know.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you're recognized.
I think I agree with Commissioner Carollo. This is truly a game changer. I'm shocked that I've been here. I haven't had a conversation with anyone about these ADUs. I find out about them today.
So did I.
Maybe because maybe because they're not that prevalent throughout the city, or as Mr. Garcia said, they didn't catch on fire. But in today's environment, in today's COVID world, and in our affordable housing crisis that we're facing right now, to me, this could really be a game changer. It could be put in different parts of the city. And I agree, Commissioner. I defer to Commissioner Carollo's expertise in the area. But let's say it's 30,000. And I agree. Let's say it's that. I mean, we were talking about what I talked earlier about the San Francisco Housing Accelerator Program. They were doing these dwellings for 133,000, right? And when we talk about these buildings, these affordable housing buildings that we're constantly talking about, they're in that range too, right, Commissioner Carollo, or something like that. So $30,000 is a game changer. If people have the property, the backyard, and they can generate additional revenues for themselves. A lot of people are retired, older, they have a fixed income, but they own property. But the only thing that they have of value is their home. And they have all this yard space that we allow in more neighborhoods, obviously with proper community meetings and everything else, but not to be tepid or afraid to explore things that are innovative in nature to address our affordable housing crisis. And I think I agree with Commissioner Carollo. The dollars work. The South Florida building standards and all things that have to be adhered to. If all that works, because I know that in South Florida you can go buy a shed for your backyard and it complies with South Florida building standards. It has to. They won't sell it to you, and you have to get a certificate from them. So I'm sure that there will be companies that don't exist already in South Florida. The market will be created if this law becomes law, right? if this initiative becomes law, believe me, there are going to be pioneers or people out there who are going to go build these homes that abide by the South Florida Building Code at the square footage that we will allow. And then all of a sudden we have a game changer, as Commissioner Carollo called it. So I think it's something that I want to put on our list, Mr. Manager. I think put on our list of options to explore. Expansion of this ADU program that exists right now in the city of Miami beyond the T3L designated areas. And what neighborhoods you think will be amenable. We're not going to waste our time either. You know, there are going to be neighborhoods that are going to have major opposition, that we don't waste our time. But I think in the Alapata area, the area that I represent, I think that you'll find a lot of neighbors that will like this idea.
Sure.
They'll see it as a way to, earn some additional income for themselves, perhaps, and provide housing and the people that need it. Like you said, like Commissioner Carollo said, a young couple starting that they maybe want to live in what they call a tiny house now, right? It's the terminology they use now, in an 800 square foot or 750 square foot home. It's enough space for them. And for those of us that like dogs, we'll build a doggy park and a house for the dog too. I mean, it depends. At the end of the day, it gives us an additional tool, additional weapon to address the crisis that we face. So I want you, Mr. Garcia, through our manager, of course, to look at that option. What neighborhoods you would recommend, and think outside the box again. What neighborhoods do you recommend? What areas you think that this will work in?
So you could understand, if I may, in 750 to 800 square feet, you could build 2 nice size bedrooms, a double full bathroom. You could put a full kitchen and a good size dining living room combined. And in fact, if you got to put a guest bed, you could have it in there outside. So it for a couple starting, even with a couple with a baby, it's perfect. It's fantastic. Plenty of room. So this I consider a game changer. I'm extremely surprised. I don't know why Francisco kept it a secret. Maybe so like 10 years. So you brought here today to have it a secret.
For like 10 years, he kept it a secret.
Yeah, well, it's obvious. There had to be a reason, but I think we need to explore this. If you could find out for me, Francisco, where the addresses were, any of these were built in, and I'd like to see.
You have some that exist as well. I don't want you all to think that they don't exist. 5 might have been built legally, but like I said, there are a lot of them that were pre-existing, and a lot of them are renovated. Those that were pre-existing and then have been renovated. For instance, I have 2 doors down from me that was renovated, and it's a nice. It from the outside, it doesn't look like this. It's not wood laid in like this. But it's nice. It's a very nice high impact windows type property. Small, it does the job. So they exist. So Francisco, it might be good if you can. I don't know how much resources it would take for you to identify all of the casitas that exist throughout the city. That might help us get a better example of an idea of how they are playing the role in affordable housing.
If I may, so I'm a housing guy, so I love housing. I think this is a great idea for elderly people, right? Those people in our community, right, that are aging in place. Somebody has a backyard space. An older couple could live there. It could get community support because somebody could watch out after the older people, right? And it builds that sense of community. And people will say, hey, I could rent it out to somebody that just sold their house in Westchester. I don't know. I'm just making, and they could move into a place and they stay in a family surrounding where you could have somebody watching the older person, maintain it. I think there's a very good market for this, especially in what we're trying to accomplish here as a team, and for the affordability for the elderly. I think this is a home run, and you could get the whole community. You could build a whole PR thing around it, and people want to put it because they could help somebody in their community, an older person. Something to think about, right? Just my 2 cents while thinking there.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, Francisco, do you want to finish your presentation?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to. I'll be quick about it, but I can certainly share with you that I'm nothing shy of ecstatic about how well this has been received and the prospect of actually implementing it citywide. As to why this has not been brought up more frequently before, I can only tell you that I still have the scars to show from the last time I proposed this at a public meeting, but I'm certainly happy to take that on again. I think sometimes the time is right to explore it, and I think this may be the time for it.
Yeah, but see, Francisco, this is the problem that we have in Miami with public meetings. Public meetings are dominated by a handful of people from a handful of neighborhoods, basically because those are the ones that speak English well, understand the system, are more well-to-do. The rest of the city, you never hear from because they're too busy working, trying to see how they can pay their mortgage or pay their rent, and they don't participate. So I think we need to explore this further, look at it more, and this could be a game changer. And not all these have to look like what you see here. There could be difference made, but I think what you do need is we have to establish certain criteria that it has to be approved so that someone just doesn't throw anything that they want in the backyard. There has to be criteria, unlike most things that we do in the city. At least if we're going to expand this, that's going to do
Coño, la próxima vez le meto perejil al sándwich de Carolla.
What's that? You say food. Okay, but I think this is a very novel idea.
Thank you, sir. Look forward to exploring it further with all of you, of course. All right, two more programs to cover very quickly. One has to do with the development of what we call a community density trust. The city of Miami is comparatively land poor, but it may be that some of the properties that the city of Miami owns can be exporters of density. And if that density is put into a bank, so to speak, that can be then made available for affordable housing in other sites that are being developed by either affordable housing developers or even market rate developers. And we see some potential in that. Again, not making land available, that's another idea, but making density, surplus density that the city may have in some of its land available for other developers exclusively for affordable housing. And now I want to spend maybe the last couple of minutes talking about I'll cover briefly the inclusionary zoning designation that I believe the city has. This is in the Omni area, and it hasn't been fully implemented yet because we still need to have a conversation at the commission level regarding what the appropriate calibration for the attainable housing program should be, what the AMI is, and what the number of units might be. So that is hopefully coming up soon, but we think there's also significant potential given the land that is available for this at present. And last but not least,
Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, go back there. How, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you,
Please.
how does this play into that massive rezoning they want to do in this area with a T624B proposal?
Right, that's exactly it, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. The zoning designation exists. A number of properties have already availed themselves of the zoning designation and therefore have been able to develop pursuant to it. It certainly increases significantly the development capacity for the properties and requires, in exchange, some level of affordability to be built on site.
Right, but it's not 10%, it's 14%. So you're talking the Mellow properties have been developed in that area, for example, right? He availed himself of that new ordinance that was created before I was here, 10 T624B, right? But this is not the same percentage. So this is a proposal that's coming now from the administration vis-a-vis that proposal.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. The way the ordinance is calibrated right now, it reflects 10% of units at affordable housing and 30% at workforce, right, as options. The reason why some projects have provided additional units is because at the time at which they came to rezone the properties and make themselves or avail themselves of this process, there were covenants proffered by the developers to address the commission's concerns that increased somewhat the level of affordability. However, the calibration, which is what I wanted to bring to your attention, is this right now, and we certainly need to work further to get consensus behind the new calibration.
Oh, clearly. Now, clearly we need to work further. Because it also has a 140% AMI component to it, right?
That is correct, sir.
Because you didn't put that here in your chart.
And that's
before you jump on it, Commissioner Reyes, I knew you would. I knew you would. Before you jump on it, let me just finish my thought 1 second here.
Okay, no. I just want to bring you on board. That's the only thing.
No. But I'm almost with you here, so we're gonna.
Yeah, I know we get there.
Yeah, the 140% is above market rate in this area right now.
Yes.
Above market rate. So if you want to define it as workforce, it's not really workforce. Like actually now, it may be because it's restricted for a number of years. It may be that in 10 years from now or in 20 years from now, it's not. It really is, restricted to that 140%, and the AMI here is higher at that point. But that's not the case right now. Is that correct, Mr. Garcia?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And so before I got here, something was proposed. I don't know who spearheaded it. I don't know where it came from, but it's pretty much an important, I think, rezoning that needs to happen because we're supposed to redevelop the area. But the administration, the past administration, didn't really negotiate the best deal for the city and really for our need for workforce housing for our citizens, not for the city, but for our citizens. Because they really gave the developers a little bit too much, I think. But the politicians, that be us, we can tighten that and make that, really a workforce housing environment. Because that's really what we need in this area, because this area is very unique. And I know Commissioner Russell is familiar with it. It's his district, obviously. But the way I see it, it's everybody's district because it is the urban core, the last urban core area left in Miami that could be developed the right way. Because everything south of 395 is unaffordable. No one can live there. No one entering the workforce or the labor force right now can live there. Nobody can pay $3,000 for an apartment. No one can do that. So the only area that's left where real people can live. I had a friend of mine whose daughter graduated from law school, and she got a job immediately at a big law firm in downtown. And she told her dad, "Dad, I'm going back to college." She was, "What are you going back to college?" "No, I have 2 roommates now." Again, I had 2 roommates in college and law school, and now I graduated from the University of Florida, your school, Commissioner Reyes, and now I'm a lawyer in Miami. I work for a big law firm, but I work for a big law firm. I'm not going to mention the name, but it's a big law firm, and I know they pay their employees a good amount of starting money. They're not employees, they're attorneys, and she has to room with 2 other people because she needs to be close to her downtown office, to the courthouse and everything else, but she can't afford to live there. So I look at this urban core area north of 395, where the Omni area, and I look at it as the real downtown, the future downtown for real Miamians, where real people can live and work and play and do things at an affordable rate. We're going to have a beautiful park, probably will become Miami Central Park with the underdeck in between, under the 395 with the signature bridge going there. So 10 years from now, if we make the right decisions now, in urban planning, in the zoning, and community benefits, and we're bold about it. Even the micro units that we talk about, if we're bold about it and visionary about it, 10 years from now, when we all get out of here, we're going to drive by there, including Commissioner Reyes will be a young 85. We'll drive by there, and say, wow, we left our footprint here. We did something that really mattered for the future of Miami. So this one, unlike Wynwood and other areas that no one was responsible, the market drove all those developments. Even Coconut Grove to a certain extent, market driven in other areas in Miami. This one, we have an opportunity to do something that's a little bit non-Republican, not a master plan, but a master vision of what can happen here. That we have the right roads and the right parks and the right density and the right, mixture of retail and residential. that combination of workforce and some affordable and a little bit of market, that combination where everything comes together, it's probably the only place in Miami, in at least in the downtown area of Miami. Maybe Alapata has some areas like that, but it's still not the same thing. And this that has highways by it, that's by the water, that has a lot of the amenities that the other part of downtown, the rich part of downtown has, that we can actually turn it into a working, into a neighborhood where all kinds of Miamians can live in. So to me, and if I'm not here in 3 years and somebody else takes over, at least we can begin the vision of doing something that works for this area. And I think it's a great legacy for all of us to do something nice here, something that's really well thought out. So we have to be bold. We have to be careful. We have to be deliberative. We have to be analytical in the way we do it. We can't be knee-jerk it, right? But we have to do something here. This is the last area we can do something like this, that we can do a master vision that works for all Miamians, for Miamians of average income, not the rich part of Miami. And I think it's an exciting challenge for me, and I think it'll be an exciting challenge for this commission. By the way, Commissioner Hardiman, you'll be gone, but you're going to the upper body, but you'll be representing some of these areas too, right?
Absolutely.
Right? So you're going to be part of this too, because south of 395 is the area that you represent. You're going to represent in all that area. And so you're connecting two neighborhoods, as you will know, Commissioner Hardiman, that were a neighborhood that was destroyed when that expressway was put there. And now we're reconnecting those neighborhoods. And I think it's exciting. And I think it's a great challenge for all of us, of all ethnicities, of all races, to create that urban core in Miami that works for all Miamians at all economic levels, not only at the highest economic level.
Commissioner, I am so happy, through the chair, I'm so happy to hear you realize, that that the income level has to be of the amount of rent that is going to be charged has to be calibrated, because that's what I've been saying all along. 140 is over market rate, and if we are going to provide affordable, what is workforce housing, it has to be for the workforce people that work. You see, I can assure you, because I have seen the statistics, that more than 80% of the population in Miami, they make less than $60,000. And 140 is for people now that makes $83,000. And that is when in only one person, and Francisco agrees with me that the income table, if it is more than one person, the amount that they could charge for that apartment increases according to the number of people in the house. You see, and I am all for calibrating and try to find a happy media. You once told me, I don't want to go so slow, but not as high. And I think that we should work in it and work together, because I am, just as you are, I am very concerned about the people that work in Miami, and that we are building, and all this inclusionary zoning. It is to benefit the people that live in Miami. It's enough of people that live in Broward that they want to move to Miami, and because they are working in a company that is paying them $100,000. No, that's not what it is. And I'm glad, and I'd be more than glad to sit with you. And maybe you sit with Francisco, and through Francisco, we can work together and reach consensus and present a unified front.
And we will. I have no doubt about it.
Okay. Very good.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Thank you, and I'm really happy to see this. This is the Omni area is in District 2 currently, and it is exactly as Commissioner Diaz-Portillo said. It is the greatest opportunity we have to address our economic affordable housing issue. Inclusionary zoning fits perfectly there. It doesn't fit everywhere, but it fits perfectly there. It was overly generous to the development side. And that's part of why it passed. But B, it's very important to note that under the new state legislation, we are preempted from enacting inclusionary zoning that puts any of the affordability on the shoulders of the developer. So we have to give them as much as we're asking of them or more. So there's a very delicate balance that needs to be calibrated. Otherwise, we are preempted from enacting inclusionary zoning. But the way it's currently, it favors, the balance is more in favor of the developer than it is of the affordability. So Commissioner Reyes here,
You're absolutely right, Commissioner Reyes. And this is where we bumped heads. This is where we bumped heads a year ago.
Yes,
and
sir,
we didn't
yes,
get past it. And I really believe that Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla could be not the tiebreaker, but the consensus finder here. And I really think that if we do compromise on this AMI portion of it, it's going to cause consternation amongst the development side. But I believe that that's where the carrot and stick of the CRA can come in. And with a boilerplate, almost hand in glove legislation / incentive process, if there is a shortfall created by the requirements of the affordability, that we can have like either a TIF deal or a grant process that as these new developments get built, we're making sure they're made whole. That we want them to be more than whole because we want to incentivize the development. That's why these popped up so fast. None of those 4 towers were there 5 years ago, and all of them carry the inclusionary zoning concept.
And there is a demand also for it.
And there is a demand.
Yes,
I look forward to working with you.
And that's really the point, right? That there's a demand for it. I guarantee you, Commissioner Russell, I agree with you, by the way. We're going to all work together through our mayor and all the commission and Francisco and our manager to find common ground because this is too important. It's your district, and I show great deference to the commissioners in the district, but it's also our downtown, right? It's our downtown. It's Miami.
It's our
downtown.
city.
So
it's
it's all of our districts in that sense. But because you're the commissioner of the district, obviously you have a lot of weight in what you say through our mayor and what your opinion matters. And your opinion matters to me, and I say that with all seriousness. It does, because you do represent them. They elect you to represent them. I don't know after we redistrict you to represent them, but at least you do for now. So the important thing is that we work together to get there. But Commissioner Reyes' point is not lost on me, and it shouldn't be lost on anyone. There's a demand. These developers are going to build there. We don't need to be overly generous to them. Trust me. They are dying to pass legislation that benefits them now because they know that there's a new commission, a new manager, and a different perspective on this. And there's a majority in this commission to focus more on what's necessary for the residents and not be so generous to developers. I'm not saying you were. I think what you did back then, you had to do because there was nothing there. And you had to figure out a way to spur development, some kind of development. Had those buildings not gone up, what was happening now, the buying of the land and the aggressiveness that these developers are showing now would not have happened. It would have been another 20 years. So I think the work that you did, or another 10 years at least, the work that you did in that CRA to get those buildings built, you know which buildings I'm talking about, was important because all of a sudden around the people say, hey, let me start buying land because now I can do something around this too. Obviously, the Adrian Arts Center helped. By the way, it's another conversation on a side note, without going off on a tangent. We have a lot of opposition from some former leaders of Miami that are no longer current leaders, right? That don't want to have some of this development occur around the Adrian Arts Center because they don't want to ruin the sightline of the Adrian Arts Center. That's their perspective. So they don't care about housing for our neediest citizens, for our elderly, or for people entering the workforce, whether it's affordable or workforce housing. But they want to preserve the surrounding area around the Adrian Arts Center, a county building, they think it's more about the cultural arts and is more important than housing. So there's going to be, and you know what I'm talking about, that's going to be certain opposition that will exist there. But we have to be bold and courageous and just say, look, we need to build housing in the urban core. The only urban core left is this area. So the district commissioner, you, Commissioner Russell, the new commissioners on this dais, our new city manager, our mayor, who's innovative in many of these ways, and he wants to leave a legacy in Miami where he rebuilds our downtown. We have the underdeck coming, all things I spoke about. It's important for all of us collectively to make this area thrive and to get it right. We don't want to do a Wynwood here. We want to get it right here. It's our last swath of land that we have to get it right. So I think it'll be all of our legacies, including our mayors, to get this right. And everybody's input is going to matter. Everybody's opinion is going to matter. And we're going to work together. I promise all of you that we're going to do what we can to find that common ground and get everybody will be on board for what we're going to do here. I think it's going to be exciting work we'll have in the next couple of years.
I think so too, and I'm glad to hear it after knocking myself against the wall.
Can I find a little more common ground?
Finally.
Can I find a little more common ground? I never thought this meeting was going to go this long.
Me either.
And I have to do that. I promise a quick interview for someone. I need to step out maybe 10 minutes, no more than 15. And I just want to make sure that if there's going to be any voting,
Well,
until I come back.
There has to be a hard stop of the meeting at 4:45. You know that the clerk. Okay. As I understand, there has to be a hard stop of the meeting at 4:45 because there are what you would call, what is it called?
Board meeting.
Code enforcement.
It's a board meeting here.
Code enforcement.
Right, code enforcement board meeting, and we know it's very important. Code enforcement is their first, I think, one of their first major meetings they've had in a very long time since COVID-19 has struck. So if we're going to get business done, we should get the business done now. I know there were some recommendations that the administration wanted to make. Can we get to that now?
Yes. Yes, let's vote it in whatever we have to vote, the recommendations, if we agree with it. And so we'll be out of here by 4:45.
Mr. Chair, are we voting on anything?
There is
Yeah, we'll have some recommendations that they're about to present to us right now.
Okay.
Regarding the strategies. The strategies are already in existence. Remember, some of them were increasing, so just make sure you note on the record, administration, what changes you're making so that we can adopt those changes.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This is Alfredo Duran with the Department of Housing and Community Development. The discussion that we have on the agenda for bond strategies is really connected to the one resolution you have today in front of you for consideration. And that resolution is pertaining to the modification of 4 of the 7 strategies that were approved during the bond validation process. The strategies, which were described earlier by the chairman, really provide the city with a toolkit filled with every potential way that you can address affordable housing. And I'll read them out real quick so that you get an idea what they consist of. And they are an affordable workforce rental strategy. There's a homeownership preservation strategy, the city acquisition of land, affordable homeownership strategy, an affordable rental housing preservation strategy, an affordable new construction rental strategy, and finally, a City of Miami affordable long-term lease and build and management strategy. Now, the resolution that we have in front of us today is to amend or to modify the homeownership strategy, the affordable new construction rental strategy, the affordable workforce new rental strategy, and the homeownership preservation strategy. These 4 strategies are designed in a way that we believe that these modifications will allow the city more latitude, more options to be able to engage in projects that are worthwhile in getting bond financing too. The affordable homeownership strategy, for instance, that the chairman spoke about, the preservation strategy is one where the city, the bond, we reserve $4 million citywide to address our single-family homes that are in need of hurricane preparation. The program, what it does, it provides impact windows, roofs, and doors to seal the envelope of the homes. Originally, it was approved.
Can I put you on hold for a moment there, if I can? I'm sorry, Alfredo.
Yes.
But I'm confused, and I'd rather do it now than later. Again, I apologize for interrupting you, but you're talking about $4 million that you have for hurricane preparation. Is that out of the 15 that was taken already, or is that taking it out of the remaining 85?
No, that's part of the 15, sir.
Part of the 15.
Okay, that was part of the 15.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so we still have 4 million that hadn't been taken out of the 15.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, that's good news.
Yes.
Good news.
So
I'm sorry.
The modification proposed here would increase the 50,000 per home allocation to 70,000, and the reason being that the majority of the housing stock in the city of Miami is not, a lot of it is not ready for impact windows. It doesn't have the support structure system to do that. in order for us to be able to accommodate these homes in a better way, to make them a lot more sustainable to the elements, impact windows would be the best way to do it. If not, there will be homes that definitely will not be able to absorb or that type of improvement. So we'll add hurricane shutters, but increasing it to 70,000 would enable us to help these residents in a better and a better way.
Hurricane shutters is less expensive.
It is
than the impact windows. So why do you need more money?
Well, no, because some of the homes that do not have homes that were built recently do have the structure capacity to be able to withstand impact windows. Impact windows need to have the structural elements to be able to absorb it. Putting an impact window on a wood frame home is not going to do anything for that.
I understand that. I understand that, but
right. So
why do you need to increase it if now you're talking about shutters?
No, there will be homes that are in no shape that we can do that, and shutters will be the only way to do it. But if not, I'm saying if we don't have the increase, we would have to resort to shutters, is what I'm saying. Okay.
Well,
the other strategy that also is being considered here is the multifamily rental new construction. Right now, that particular strategy limits the city's ability to finance larger scale developments. And by that, I mean properties that are bringing 200 and 300 units to the city. We're limited at $2 million. What this strategy would be modified to allow is the city to go up to 20% of the project's cost, not to exceed 20% of the project's cost. We typically don't go anywhere near that. If we look at our first tranche of the projects that we approved during the first tranche, we're really around 4 or 5% of total project development costs. But this will allow us the flexibility to be able to provide these larger projects a little bit more money. The other two strategies is the workforce strategy, which is a typical request that we're making here at the 20% of cost. And finally, there's a homeownership construction strategy for a project that is a vertical construction project similar to the ones that we've talked about this morning. The original strategy only allows the city to provide up to $50,000 per unit. We're requesting that we give up to $75,000 per unit. What this does is that those $75,000 are provided to this project in a construction permanent manner. It goes into the construction and then it's rolled into a permanent loan to the affordable unit for that low income individual or family.
Mr. Duran.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Go back, if you may, just for a minute. You mentioned about the loan to cost of 20%.
Yes.
But if it's a smaller unit, right? If it's less than 20 units, it's really a 40% loan to cost, right?
Yes. It's up to $1 million.
You didn't mention that.
That stays the same. It's up to $1 million maximum.
Right, the lesser.
Right. So anything below the smaller units is up to $1 million, and that's up to $1 million. That doesn't mean it's $1 million.
Of course, yeah. But my question is, why the 40% loan to cost?
Because smaller developments tend to need a little bit more financing. I mean, a 5 or 6.
That's a lot more financing, right?
A lot.
It's double. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, they don't have the ability to have a wide range of leveraging.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Continue.
Okay. And so going back to the homeownership, and that's the last strategy that we're modifying is the homeownership strategy, raising it to $75,000, allowing us to be able to help with the $75,000 that is rolled into a permanent loan, a lower income family in a homeownership situation, similar to what Commissioner Carollo has been talking about today. And that is the amendment that we are requesting.
Well, from 50 to 70,000, that's a whole bunch of moolah, which means a much smaller group is going to benefit.
Of those who are eligible, Commissioner, not everyone.
I understand, but there's a lot of people that should be eligible. Right. And I really wonder if impact windows the way we should be going instead of the shutters. And I don't mean the shutters that you got to put up, they're aluminum and take down. That's too much for most people, let alone elderly people.
So I'll describe
right. In our rehabilitation program,
the sliding ones, you're probably better off with those.
Commissioner
Gordillo.
Those are the ones we put in our regular rehabilitation program. We use accordion. We have a lot of elderly homeowners, and those panels are not practical for them. So
They're not, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. Even aluminum. It's not practical.
No, they're not. So we put the accordion ones.
Okay, the accordions are. That's different.
Exactly.
Well, Commissioner Toroyo, let me make a point about that, though. The safety is a major concern for a lot of homeowners, right? And so if people today, if you look around all of our communities, you're going to find that you have glass windows, or regular single pane windows, and bars. And mostly everyone who has bars is supposed to have a key to allow them to be able to exit those bars in case of fire or something of that nature. That just doesn't exist. No one has these keys. The bars.
I agree. I would agree with you in that.
So what happens there is that they get the bars because they don't feel safe because the single pane windows are easily broken. And so you have to remove the bars, then to put these shutters on. And so then people don't feel safe. So then what happens is they close those shutters and leave them permanently closed and locked.
Absolutely right.
For the entirety of the time that they're in the house, which is probably a code violation. I would dare to say that it is to continuously have closed shutters. But then also you don't bring any light. It doesn't lend to the beautification of the area. It doesn't increase the property value as much. So the high impact windows does a tremendous thing for property values, for look at the neighborhoods, for safety, for energy. Energy, yeah. So now you're saving money on light bills. So, although it's an increase, Commissioner, and I understand why you would be concerned about that, I think that it's well worth it for something like this.
I agree with that. I agree with you, Commissioner Hardiman, and also improves the neighborhood, because as you improve the look on all those homes, and it brings the property value up, in the neighborhood.
And it serves a dual purpose. It's a safety issue because it also protects from intruders, as well as a energy efficiency and hurricane preparedness.
And noise. It is also
and noise.
Noise. I mean,
noise.
So how much money do we have put away for that?
We don't. For which one, sir?
For you said $4 million for this kind of project?
Total.
Correct. $4 million
Total?
for the preservation
let
project. Initially, yes.
Let me check something up here. In other words, if we go with 70,000 per home, we're only going to be able to do 57 homes.
That's correct. That's if we go up to 70. That's correct.
You're talking about on the first tranche.
First tranche.
And that's if you and it all depends on because it all depends. I mean, on the number of windows that you have at a property.
Well, maybe what we need to do is throw the 4 million into the 85 that's left, plus anything that's left, throw it into there. And if we're going to be dividing by district, then we divide it out of that.
I think the thing about it is, like, for instance,
right now, you're getting an extra 4 million.
I shouldn't be getting
taken away.
I'm not getting anything extra. I shouldn't be getting anything extra.
No, that's a citywide program.
Citywide.
Yeah, so it would be reduced from if a home in Little Havana is assisted, or District 5 or 4. That's how it works.
They just made the money available for people to make.
We're going to be able to have so few homes, 57.
To start with.
How are we choosing these people?
It'll be on a first come, first serve. An open
how is it?
Open application. It's an open application. The resident has to be a homeowner. It has to be living in the home as his principal resident.
That we'll understand, open application. But how from then on, how does it work? Is it first come?
First come, first serve.
First come, first ready. Yes.
No. I don't like that because some might get there first by being given a big push. If you want my vote on that, anybody could apply, and then you take it out of a lottery. Okay. We'll get that nice lady that goes on TV and gets a little ball. We'll buy her lunch, and she could come and pick them out of there.
We could do a lottery.
I also have a concern about that, and I have another question later on, Mr. Chair, through you, if I may.
Please.
If I may. So you said, Mr. Duran, it's first come, first served, really?
Yeah, typically our rehab program is first come, first serve. We have a wait list. We work with different contractors and we get to people as we go along. We give everybody their fair shake.
Well, not really, because if a project comes an hour later, has more merit than the first one.
No, it's not more merit.
First come, first serve is never everybody gets a fair shake. That's who gets there first.
Yeah, if you
I agree with the shake. I don't know about fair.
Yeah, because somebody can be calling, hey.
I think the way you described it is a good resolution to that. Look, you can have deadlines, turn it in for certain drawings. You turn it in, you're in that drawing. You turn it in the next drawing, and everyone can just participate in each.
Right.
That's fine.
I
We're
would
not
think
opposed
that,
to
but I would think, well, that's a more random process, which I wouldn't object to at the end of the day. But I think a better process may be that it's based on merit and on need, right? I mean, shouldn't this be merit based? It shouldn't be, because what if, definitely not first come, first serve. That doesn't work.
It's obviously, yes, the house needs, the resident will have to have a certain need for this improvement to be made. So we look at that as well. The houses, the homes.
Who's we?
The department who us, the professionals that are dealing in this program.
Housing department.
The housing department.
Right, so the housing department. So this doesn't go to the housing and commercial loan committee, right?
No, this is
It
done.
goes to you guys.
Yes.
Straight to them.
Straight to you.
That's how our first-time home buyer program works. That's how our single-family.
Right, I know.
That's how our rehab programs work.
Okay, so we eliminate. I think we agree that we kind of agree. I know we have to take a vote on it, I guess, but we agree that it shouldn't be first come, first served. I agree with Commissioner Carolli. That's absurd.
We can do a lottery. We can
Of
do a
course.
lottery.
It will be more random, but as a matter of fact, all the different assistance programs that we have, including the assistant for rent, eviction, and all of that, is first come, first serve until the funds last.
Yeah, but that's a problem.
Yes, but let me ask Alfredo. Alfredo, because Carollo, Commissioner Carollo, he has a point, and at $70,000, we can only provide this windows to 70. How many? 70 some.
No, 53.
53 homes.
57.
Let me. How many applications? How many requests you had last year for this home improvements?
For home improvement, we typically have like 40 or 50 a year.
40 or 50. Normal time, normal years.
Yes, normal times.
And that includes, getting windows, impact windows, and getting the home ready.
That's a more involved. That includes in the interior of the house, electrical, plumbing, fixtures.
But the $70,000, they are not for including nothing inside the house.
No.
That is a different fund.
We're only hardening the.
But is that a different fund?
Yes, we use CDBG.
You have two different funds. This one is for hardening the home for to prepare it for an eventual hurricane.
Yes.
Okay. And the other one is that any improvement inside the house because it is there's danger or it's not
life and safety. Exactly.
It's safety, life and safety. So I don't care if we are going to get a lottery. I think it's fine, but every single home, every single applicant has to show need, right? And the house, they have to prove that the house or the whatever, or the windows, they are vulnerable for, hurricane wind and all of that, right?
Correct.
So that's the need right there.
Exactly.
But they have to prove it.
Yes, we do. We have 2 inspections. We'll have independent. Yes.
Okay. Let's do it in a lottery base, and that's it.
I want to make
but the lottery, another question. The lottery, we cannot, you have to have a lottery periodically, because if this month there are 30 people you cannot have a lottery every 6 months or something, because it won't happen.
What happens is, if we have a lottery, we typically would have one like for the rental programs. All of the projects that we provide financing to, the multifamily projects, we require that they have lotteries also. So they obviously are going to get more lottery participants, and there are units available. So in this particular case, like Commissioner Carrillo noted, 57 people would be helped.
Yep.
If we get 150 people coming in the lottery, we pick them from 1 to 150, we'll help the first 57. If we get refunded, if the bond provides more additional funds or from
You
any
go on
other
the lottery.
then we go back to that wait list and we
And
go
you
back
go
to
on the lottery.
or we just continue with that wait list that was waiting. We could do that as well until we run out of that, and then we do another
Okay,
lottery.
man.
I just want to confirm, out of that 70,000, does that include marble countertops or not?
No, sir. No, we're not
Okay.
going in the house.
All right,
Onyx,
just-
onyx.
Want to make sure.
It's no marble, onyx.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
We're just trying to help
Suffice.
people withstand hurricanes, not
Yeah,
entertain.
it's granite. It's granite. It's not marble.
It's granted,
to
okay.
answer Commissioner Reyes and something that he asked that had merit.
Granite was the 1970s. Now we're in 2020. Now it's granite, and
Yeah.
you know
That's onyx and
onyx. And,
We,
the 60s and the 70s.
Commissioner Reyes, the reason I didn't make a big deal out of doing lottery, which I think we should and all these stuff, and do it in City Hall so that the public can see that everything's transparent.
I agree with
The
that.
reason I didn't make a big deal out of the amounts that we're given for rental assistance, because they were relatively small amounts. They weren't large. But when you're talking about $70,000 a pop for each residence, you know,
Hey, listen, I think it's
I
already.
trust,
It is
but verified.
That's right, trust but verified. But it is agreed that they want to do a lottery. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but do the lottery here in
We
front
will.
of City Hall where we're all invited. Whoever wants to come can come.
You
And I'll
bring the
bring that
lady.
nice lady that I
we
mentioned.
bring one of those things and we roll it, and
That's
Commissioner
right.
Roy, you
We
can
want
pick
you
it
to
out.
be totally
That's
comfortable
right.
with the process.
With a blindfold, you got a blindfold so you don't
Pick
pick.
it out.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I make the motion.
But I'll second it. But before one more question, I want to make sure nothing in this language has anything to do with CDBG dollar allocations for any particular district.
No.
Zero here. Just the
Zero.
four issues that we
Okay.
discussed.
Yes.
Can you go over again what the
But
resolution?
Mr. Duran, is that the case here?
That is correct.
I'm sorry.
There is no
Mr. Duran,
money,
is that
there
the
is
case
no
here?
money
No
associated with any,
CDBG
particularly
allocation.
for a project or for CDBG anything. This
It
is,
is.
these are
Just-
strategies.
I understand.
Strategy.
I just
To
want,
make sure
I
it's-
want to double check again. I'm you know, I come from a very jaded world. I come from a Tallahassee world. People get
you.
tired. They do vote on things they know they're voting on something.
You know,
else.
guys,
Sure, I make
if we
mistakes.
if we make it 100,000, we could almost build them a new home instead of refurbishing.
Almost.
Total remodeling.
Yeah.
Almost.
Well, 70K is a lot of money for a
It
rehab,
is.
really. I mean,
You know, that's one thing that, how much does it cost to change all the windows? Because, I mean, I got all my impact windows and it was not even $30,000, not even $20,000.
Right. So it depends
mean,
on
the
how.
way
are they gold plated?
No, I mean, it was, this one, I mean, that is my question.
Wait.
Why? Yeah, let's say at Hounds that has 10, 12 windows.
Yeah.
You see, you are going to change that window from one that which is a regular one to an impact window. Why $70,000?
Okay, so
I mean,
that
it-
window, depending on the style of window, obviously every house is different. Every style of window is different. These are sometimes custom made. They also need the support structure. Some houses need the support structures to be able to withstand that.
They cost $800 max.
Absolutely.
Okay,
800.
800.
800.
Window?
Custom made. I'll give you the name of the company. Impact Windows in Fort Lauderdale. I'll give you the name of the company. You go check it out. Call them tomorrow and ask them.
All right.
So you do 10 windows. How much is that?
We have one here in Miami, Echo Window.
But let's remember,
Echo
let's
Window.
remember, we're not saying that we're going to cut a check for $70,000 and give it to each one of these homeowners. No, it's up to $70,000. And it
But
depends
why?
on the needs of the-
But why would you up it though? Why would you take it from 50 to
because
70?
we have
What's-
found that in some
That's a good
cases, the $50,000.
What
is not enough.
cases?
In
What
some of the
cases?
cases that we took 3
Give me an
models.
example.
Well, we took 3 test cases and we had 3 contractors price them independently. And they were all very near or above the $50,000 mark.
I don't know, I'm gonna vote for this. I may reconsider the vote next time we
Yeah,
come here.
yeah, but.
But I want the three contractors. I wanna see how they priced. I wanna see those invoices. I wanna see their names and I
Your
wanna see
estimate.
how they priced it out.
Okay.
And if I see that they're not charging market rate for those windows, I'm gonna reconsider this vote and bring it back to this commission.
That's gonna
and
be
vote
two
it
of
down.
us.
Vote it down.
And I
I
want,
wanna see what contractor is putting impact windows for 70K.
Well,
No, it wasn't for 70. No. It wasn't for 70. It was a little bit above 50. We just want to have the
I
space.
wanna see.
yeah, you want to have the flexibility so they can charge more.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course. That's
But-
what
but-
that's
but
what we have 2 minutes left, Commissioner.
yeah, yes, another thing that I want to see those contractors, but I also want to see somebody that asks for prices and it doesn't identify themselves as coming from the city of Miami. You see, because anytime that you ask for any price for anything that comes from the city of Miami, I don't know, the prices increase. So any one of you, I mean, myself, whoever, let's ask for, give me some prices.
So we're running short on time, but I want to remind you all that it's not just windows, it's windows and doors. And when they talk about how the support system is window, that's a different word. We produce the.
It also has to do with roofing. It also has to do with the actual foundation reinforcement.
Oh,
There's a
well,
lot more
that's-
work involved than just putting in the windows.
I still wanna see the.
Wait a minute. Do you want to be an architect or are you going to want to be a city manager?
By the way, I'm just telling you what it is.
Are you a construction expert?
I have a development background, so I have a pretty good foundation and a basis for it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty, and I'm pretty good with
That's
math.
fine. Then let's
So
get
I'm
into it.
pretty
No,
good
no,
with
no. I
math.
want to get into it more.
I want to
We
see
don't
the
have time, gentlemen. We don't have time. We have the.
Yeah, we do have time because 70,000 a pop, and I thought before this included a lot more. But if you're telling me it includes only windows and doors,
And roofs.
huh?
And roofs.
And
Oh, the whole
foundation.
roof.
Yes.
It's actually the hardening of the structure.
It's complete.
Okay, now you're talking.
Well, no,
Because
no,
you're
no,
saying
no,
to doing the whole roof.
Yes.
No. Well, okay, let me ask you very quickly, in a different way. Are the 3 people who are over 50K that include roof repairs?
Yes, sir.
All 3?
Yes.
All 3. And
Yes.
what was the amount of the roof repair?
I don't remember, but it's over
Well,
50.
you should.
Oh, no.
You're asking us to increase
They
it
were
from
over 50.
$70,000.
They were over 50.
If you
Again,
like,
I want to see them.
If you like, let's table
I
this.
want to see them.
Yeah,
I'll
we'll
vote
get you
for
the
it. I'll
information.
reconsider it.
We got a motion on the floor.
Look, I'm having a hard, difficult time to believe that if we're looking at residential homes that are average in the city of Miami and people in need, that those homes are going to be much greater than 1,200, 1,300 square feet or so, even with a new roof, with impact windows, with new doors on the outside. Usually they'll have 2, maybe 3 at most. That this goes beyond $50,000.
But if those 2 or 3 occur, they can't get the benefit if there's no upper limit to 75. That's the point that the administration is trying to make.
You'd be surprised, Commissioner. There are some very nice big houses owned by very low income individuals in the city of Miami that were purchased years ago, and they can't afford to buy them today.
The taxes that we got to charge, so you guys get your salaries. I understand. You know, it's
That's a little. Listen, we got to get out of here.
We're retired in Miami anymore. But I look to help 57 people at that amount.
That's the worst case scenario, Commissioner.
And then everybody else is going to be paying for this for the next 30 years in the bonds.
No, that's a loan to them. They have to.
That is a deferred loan. So they have to live in the property. They can't sell it. They can't rent it. They have to maintain it as their principal residence.
My problem is with what the city of Miami is charged by those people that are doing the job, and that is my problem. That is my problem. That we getting the estimates? Are we getting a real estimate like anybody else can get an estimate, or we are being taken advantage? Just like when you have a historic house, because of being historic, you ask for an estimate to replace anything, and the cost doubles. And I believe, and I have talked to you about this, that we've been overcharged by builders. You know, we've been overcharged. You see, and that's what I want to see, if we are being overcharged or not. See, if we are getting the same price, if we're getting the market rate. See, that's what I want to know.
I will vote for it with the condition that no monies be spent until we could get some samples of what they're charging us for these 3 homes that you claim. Bring them to us, see what they're charging us, break it down, window by window, roof by roof, tile by tile.
And
then we can compare it with others.
That's right.
In the same field.
Yes, I agree with that. Okay.
I agree too. So let's call the question.
Okay, so it's a resolution to approve with a condition that no monies will be spent until we get to
we can compare prices
with others.
They're far from spending money.
Prices that he's got in these 3 that he claimed that he had.
Okay.
All right, it's been properly-
And the lottery. I'm sorry.
Well, the
Chairman.
lottery is part of it. I mean,
Right, but it's not drafted that way, so we have to amend that portion as well, that it's a lottery and not first.
a lottery in City Hall where it's fully transparent and we're all invited.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Mr. Chair, I've called the question, sir. It's up to you now. Bring it home. Bring it home.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
All right.
Motion carried.
Okay.
Chair,
Hey guys, been a
Chair,
pleasure
briefly.
doing business with all of you.
Chair, just briefly, Commissioner Russell, at 1:10 p.m., you were in the process of proposing a direction to the city manager regarding bringing back a resolution creating a trust fund between now and the November meeting that outlined the controls and divisions within this fund. Did you still want to move forward with that direction, sir?
What?
You're muted.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I don't think it needs a vote, but I'll work with the manager offline on that. It is not competitive to Commissioner Carollo's concept with the home ownership loan fund and the task force. But it's a potential to leverage our bond dollars without tying our hands. So,
Commissioner, I'd be happy to have a sunshine meeting and see if we could work it out and, something that would help you and will be acceptable. I have no problem in doing that if you like.
Me too.
great. I think Art could probably shop it around. I think we've all talked about it quite a bit today. And so I don't look to be the sole sponsor of this. I only want this sort of thing to come if there's a consensus amongst the group.
We got a consensus. Everybody talked about that.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We productive day.
Thank you.
If all hearts and minds are clear, this meeting is adjourned.
Okay. Thank you. Take care.
Take care, everyone.